Chapter 1585. HSU Fengnian laughed self-deprecatingly. It seems meaningless to talk about this now. Chen Yunshui said seriously, almost 200,000 Beimang barbarians' heads, especially young Yuanzhan's head. Your Highness, how can this be meaningless? HSU Fengnian was silent for a moment, then said slowly, earlier in the meeting hall, I only said some empty words to boost morale. Since you, Zhu Kang, have taken the initiative to come to me, then I'll be frank. Zhu Kang said resentfully, if you want to beat or scold me, do as you please. I'm already very satisfied that I'm able to walk into this courtyard today without being refused the door. HSU Fengnian waved his hand and said, in terms of cavalry, you, Zhu Kang, have gathered 30,000 left cavalry, Chidang's Iron Stupa, Yuan Nanting's White Feather Guard, and He Zhonghu's scattered 40,000 right cavalry. In total, there are more than 80,000. It can be said that the majority of Beiliang's cavalry is here. As for infantry, apart from the troops that have entered Huayang Pass and Liuya and Fuling towns, Great Ancestor Jiyu still has 30,000. Old General Chen also brought some Yuju infantry with him. It's not wrong that you, Zhu Kang, don't want to hide in the grave area, but Great Ancestor Jiyu is worried that the 30,000 left cavalry will be used in the exchange of troops. Great Ancestor Gu's words hit the nail on the head. Now, anyone and any soldier outside Liangju Pass can die. As long as the new city can be built smoothly before the autumn of the third year of Shangfu, then it can be considered a worthy death. Then, from now on, with Huayang Pass and Grave as the center of attack and defense, all the troops and attacks must be carried out around this principle. HSU Fengnian poured a full cup of wine, dipped his finger in the cup, and quickly pointed on the stone table. The first complete line of defense outside Liangju Pass is with Hutu Town as the core. The cavalry of Liuya and Fuling towns on the two flanks will act as a distraction. Huayang Pass, which is located in a dangerous area, and Gravesite and Qingyuan towns, which are more inclined to defense, will act as the second small line of defense under this framework. Even if Hutu Town falls, we won't lose everything. Now that we don't have Hutu Town, this thorn in our flesh, Beimang's army has spread out on all fronts. Now, excluding Gravesite, not only Huayang Pass, but also Liuya, Fuling Town, and Qingyuan Town are facing Beimang's infantry siege. In my opinion, Fuling and Liuyang Pass can be lost, but Qingyuan Town cannot fall. If we lose Qingyuan Town, which controls the west gate of Liangju Pass, not only will He Zhong's 40,000 cavalry be forced to withdraw, it will also allow Dongzhuo to attack Liuju however he wants. Therefore, Zhu Kang, you need to reinforce Qingyuan Town and intercept Dongzhuo's cavalry. Not only do you need to stop them from moving south too smoothly, you also need to try to take down this 40,000 cavalry in one go. For this reason, I will ask Yuan Nanting to transfer half of the White Feather Guards to cooperate with you, so that we can form an advantage in the battlefield around Qingyuan Town. Zhu Kang frowned and said, if that's the case, then Gravesite's Jiyu. Zhu Kang suddenly noticed HSU Fengnian's strange look and quickly changed his words. Won't Commander Jiyu be under too much pressure? With only 6,000 iron stupas and half of the White Feather Guards, Gravesite will completely lose the initiative in the battle. HSU Fengnian glanced at the Partridge and said in a low voice, therefore, Great Ancestor Jiyu is paying the price of Gravesite's infantry being beaten like a tortoise, so that you, Zhu Kang, can gallop on the battlefield in Qingyuan. Zhu Kang didn't say anything. HSU Fengnian reminded him, Beiliang cares a lot about the gains and losses in Qingyuan, and Dongzhuo can probably see that whether Qingyuan will become a trap for Beimang to besiege the city and attack the reinforcements will be up to your left cavalry to judge on the battlefield. At that time, I hope that you can resist the military merits of thousands or even tens of thousands of people. Once you fall into the blockade of Beimang's main cavalry, you should know that no one has the ability to make soldiers out of beans, so there's no way to make 30,000 cavalry soldiers for you to send into the Qingyuan battlefield. What's more, after the left cavalry and half of the White Feather Guards are surrounded by Beimang, let alone Qingyuan, Gravesite, Great Ancestor Jiyu, and Old General Chen can only retreat to He Zhonghu's army in one breath, and there's only a newly built city behind us. Zhu Kang suddenly asked in a low voice, in the Battle of Qingyuan, both sides' intentions are still not hidden. I believe that with Dongzhuo's insight, Baimang's barbarians are very likely to besiege the city and attack the reinforcements. At most, they didn't expect that not only would my 30,000 left cavalry be mobilized, but even the white feather guards would cooperate with them. In that case, Your Highness, why don't we just directly target Baimang's ambush? I have confidence in our crossbowmen. In our own territory, we can definitely accurately find out the Baimang's backup plan. Moreover, even if we meet on a narrow path and have to fight in pairs, Dongzhuo's crow pen won't be enough. Your Highness, don't worry. I, Zhu Kang, guarantee that I won't act according to my whims. We'll listen to great ancestor Ji Yu. All the battles of the left cavalry are to preserve our strength. HSU Fengnian shook his head without hesitation and said, fighting this battle in Qingyuan is only to do our best to prevent Baimang from being too passive. It's not that I don't want to take risks, it's not that I don't want to gamble with Dongzhuo on the sand table. It's just that I can't. Baimang can afford to gamble, and they can afford to lose. At the very least, they can afford to lose again. But we can't squander even a single opportunity. At this point, HSU Fengnian asked with a smile, General Zhu, the toad wants its life and the snake wants its fill. Do you feel very sullen? Zhu Kang chuckled and said, I do feel a little cowardly. But I'm an old soldier who has followed the great general for many years. I know what's important and what's not. But to be honest, after arriving in Beiliang, everything has been smooth sailing for so many years. This time, if Your Highness hadn't come to the grave, great ancestor Ji Yu might not have been able to stop me. Chen Yunxue, who had been quiet all this time, said thoughtfully, we do need to reflect on ourselves. Your Highness, you've seen and heard with your own eyes what happened in the meeting hall today. Other than Commander Ji Yu, I'm afraid that even I can't stand this. Yes, for the past 20 years, our Beiliang frontier army has been competing with the Baimang barbarians. Not to mention a battle with a few hundred people, we've never lost a battle with more than 10,000 people. So this time, we've suddenly lost Hutu City, which greatly reduced the battle results we were about to obtain at Huluku. We seem to be a little stunned. If we can't turn this around, we might suffer a big loss this time. Your Highness, it's not that I, Chen Yunxue, want to flatter you, but you've come at the right time. When HSU Fengnian sent Zhu Kang and Chen Yunxue to the door of the small courtyard, he said to Zhu Kang without reason, if Dongzhuo has set up 2 or more large-scale ambushes in Qingyuan, your left cavalry should consider retreating to the west. If that doesn't work, you can take a detour and return to the grave. Zhu Kang was stunned. The west. Your Highness, if we go further west, we'll be at the border with Liuzhu. HSU Fengnian didn't say anything. Zhu Kang's eyes suddenly lit up. He asked carefully, Your Highness, are you saying that we can win the battle at Liuzhu? HSU Fengnian laughed softly. Ku Jianghuai and Shi Fu are both generals who can turn the tide. As for whether they can do it, whether they can make the Qingyuan cavalry battle the third turning point of the Liangmang War, let's wait and see. Chapter 1586. In the past, Ninga Mei was able to jump from a lower-class 6th-rank general in the Phoenix Battalion to a lower-class 3rd-rank Iron Buddha deputy general with real power. This was clearly because he was close to HSU Fengnian. This time, he was able to be the first to meet the young king. Although it was unexpected, it was within reason. After all, Ninga Mei represented all the young generals that HSU Fengnian had promoted in the Beiliang army in recent years. HSU Fengnian was especially fond of Ninga Mei. In the eyes of others, it was naturally intentional. Chen Yunxue and Zhu Kang, the 2 highest-ranking deputy generals of the border army in the military town of Sirius Tomb, followed closely behind and appeared to follow the rules. Following this, HSU Fengnian met with Qi Danguo, Yuan Nanting, and the others. In the end, he summoned the generals who were stationed in the military town of Sirius Tomb all year round. HSU Fengnian was always lukewarm in these closely linked meetings. The generals of Sirius Tomb were not familiar with the temperament of the young king. During this period, there were people who wanted to use bold words to express their loyalty and determination to HSU Fengnian. In the end, HSU Fengnian just laughed it off and casually changed the topic. This made these people, who had left the traditional officialdom of Beiliang for many years, still feel uneasy when they stood up and left their chairs. They were afraid that their flattery had hit the wrong horse. Fortunately, Hsu Fengnian personally sent them to the entrance of the courtyard, which made them feel much more at ease. They could not be blamed for thinking too much. Ever since Hsu Fengnian came to power, there had been a saying in the upper echelons of the border army that the new King Liang was ruthless and generous. And the target of his ruthlessness was precisely them, the generals of the border army. For example, the Huaihua general Zhong Hongwu, who treated Lingju as his own back garden, did not even have the chance to die of old age. As for the general Yang Wenwan, who was entrenched in Yuju, it was said that a lot of his sharpness had been suppressed. Hsu Fengnian took over the Tiger Pounce camp and supported Yu Luandao. It was obvious that he wanted him to replace Tian Heng as the general of the Yuju cavalry. And before this, he transferred away the provincial governor Tian Peifang, who was obedient to Yang Wenwan, and replaced him with Hu Kuei, who was not heavily factionalized and whose faction was unclear. In addition, Hsu Fengnian's trusted aide, Huang Fuxiong, was placed in Yozhou's military. And the relationship between great ancestor Ji Yu and Zhu Kang and Chen Yunxue, who were deeply rooted in the border army, was so strained. Was there really no incitement from the young king? Otherwise, how could an outsider who had just entered the border army for a few years speak so boldly in the meeting hall of the grave? It was said that now that Wei Taizhan, Liu Yuanji, Lin Dofang, and the other elders had returned to the border army, it would undoubtedly weaken the military power of Zhu Kang, Chen Yunxue, and the others to a certain extent. But no matter what, with and without Hsu Fengnian in charge of the grave, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Regardless of whether or not this shrewd King Liang would take the opportunity to purge the left and right cavalry armies of Liangju, as long as he sat in that small courtyard, even if he did not give any specific orders, then the following big battle could be fought. Among the many guests in the small courtyard, only great ancestor Ji Yu was missing. In the end, Hsu Fengnian did not wait for the deputy commander of the infantry army to take the initiative to visit. After weighing the pros and cons, he gave up the idea of summoning great ancestor Ji Yu. Hsu Fengnian felt somewhat regretful. Regardless of victory or defeat, in the future, the relationship between great ancestor Ji Yu and Zhu Kang and the other local generals was destined to be difficult to return to how it was before. This kind of parting was not the same as the struggle for benefits between the factions of officials in the imperial court. On the contrary, it was more similar to the apparent unity caused by conflicting political views. The more it was like this, the harder it was to mend it. It was just like how Huan Wen and Zhong Julu, at the last moment of Li Yang, had gone against each other. It was impossible to determine who was right and who was wrong. Hsu Fengnian slowly paced back and forth in the small courtyard that had returned to silence. Wang Sui led Beimang's elite cavalry on the eastern front to suddenly advance to the west, causing Beiliang to be in a rather awkward situation. This was probably what it meant when the heavens did not fulfill one's wishes. Yang Wenwan had no choice but to split up troops to guard the eastern gate of Yuju, where the troops were currently leaning to the north, in order to prevent a fire in the backyard. She was afraid that the entire Lingju would be engulfed in smoke. In this way, a few big fish would definitely slip through the gourd's mouth. Perhaps it would be Zhong Tan's private army, or perhaps it would be the Ruran cavalry of Hong Jingyan, or even Yang Yuanzhan himself. However, judging from the current situation, even if Dong Zhuo had realized that the situation at the gourd's mouth was not good and hurriedly sent troops to the gourd's mouth to coordinate with Yang Yuanzhan's troops, it would not change the outcome of the destruction of Liang Mang's main force on the eastern front. Yang Yuanzhan would definitely suffer the consequences of his radical actions of demolishing Huagong and Luanhe cities and burning all the forts and fences. Without these defensive forts that could be used as temporary strongholds of Beimang, the pincer attack from Beiliang cavalry and Yuju infantry was enough to be fatal. The situation at the gourd's mouth was already set. The key was how many Beimang fish Yuan Zuozong and Yu Luandao could catch in the end. One could foresee that Jiyu Jiantang would take the initiative to attack, and that Sainan and Heji border armies would also block Wang Sui's path back to the east. Everyone could see that this was an opportunity that Beiliang had created for the entire northern front of Liang. However, while Great Peace City was singing the praises of the emperor and Jiyu Jiantang, they would pretend to be blind and only focus on the fall of Hutu City in Liangju. Previously, The new Huai administrator Han Lin had vaguely reminded Hsu Fengnian that the imperial court was pushing to set up judushi in the territory of the dynasty. Although they only added one deputy judushi to the territories of the various vassal kings to restrict the vassal kings who had always been judushi, the person who had the chance to become the new deputy judushi was very likely to be Yang Shunxing, who was covered in dirt at Guangling Road. Hsu Fengnian muttered Yang Shunxing's name a few times. Yang Shunxing was one of the 8 great generals of Liang and was once the local emperor of Jizhou. In the second year of Xiangfu, he lived with his tail between his legs. This time, he risked his life to become the deputy judushi of Beiliang. He wanted to atone for his crimes with the young emperor and the Liang imperial court. He also wanted to help his eldest son, Yang Huchen, as the new deputy Jizhou general. Northern Liang, Li Yang, as well as Yang Shunxing herself, the 3 parties were well aware that if they went to northern Liangdao to be a judushi, regardless of whether they had the title deputy or not, their real power would not be comparable to a juwei with the size of a sesame seed mung bean. Maybe Yang Shunxing's request to be demoted to the northwest was because he was prepared to die. Chapter 1587. Because of Yang Shunxing, Hsu Fengnian thought of the entangled Jiju, and then he thought of the complicated situation in the Tu Liao and Beiliang. He could not help but sigh at the invisible shadows of swords and blades outside the imperial court. These were the real killers. The small Jiju involved Cai Nan, the nominal head of the military of the Lianghuai Dao. Although he had lost power, he still controlled nearly 10,000 elite cavalry of the Li family of Yangbao. Han Fang, who was personally roped in by the emperor of Liang, and Yang Huchen, who represented the return of his family's power to the old land. There was also the new king of Han, who did not bat an eyelid, and the interests of the group of civil officials behind Han Lin. As for the Tu Liao, whose territory was even larger, other than Jiyu Jiantang, who led the government on the surface, there was also Shu Gong, who replaced the emperor as the assistant minister of the Ministry of War to patrol the borders. There was also Zhao Sui, who had been rooted for a long time, and the traditional power of the northern scholars led by the Peng family. There were 4 heroes. If one were to take them out and look at them individually, it would seem that each of them was well respected, but in reality, no one had a choice. Hsu Fengnian unconsciously stood at the foot of the wall of the small courtyard. He stretched out his palm and placed it on the wall, looking up at the top of the wall. The great building was about to collapse. Previously, through the intelligence reports from Fu Shuifang and secret court reports from Li Yang, which were only sent to the provincial governors of each province, the situation of the Guangling Taoism War had already tipped in West Chu's favor. After Cao Changqing led the navy to defeat Zhao Yi's navy, on the second battlefield west of West Chu's capital, the 3 young men of West Chu once again shone brilliantly. Pei Sui, who had previously presided over the clamorous government affairs, assisted Xie Shibian, who had returned from the Western Front to preside over the defensive line. Together, they successfully blocked the river-crossing army led by Wu Zhongshuan, the #1 general of the southern frontier path. In addition, Xu Yunxia, who had led 20,000 light cavalry to fight to the death against Yang Zhenchuan's army, crossed the river and attacked the rear of the southern frontier army, cutting off 2 main supply routes. Not only did this slow down the pressure on West Chu's western front, it was also equivalent to breaking the plan of Li Yang's 4 fronts to encircle the capital. For West Chu, they had opened up a large and valuable strategic depth in the vast area south of the Guangling River. In order to coordinate with the southern frontier army on the western front, Zhao Yi's army, which had chosen to quickly advance westward, suddenly fell into a situation where they were alone and deep in the enemy's territory. The 30,000 elite soldiers under Zhao Yi's command, who were skilled in mountainous warfare, were defeated by Cao Changqing's 10,000 infantry and 2 groups of 3,000 light cavalry each. In just half a day, Zhao Yi's army had been completely annihilated. Were it not for the fact that the commander-in-chief of the southern expedition, Lu Shengxiang, had taken an unexpected move and led 5,000 cavalry into the southeastern battlefield, and then his 8,000 infantry had successively defeated the 2 cities of Yinma and Yangying, with the vanguard cavalry only 50 li away from the main force of West Chu, forcing West Chu to have no choice but to give up on advancing east in one spurt of energy. Perhaps Zhao Yi would have become the second Li Yang great feudal lord to die on the battlefield after the Duke of Huainan. It seemed that West Chu had won successive victories on the various battlefields like a hot knife through butter, ushering in the most prosperous state since the restoration of the country. However, Hsu Fengnian knew very well that this was just a scene of adding oil to the fire and flowers blooming. Capturing Lu Shengxiang at Yinma and Yangying was just a small test. When this general, who had resigned from his position as assistant minister of the Ministry of War, completely grasped the military power of the southern expedition, unless it was Cao Changqing personally overseeing Guangling and Jiangbei, no one would be able to stop Lu Shengxiang's march to the south. His previous inaction was not as simple as Lu Shengxiang being hindered from all sides on the surface. It was because he needed to cooperate with the imperial court to weaken the military power of Zhao Yi, Zhao Ying, and the other feudal lords. In return, the Liang imperial court had tacitly approved of Lu Shengxiang's actions of waiting for the right price. As for Wu Zhongshuan falling into the mud of the Jiangbei battlefield, wasn't this a situation that Zhao Bing, who was watching the fire from the other side of the river, was happy to see? The true enemy that West Chu Shu Yunxia was going to face next would be the southern border elites under the King of Yang's valiant general, Wang Tongshan. Otherwise, the King of Yang's Royal Highness, who had killed the barbarian tribes of Nanjiang Path when he was young, would not have been unable to even put up a fight against Shu Yunxia's sneak attack, no matter how muddle-headed and incompetent he was, and how unaccustomed he was to the environment in Guangling Path. Hsu Fengnian suddenly laughed with schadenfreude. Little beggar, you are not feeling well right now. That General Wu must have completely turned to the imperial court. There is no other way. Your Nanjiang Path has already done nothing to reward him, but the imperial court is different. They can afford to give him the title of Zhennan Great General, Minister of War, Shongzhu Guo, and even Diezhu Guo. Perhaps after he dies, he can even receive a posthumous title as a general. Therefore, it is not your fault that you want to completely fall out with Wu Zhongshuan and watch as West Chu ruthlessly stabbed old Wu in the butt. Hsu Fengnian withdrew his palm. He bent his fingers and casually knocked on the wall. The sound was muffled. Today, Beiliang was fighting to the death against Beimang's million-strong army. Zhao Yi, who was known as the richest man in the world, had already wiped out his family's wealth in the face of West Chu. The old king of Jing and Zhao Heng sacrificed his own life in exchange for a hereditary title for his son. The Duke of Huainan, Zhao Ying, became the first vassal king to die on the battlefield since the spring and autumn period. After Zhao Sui of Liaodong surrendered, he was cautious for half his life. Originally, Zhao Bing, the king of Yang's army, was second only to Beiliang. In the blink of an eye, Wu Zhongshuan led all the northern troops of Nanjiang Path to seek refuge with the Liang imperial court. It could be said that his vitality was greatly damaged. All of this was naturally the scheme of the late Emperor Zhao Dun, Yuan Bengxi, and the former Grand Secretary Zhong Julu. It had nothing to do with the current emperor. Hsu Fengnian sneered at the wall and said, "Zhao Zhuan, you are thousands of miles away from your father. When you finish using up the eternal Hui inheritance left by the older generation, do you think you can still easily control the world's general trend? Jiyu Jiantang, Chen Zhibao, Lu Shengxiang, Zhao Yuling, Yin Mao Chun. Which one of them can you recklessly control?" Then Hsu Fengnian was silent for a long time. He asked himself, "Then what about me?" There was no answer. At this moment, great ancestor Jiyu strode into the small courtyard. Even this famous general of the spring and autumn period could not suppress the excitement in his voice. His voice trembled as he said, "Your Highness, there are 2 pieces of news." Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, "2 pieces of news? Then let's hear the bad news first. The good news later can be used to suppress the shock." Great ancestor Jiyu laughed loudly and said, "I've disappointed your Highness. Both pieces of news are great. In Liuzhu, Shu Longxiang, Ku Jianghuai and Shifu led 5,000 cavalry to Qingyuan. In Yuzhu, apart from the vanguard General Zhongtan and Hong Jingyan, a portion of the Ruran cavalry escaped from the gorge. Including the General Yang Yuanzan, there were 46 Beimang generals. All of them died in battle. A total of 16 huge temples were built in the gorge. In the second year of Xiangfu, Beiliang was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of military strength. Especially when Liangzhou's Hutu city was in danger of falling, Their three prefectures' border army lost more than 100,000 men in battle. They defeated Beimang with 350,000 men. Beiliang cavalry was the best in the world. Chapter 1588. The first 10 days of autumn were yellow. After the second year of Xiangfu entered autumn, a shocking piece of news quickly spread throughout the Yangtze River. It was rumored that West Chu's Jiang Sai was about to ascend the throne. This meant that this princess, who had been exiled for many years, would become the second female emperor after Beimang's Murong Empress. She would also be the first female emperor in the history of the Central Plains. In response to this, almost all of the West Chu civil and military officials, other than Xu Yunxia, who guarded the Jiangbei stronghold, and Pei Sui, who was in charge of confronting Wu Zhongshuan's army in the south, including Cao Chongqing and Xie Shibian, all of the West Chu civil and military officials gathered in the capital. In comparison, the Liang imperial court's edict to confer Wu Zhongshuan the title of Southern Conquering General and at the same time promoting General Heng Jiang Songli to General Zhennan, one of the deputy Jidushi of Guangling Path, and returning to Guangling Path to assist the Guangling king Zhao Yi in leading the army, seemed much more lackluster. As for the two young officials who secretly followed Song Li and temporarily held the position of Guanzhong of the Ministry of Works, in this changing situation, they became more and more inconspicuous. In just 2 short years, Yuan Guo, who had been the Minister of Rights and Revenue, was the favorite student of the old Zhonglu, who was jokingly called the fire-relieving minister. He was not like his colleague Han Lin, who the young emperor had placed high hopes on, and was not like Wang Xiongui, who had been demoted to the war-torn Guangling Path as expected by the great in officialdom. He was not like Wang Xiongui, who had been demoted to the war-torn Guangling Path as a deputy Jidushi. Instead, he used the nondescript transitional identity of an imperial decree minister. After meeting Lu Shengxiang, he split up with Song Li and the others. Yuan Guo went to see Wu Zhongshuan, while Song Li led the 2 minor 7th-level officials from the Ministry of Works to the manor of the vassal state Zhao Yi was in. As Yuan Guo, the son of Heaven's envoy, came closer, the atmosphere on the western front of Guangling, which was at a disadvantage in the battle situation, seemed to be unusual. Logically speaking, as the target of the conferment, Wu Zhongshuan should have been the most active. Not to mention bringing a few Nanjiang generals out of the city to welcome him, at the very least, he should have prepared a welcoming feast for Yuan Guo. Not to mention whether or not Yuan Guo had a chance to make a comeback and return to the center of power, even with the reputation Yuan Guo had accumulated in the great and officialdom over the years, Wu Zhongshuan, who was about to formally step into the Liang officialdom, could not be neglected. In the end, it was King of Jing and Zhao Zun, who led the Qingju Navy General Wei Yidong to welcome Yuan Guo. Wu Zhongshuan only attended a banquet held on a ship. Tang He and Li Chunyu, the 2 direct generals, did not appear. There was only an unfamiliar young man with the surname Jiang beside them. Before the banquet began, Yuan Guo expressionlessly announced the edict. The old general Wu Zhongshuan, who was wearing armor that did not suit the occasion, also expressionlessly received the edict. Among the large group of civil and military officials who had taken off their official robes, the clanging of armor on Wu Zhongshuan's body as he knelt and stood was particularly ear-piercing. This caused the table of delicacies and fine wine in the banquet that followed to taste like wax. It was extremely bland, and there was no joy to speak of. In the night, on the surface of the river some distance away from the Yellow Dragon ship, a Qingju warship that was responsible for patrolling the river tonight was motionless. Looking from here, one could only see the lanterns and colored banners on the ship and blurry figures. A young man in casual clothing was lying quietly on the railing with a cold smile on his lips. To the left of the young man stood Wang Shenji's second disciple, Gong Bank, third disciple, Lin Ya, and a tall woman with a hat on her head. The 4 people to the right were all in the prime of their lives. Without exception, they were all filled with a murderous aura. They were the Nanjiang infantry generals Zhong Dingyuan and Ji Yuying, the Yuanju general Yi Shoufeng, and the Hezhou general Liang Yu. All of the generals that the king of Yang Kai Zhao Bing could rely on were present. Among them, Wang Tongshan had once been the strongest general under the king of Yang Kai's command. But many years ago, he had entered the northern border of Nanjiang. This time, Wu Zhongshuan had been recruited by the court. Wang Tongshan, who was supposed to keep Wu Zhongshuan in check, showed signs of wanting to make a move. Zhao Zhu did not raise his head. He said with a slight smile, "Sister Lin, that person is Jiang Fuding of your martial emperor city." The fist grandmaster Lin Ya had a complicated expression as he nodded. Zhao Zhu rubbed his chin. "I'm puzzled. How did this person help Wu Zhongshuan get in touch with Great Peace City? This matchmaker is not something that any normal person can be." Lin Ya wanted to speak but stopped. Zhao Zhu turned to look at the female martial grandmaster who had made a comment. He said with a smile, "Sister Lin, do not worry. Even if Wu Zhongshuan does not have Jiang Fuding as a matchmaker, he will still make eye contact with Great Peace City. It is just a matter of time. Even if I don't look at the monk, I will still look at the Buddha. I will not compete with the Jiang person. Haha, to be honest, this time, our old general Wu really can't bring himself to be happy. Didn't we agree on being conferred the title of Marquis and General? He did become the Southern Expedition Grand General, but he wasn't conferred the title of Marquis. Don't even mention being conferred the title of the first king of a dynasty with a different surname during the auspicious Talisman era. How is this different from being the #1 great general in our southern border? 100,000 elite soldiers of Nanjiang, just to get a general of one of the 4 conquerors, it is a great loss. His Majesty the Emperor is not very generous in his actions this time." The tall female of mysterious identity said coldly, "It is not that the court is unwilling to make Wu Zhongshuan a marquis. The reason that they did not keep their promise is that the Guangling Road War is not going well. If they start to make generals now, when the dust settles, what will they be rewarded? I believe that Yuan Daren from Jing will meet with Wu Zhongshuan in private and make things clear." Zhao Zhu made a sound of acknowledgement. Those who are not in charge do not know the cost of daily necessities. Maybe if it was me sitting on the dragon throne, I would do the same. I would first trick Wu Zhongshuan onto the pirate ship before anything else. Zhong Dingyuan reminded softly, "His Royal Highness, Tang He and Li Chunyu are coming over on a small boat." Zhao Zhu joked, "Fortunately, Wang Tongshan isn't here for the time being. Otherwise, we would have been destroyed." Ji Yu Ying, who was as beautiful as a woman, said in a gloomy voice, "Let's not talk about that crazy Wang Tongshan. How dare Tang He and Li Chunyu come to see His Highness? Do they really think we don't dare to kill these 2 ingrates?" Zhao Zhu shook his head and said, "I really don't dare. I'm already an official of the imperial court. Besides, if we really kill someone, we'll only be letting that person from Western Shu reap the benefits. I'm not willing to do a business that hurts those close to me and benefits the enemy." A small boat didn't get too close to the battleship filled with experts. After stopping, Tang He and Li Chunyu bowed deeply, and the boat turned around and left. The fierce general of Nanjiang, Liang Yu, snorted coldly, his 5 fingers gripping the railing of the boat. Zhao Zhu said indifferently, "A woman leaves her home when she is of age. Let them be." The atmosphere was heavy. Only the sound of the river could be heard. Water flows downwards, people walk upwards. Zhao Zhu suddenly turned his head and asked, "Miss Zhong, that Yuan Guo is your father's student. If you want to meet him, I can help arrange it." The tall female said indifferently, "No need." Zhao Zhu unconsciously reached out to touch the old money pouch at his waist. He smiled and sighed, "Even if you have a knife, you can't kill a heartless dog." Chapter 1589. Zhao Zhu, who did not say a word, looked towards the northwest in a daze, revealing a worried expression. Although Nanjiang had its own outstanding spy system, it had never extended its hands to Beiliang, and Beiliang's Fu Shuifang also tacitly did not place any pawns in Nanjiang. This kind of respect was not only because of Beiliang's 300,000 strong cavalry and Nanjiang's 200,000 strong army, nor was it because of the mutual fear between the 2 kings, Xu Xiao and Zhao Bing, but more importantly, it was a kind of appreciation between heroes. This kind of feeling was like seeing all the heroes in the world and being the only one on the same level. And in Zhao Zhu's generation, how could he, the crown prince of Yangkai, and the new Liang king Hsu Fengnian be ordinary friends? Previously, when he let Lin Hongyuan of the Dragon Palace get involved in the purple dress of Mount Hui, he also told Hsu Fengnian that if worst came to worst, he could just give up on Beiliang. In the end, Nanjiang was still a path of retreat for him. Among the intelligence reports that Zhao Zhu had obtained, the furthest he could get was fragmented news from Huainan Dao. Now that Cai Nan and Han Lin were the provincial governor and administrator respectively, it seemed that they had purposely blocked off all the channels of military intelligence from northern Liang. All the posthouse routes, large and small, were tightly sealed off. Even the court bulletin from the Liyang Imperial Court did not mention a single word about the current situation in northern Liang. Therefore, Zhao Zhu only knew that 20 days ago, Wang Sui had led the elite cavalry of the Eastern Front to raid northern Ji, then rushed to River Province, heading straight for the Helan mountain range located east of northern Liang's Yuju. It seemed like the battles in Liuju and Liangju were not favorable to Beiliang. In the calculations of Zhong Dingyuan, Ji Yu Ying, Yi Xiufeng, and the others, the chances of Beiliang winning were extremely small. Unless they won on all three fronts, whether it was losing the mobile cavalry of Liuju, causing the west gate of Liangju to be wide open, or Yang Yuanzhan's army breaking through Xiaoguang city and meeting up with Yang Yuanzhan's cavalry in Yuju, the Beiliang frontier army trapped in Liangju could only die in battle or wait for death. As for losing the central front of Liangju, there was no need to mention it. Zhao Zhu murmured softly, "It's good if you lose. When the time comes, you and I will fight side by side." Zhao Zhu straightened his body and stretched out a hand, clenching his fist tightly. Unlike the stiff atmosphere of the banquet ship on the western front of Guangling, Zhao Yi and Zhao Yuang personally held a banquet for their former confidant and subordinate Song Li in the Prince of Guangling's mansion. For the first time, the Guangling magistrate Wang Xiongui, who had always been closed to guests, appeared. When Song Li mentioned that Wang Yuanran, the youngest son of Lord Wang, had entered the capital's Ministry of Rights and become the director of the Department for Purging Officials, Wang Xiongui, who had been unable to conceal his gloominess, suddenly smiled. At the banquet, the two young officials temporarily observing politics in the Ministry of Works were ignored by everyone after Song Li personally blocked the wine for a young man surnamed Lu. The shifty-eyed guest of the prince's mansion, Zhong Zhupe, was not on good terms with Song Li, who had returned to his hometown. One was the chief strategist of the Guangling Spring Snow Building, while the other was a distinguished and handsome man that Zhao Yi viewed as a lucky general. However, tonight, Zhong Zhupe found all sorts of reasons to punish himself by drinking 7 or 8 cups of wine to the point that his moustache was sticky. Crown Prince Zhao Yi's eyes were gloomy, but Zhao Yi was all smiles from beginning to end. The night after the banquet ended, 2 officials from the Ministry of Works, who had come to inspect the rivers and canals of Guangling, met in a side courtyard of the prince's mansion to drink wine. The man surnamed Lu was actually blind. The young man surnamed Sun, who had been dead drunk at the banquet, was not drunk at all. He leaned lazily on a graceful chair made of red sandalwood and poured a cup of wine for the blind young man across from him. He smiled and said, "Song Li did not have good intentions. He purposely blocked the wine for you." He was clearly reminding Zhao Yi to tell the Guangling prince's mansion that you, a minor official of the Ministry of Works, actually have a more special status than me, Sun Yin. The blind man Lu Xuan, who had entered and left the capital, sat upright and still. He was not as imposing as Sun Yin, who was famous throughout the capital. He said softly, "General Zhennan is after all an old man of the Spring Snow Building. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. This action is not excessive. Why not have Song Li treated him with courtesy?" It would not have been easy for Zhong Zhupe to smoothly find Sir Sun to discuss matters. Sun Yin laughed loudly and said, "Zhao Yi is already in such a miserable state. What else can he do other than smash a broken jar? He could have turned a blind eye and let Zhong Zhupe choose a tree to nest in. In any case, he could have saved some incense for Crown Prince Zhao Yuang. In this way, the court would have 2 generals, Song Li, Lu Shengxiang, and Zhong Zhupe as a civil official. Only then would Zhao Yuang be able to steadily enjoy himself as a prince. Otherwise, when the world is peaceful and the power of the generals declines, without Zhong Zhupe's protection in the officialdom, any provincial governor from Guangling would be able to easily play Zhao Yuang to death." Lu Shu smiled and said, "The general trend is like this. However, in the history books, are there any lack of tragic disasters caused by impulsive emperors?" Sun Yin curled his lips with a disdainful expression. Lu Shu sighed and said, "For people like Zhao Yi, no matter how bad his reputation is or how unbearable he is compared to the other vassal kings, he is still worthy of the respect of us younger generations who have taken advantage of the situation." Sun Yin frowned but gradually restrained his arrogance. He joked, "Sir Lu, you are not that much older than me. You act like an old man." Lu Shu did not make a sound. Sun Yin lowered his voice and said, "I am very curious. How did you convince His Majesty to make the decision to send Liu Baijie from the Ministry of War to Guangling as the provincial governor? For this reason, you have completely angered the entire Gangnam-do scholar group. You have to know that Yu Zhenkang and the other old men all hope that Tang Shi Sword Immortal can temporarily stay away from trouble. They would rather be like Xu Gong and be hidden by the court in the two Liao provinces and have his official career delayed for 2 or 3 years. That would be better than being the first bird to make a name for himself. Therefore, many people say that you have attached yourself to the Peng family of Liaodong in the north in Great Peace City. That is why you are causing trouble for the 4 major families of Gangnam-do." Lu Shu raised his head and closed his eyes, looking at Sun Yin. Sun Yin smiled embarrassedly. He was clearly embarrassed. There was no point in playing tricks in front of a smart person like Lu Shu. Sun Yin was being unkind. Lu Shu went straight to the point and said, "Qi Yonglong and Tantanan did not want Liu Baijie to come to Guangling. On the one hand, they valued his talent. On the other hand, they could not speak of it. After all, the Liu family and the Shu family of Beiliang are in-laws. If history is a mirror, the so-called loyalty of the world is, in the end, the loyalty of the scholars. The loyalty of the people is nothing more than gaining the recognition of the scholars. The Liu family of Qingju entering Beiliang is already a warning. After that, there were scholars who went to Liangju and Wudong to debate Buddhism. At this time, Liu Baijie should not have come to Guangling, which is adjacent to Gangnam-do. However, if one does not have long-term considerations, one will have short-term worries. Once one has long-term considerations, most of them will have short-term worries. Sir Sun asked me how I convinced His Majesty. It was very simple. It was just one sentence. Let the current matter be, there is no need to worry about the short-term worries, and there is no need to worry about the future. Sun Yin grimaced. These words are a little overbearing. Lu Shu raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Of course, before leaving the capital, I had a long talk with the emperor. For this sentence, I said thousands of sentences. Lu Shu put down his wine cup. Compared to fighting on the battlefield, everyone is going to die. I, Lu Shu, am just moving my lips. It is 100 times useless. Sun Yin shook his head and laughed. 100 times useless, scholar? Zhong Zhupa, Song Li, Zhao Yi, Zhao Yuang and his son, Liu Baijie, Yuan Guo, your old master Zhao Zun, Wu Zhongshuan, Lu Shengxiang, and the entire Guangling. Such a big chessboard. You and I, 2 small minister councillors of the Ministry of Works, can maneuver freely here. How can we be useless? Lu Shu lowered his head and looked at the table, just like when he sat in Yongzi Alley. There was a chessboard in front of him. Lu Shu muttered to himself, there are wins and losses in chess, and there are profits and losses in gambling. However, for the sake of the emperor and the world, this kind of pointing out the country, our fingertips are all covered in blood. The last signing event of Shuizhong was held in Guangzhou. The specific address was Guangzhou Book Purchase Center, number 123 Tianhe Road. There are many things that can be said when we meet. P.S. Do not bring blades and other things. Chapter 1590. In the eyes of the people of Liang, Beiliang was a land of death. It was only a matter of time before the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Thus, when a carriage traveled from Hezhou to Yuju and not from Beiliang to the outside, it seemed like they were going against the flow. The coachman was a one-armed man with one empty sleeve. He held the reins with only one hand and tried to control the carriage as steadily as possible. Fortunately, compared to the simple carriage, the horse pulling the carriage was rather tall and strange. The middle-aged coachman did not need to spend much effort to control it. An old man bent down slightly and lifted the coarse cloth curtain blocking the wind and sand. His gaze passed over the one-armed man's shoulder and looked forward. He was silent and did not put down the curtain for a long time. The coachman turned his head and said softly, "Father, if I remember correctly, there are still a dozen li before we see the boundary marker between Yuju and Hazhou." The old man nodded, his expression somewhat absent-minded. The coachman frowned and said, "Even if Beiliang has never acknowledged the imperial court's edicts, father is still the deputy administrator of Beiliang in name. Would that Hsu Fengnian dare to kill someone? Since this is the case, why would father lower yourself to curry favor with Beiliang? If word gets to the capital..." The old man left the carriage and sat behind his son. He waved his hand and interrupted the temporary coachman's words. He smiled and said, "So what if some rumors get to Great Peace City? The foundation of the Yang family has never been in the center of the imperial court. Ever since the defeat of Guangling Taoism and your father went to the capital as a criminal, from His Majesty the Emperor to a little 6th or 7th rank official of the Ministry of War, who has treated father well? Other things aside, the tens of thousands of old soldiers of Ji province that father raised were taken away by the imperial court just like that. When you go to Ji province as a deputy general, you are only allowed to bring 3,000 soldiers and horses. This is built on the premise that you need to keep Yuan Tingshan in check. Otherwise, don't even think about bringing a single soldier back to Ji province." The coachman was none other than Yang Huchen, who had lost an arm in the battle against the remnants of West Chu. Now, together with Han Fang, the descendant of valiant bravery, whose family had their grievances redressed, he was the deputy general of Jeju. Yang Huchen not only had to prevent Yuan Tingshan from raising troops in Jeju, which was an important border area, but he was also a chess piece for the Zhao clan in Liyang to monitor the king of Han, Zhao Xiong. The old man was, of course, Yang Shunxing, the newly appointed deputy administrator of Beiliang. He was one of the 8 great generals of the 4 campaigns and 4 towns in the past. In the past year, he had lived a miserable life in the capital where he was bullied by dogs. Not only did he have to live in fear, he was also laughed at by his colleagues in the officialdom. From time to time, he would be dragged out to drink. Although they said that they were helping the old general drink to relieve his worries, in fact, it was more or less the same as being dragged out to walk a monkey. They would find ways to sprinkle salt on the old man's wound. When it came to the skill of observing people and adding insult to injury, almost all the officials in the capital were great masters. If Yang Huchen had not been appointed deputy general of Jeju by the Ministry of War, which meant that the emperor had not completely lost his patience with the Yang family, it was likely that the people sent off by the old man this time would not have been a few kittens and puppies, but none. This time, the old man passed through Jingji, West Ji, and Ji River. Although the old man did not have the intention of forming relationships with people, the fact that no one showed any interest along the way still made Yang Huchen, as his son, feel bitterly disappointed. Thinking back to the year when the Yang family sent troops from Jeju to Guangling, what a grand occasion it was. At that time, if one was not at the level of county chief, one could not even think about getting a seat at the Yang family's private banquet. Probably sensing Yang Huchen's anger, the old man patted his son's shoulder and laughed softly. "Huchen, you can't blame the world for being so cold. Ever since I became a general, the Yang family has been used to doing whatever they want in Jeju. We are not good people. The Yang family has bullied men and women many times. Now that we have suffered retribution, it is normal." Yang Shunxing looked around. The scenery in Hazhou was not very different from Jeju. After all, they were both at the northwest border. After autumn, the grass was yellow like dirt. It could not compare to the beautiful scenery in Jiangnan where half of the city was green. The old man slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. On the other hand, retribution comes early, which is a good thing. If it comes too late, perhaps the court won't even give you the chance to be deputy general of Jeju to make up for your mistakes. Besides, compared to that old man Yang Zhenchuan who has already died on the battlefield, I am much luckier. Don't look at how Zhao Kuei is only second to Lu Shengxiang in the southern expedition. Right now, that old man is like an ant on a hot pan. I dare to bet with you that if he loses the battle, he may not even be able to compare to Yang Zhenchuan, much less me. That is because the favor the court has given us old generals has been used up on me and Yang Zhenchuan. Thus, father's mood when he left the capital this time was not as bad as others thought. In truth, After leaving that great peace city that made people tread on thin ice, father's mood was much better. Along the way, I thought through many things. Young Huchen was relieved of a great burden. No matter what, as long as his father did not have too many worries in his heart, it was a good thing. He was confident that he could lead the Yang family to rise again. Yang Shunxing smiled. This time, I had someone send a secret letter to Mount Qingliang in private, pleading Beiliang to send an envoy to the Yuju border to receive me. As long as I don't see them, I, Yang Shunxing, will not take a step into Beiliang. I will just wait at the border. I, Yang Shunxing, was once a general. Now, I am putting on such a humble and pitiful attitude. Of course, this cannot be considered heroic behavior, but so what? Everyone in the capital is waiting for the news of my sudden death in Beiliang to spread, or for HSU Fengnian to wantonly humiliate me on some occasion. I will not let them have their wish. Face is fake, but inside is real. The Yang family is in a precarious situation. Father is the face of the Yang family in the court. If it is gone, then it is gone. As long as you, Huchen, can stand firm in Jeju again, in 5 or 10 years, the face will run back to the Yang family. At that time, even if you don't want it, perhaps other people will be willing to kneel and beg you to accept it. Chapter 1591. Yang Huchen lowered his head, his eyes slightly red. His father, who had never acknowledged his old age, General Yang, who had always been indomitable for as long as he could remember, actually made him feel that he was really old. Yang Shunxing sighed. I'm just afraid that the young king of Beiliang will take his anger out on the Yang family because of the court. He will be dissatisfied with you because father is the deputy provincial governor. After all, Jeju is not far from Beiliang. In the past, Xu Xiao, because of old ties, rarely ordered people outside of Beiliang. Now, HSU Fengnian is in charge. Looking at the movements of Beiliang in the last few years in HSU Fengnian's hands, it is clear that Beiliang is very aggressive and no longer purposely hides its edge. In the end, Beiliang and the court were only a step away from tearing into each other. Father's death this time is a risk, but also an opportunity. Huchen, focus on being the deputy general of Jeju. Father has his own plans in Beiliang. From now on, remember a few things. First, do not entertain any of the old local generals of Jeju. Second, control the distance between you and Han Fang. Finally, get close to the new administrator Han Lin. You must act as his lackey. In the future, Han Lin will be crucial for the Yang family to have a place in Great Peace City. Han Lin is not like other students of Zhao Yuling. On the surface, he is not as good as Zhao Yuling, Yin Mao Chun, or even Yuan Guo and Wang Shengui. But in the eyes of the current emperor, Han Lin is the most important person. The reason is very simple. The three of them were all first-class officials promoted by the previous emperor, almost to the point where they could not be titled. Yuan Guo and Han Lin were people who had been placed in important positions by the emperor after he ascended the throne. Unfortunately, Yuan Guo's performance was not good and he has been completely abandoned. In this way, the emperor will place all his hopes on Han Lin. This is the greatest advantage for Han Lin. Han Lin seems to be the one with the least sharp edges in the Zhonglu back in the day, but it is precisely this kind of mediocrity that is not the same as mediocrity that is the greatest reliance in the officialdom. The longer it lasts, the more powerful it becomes. Yuan Guo is a counterexample. For some reason, the more Yang Huchen listened, the heavier his heart became. Yang Shunxing smiled lightly. Does it sound like I'm giving you my last words? Huchen, you are mistaken. Father just said that on this trip to Beiliang, father does not have the slightest thought of dying, and will not stand up for the face of the court. Yang Huchen was slightly embarrassed. Yang Shunxing said earnestly, ever since the nomads of the great Qin dynasty turned into deep-rooted influential clans, the martial artists of our generation who carried the sabers in their hands have never had a glorious record in the history books. Those important figures who left their names behind were always associated with the 4 words of feudal towns. But the aristocratic clans who held the brush in their hands were usually associated with several generations of dukes. Even if they had been passed down for 100 years, they could not be called influential clans. Most of them had a history of 200 or 300 years, or even longer. To be able to enjoy the glory of 3 generations for 50 years was already a miracle. Right now, don't look at how the imperial court is suppressing the power of local generals and how everyone is in danger. Compared to those old fellows like Yang Zhenchuan and Zhao Cheng, father is looking further ahead. In the future, there might be a century-old surname belonging to a general in Liang. To achieve this, the blindly loyal Han family is a good example, but the Beiliang Shu family is. At this point, Yang Shenxing suddenly stopped talking. In the end, she only let out a long sigh. Xu Xiao is not a formidable person. Yang Huchen was a little confused. The world recognized Xu Xiao as an arrogant and unruly general. If he wasn't an ambitious and ruthless person, could he be a hero? Yang Shenxing smiled and asked, Huchen, who do you think Beiliang will send to the border of Yuju to be the bad guy? Yang Huchen, who had long thought about this question, said softly, logically, it should be Yozhou's provincial governor Hu Kuei or Yozhou's general Huang Fuji. But now the war is in full swing, and these two may not be able to get away. But even if Beiliang wants to embarrass father, I think they will send a Yuju county governor. As for Li Gongda and Song Dongming, who are nominally of the same rank as father, the possibility is very small. After all, one of them is in charge of Mount Qingliang, and the other is in charge of the construction of the new city. I don't expect HSU Fengnian to mobilize so many people. Besides, if one of them really does come to Yuju, I will suspect that HSU Fengnian is harboring evil intentions. When the time comes, whether father agrees or not, I will personally escort father all the way to Liangju. Dozens of miles passed in the blink of an eye. When Yang Huchen saw the boundary steely by the roadside, he also saw 4 or 5 riders quietly waiting by the roadside. Among them, one rider was particularly eye-catching. Other than his young age, there was also a strange feeling about him that Yang Huchen felt. It was just like when he first saw a legendary martial grandmaster in his youth, it was like seeing a tall mountain. Just like when he met the emperor for the first time in the imperial palace of Great Peace City last year, he felt like he was facing an abyss. Yang Huchen even forgot to turn his head. With a trembling voice, he said, Father, it seems like he's come in person. Yang Shenxing had been sitting in the carriage with his eyes closed since approaching the border. When he heard Yang Huchen's trembling voice, he was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Huang Fuji had arrived? Or perhaps Li Gongda and Song Dongming had come in person? Otherwise, given his son's temperament, there was no way he would be so flustered. The heavy-hearted Yang Shenxing lifted the curtain. It was noon, and for a moment, the sunlight above his head was rather dazzling. The old man squinted his eyes and looked over. When he clearly saw that rider, Yang Shenxing froze on the spot. Suddenly, this old man, who had not lost his fighting spirit even after entering the tiger's den of Beiliang, truly felt for the first time that he was indeed old. Without waiting for Yang Shenxing to get off the carriage, that rider galloped over first. He glanced at Yang Huchen, the fierce general of Liang who was acting as the coachman, and then said to Yang Shenxing with a smile, Lord Yang has a good son. Yang Huchen was speechless when he heard the young man's comment. The old man who was not addressed as Great General Yang laughed out loud. He was not angry at all and said loudly, in this regard, Yang Shenxing is far inferior to the Great General. Yang Shenxing, who had once been a great general, respectfully addressed him as Great General. In the Liang dynasty, there was only Xu Xiao. Chapter 1592. Xu Fengnian leaped off the horse, and Yang Shenxing followed suit. They walked side by side, while Xu Fengnian introduced the group of people to the newly appointed deputy military governor. It turned out they were the local officials led by the county chief of Tongshan County. They were brought here purely to broaden their horizons. After all, Xu Fengnian did not take Yang Shenxing seriously, but to the local officials of Tongshan County, this local emperor of Ji province was a name that reverberated like thunder in their ears. It was especially true for the Ji province infantry under Yang Shenxing's command, who were known to be unrivaled in the world. It had been a long time since they had the intention to compete with Yang Wenwan's Yuju army. Today, they were able to meet the old General Yang, which was a great topic to talk about after a meal. HSU Fengnian asked the old man if the journey to the west was smooth, And Yang Shunxing answered with a smile. The atmosphere was so harmonious that it confused the officials of Tongshan County. As a matter of fact, although Yang Shunxing appeared to be regretting not having met the young lord earlier, he was actually sweating. Beiliang had even refused to accept the imperial edict. Now that Beiliang was in a state of turmoil and chaos, it was not a big deal to leave 1 or 2 corpses in the wilderness. Would the imperial court be willing to get to the bottom of the matter if they were labeled as bandits? The more friendly Hsu Fengnian was, the more uneasy Yang Shunxing was. Just as Yang Huchen had speculated, given Yang Jialong's difficult situation, it was already a great honor for him to be welcomed by the Yuzhou provincial governor. Yang Shunxing was not arrogant enough to think that he was qualified enough for the king of Beiliang to leave the front line to welcome him. Fortunately, Hsu Fengnian did not keep Yang Shunxing in suspense. He asked all the officials of Tongshan County to return to their residences and then stopped at a small tea stall beside the post road to rest. He woke up the woman who was dozing off and ordered 3 cups of tea with a smile. After sitting down, he told Yang Shunxing directly, "I came to Yuzhou to pick someone up. After drinking tea, I will soon leave for Helan Mountain in the northeast of Yuzhou. Wang Sui and his tens of thousands of Beimang cavalry are still waiting at the gate of Yuzhou. If I arrive late, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the famous prince consort of Dongyu." Yang Shunxing's expression did not change as he hummed in agreement. He was calculating quickly in his mind. This time, he had left the capital with the embroidery title of Deputy Provincial Governor of Beiliang. He was treated as a cold stove that had been doused with cold water. He did not exchange any letters on the way and did not have any contact with anyone on the way. He was completely blind to the situation in the world. He only knew what happened before he left the capital. Hutu City had fallen and Dongzhu's army had been able to spread out the front line, causing the first line of defense outside Liangzhu Pass to be in danger. Yang Shunxing even thought that when he approached Yuzhou, he would see a large number of refugees hastily fleeing Beiliang. However, Hsu Fengnian casually mentioned that he was going to Helan Mountain to confront Wang Sui's cavalry. Yang Shunxing was shocked. Could it be that Beiliang was prepared to give up the entire battlefield outside Liangzhu Pass? Half a year ago, there were still a large number of Beiliang-related war reports that were frequently sent to the capital from Beiliang. Beiliang did not deliberately block these reports. However, since the beginning of spring in the second year of Xiangfu, it was very difficult for the Zhaogo spies and the officials of Huai and Huai to obtain first-hand information about Beiliang. Yang Shunxing heard that a few of the Zhaogo strongholds that committed crimes were uprooted. Some of the spies disguised as Jianghu people who followed Shenyuan Qingfeng to Liangliang seemed to have been quickly detained by the Fu Shui room. When Hsu Fengnian took the teacup from the woman's hand, Yang Huchen could not help but roll his eyes. When the woman brought tea to the father and son, she directly knocked the teacup on the table. However, when she gave the young vassal king tea, she held the teacup with both hands and walked to the table. Her thick waist was also swaying like a big water snake. She was not in a hurry to put the teacup on the table. When Hsu Fengnian reached out to take the teacup, she naturally touched him lightly. The woman took advantage of him but did not stop immediately. She laughed and teased him, "Handsome young man, do you have a wife? If not, there is a beautiful girl in our village. Auntie will be your matchmaker." This shocked Yang Huchen to the core. Were all women in Beiliang so fierce? What was even more strange was that Hsu Fengnian did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and teased him a few times. His skin was as thin as the skin of a scoundrel in the marketplace. However, his words made the woman embarrassed for the first time. Yang Huchen suddenly felt a little unhappy. As a first-class general who had been on the battlefield for a long time, Yang Huchen did not have a good impression of this new Prince Liang. Now that he saw Hsu Fengnian's frivolous words and actions with his own eyes, Yang Huchen frowned even more. But for some reason, Yang Huchen saw the smile on his father's face from the corner of his eyes. It did not seem to be fake. It was quite like a veteran who saw a rising star. Yang Huchen was a little confused. Hsu Fengnian took a sip of tea. His next words scared Yang Huchen so much that he almost dropped the bowl. On the central front, Dongzhuo's army has been attacking Huayang Pass for a long time without success and has retreated. The situation at Liuju is the most tragic. Less than a tenth of the 30,000 Longxiong army survived. Liu Gui led the remnants of his army and fled to Longyaro province. As for outside gourd mouth of Yuju, Yang Yuanzan is dead. Zhong Tan and Hong Jingyan have disappeared without a trace. Yang Shunxing lowered his head to drink the tea. His expression could not be seen clearly, but the ripples on the surface of the teacup continued to ripple. Yang Huchen subconsciously blurted out, "That's impossible." Yang Shunxing suddenly raised his head and angrily said, "Huchen, do not be impudent." Yang Shunxing put down the teacup and turned to Hsu Fengnian and said apologetically, "Your Highness, Huchen has been extremely rude. Please forgive me." Hsu Fengnian said playfully, "Forgive what? I, Hsu Fengnian, am not the Emperor of Liang. How can I punish a Deputy General of Ji Province?" Yang Shunxing's forehead was covered with sweat. Yang Huchen clenched his fist and pressed it against his knee under the table. He did not care about being scolded by the old man. He stared into Hsu Fengnian's eyes and asked, "Beiliang really defeated Beimang's 1 million iron cavalry?" Hsu Fengnian did not answer the question and slowly said, "Beiliang has lost a lot of people." Yang Shunxing said sternly, "Yang Huchen, you shut up." After meeting the emperor, Yang Huchen received a wonderful evaluation of loyalty and filial piety. At this time, the veins on his neck were bulging. He turned a deaf ear to the old man's reproach and stared with his eyes wide open. It was as if he was willing to risk his life to compete with the young king. Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, "Whether it is you, Yang Huchen, or your father, is it worth lying to me?" The one-track-minded Yang Huchen asked, "Dare I ask Wang Yi, how did Beiliang win 3 battles at the same time?" Without waiting for Hsu Fengnian to speak, Yang Shunxing stood up and slapped his son's head. "Bastard, no one will think you are mute if you don't speak." The man, who was the deputy general of Jeju, was hit by his own father until his hair was disheveled, but he still did not give up. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Wang Yi, Beiliang really defeated the Beimang barbarians?" Hsu Fengnian nodded and said, "They won." Yang Shunxing almost sent this bastard flying with a kick. Hsu Fengnian waved his hand at the old man, "Official Yang, it's fine." Yang Shunxing stomped his foot and said bitterly, "Wang Yi, it's not that I'm boasting, but if it wasn't for Huchen's stubbornness, with his ability to lead troops, he would have been able to go to Great Peace City and become one of the 4 generals with real power. I really don't trust him to deal with the officials of Great Peace City. Wang Yi, look at him, when his bad temper comes up, he doesn't even know what's important in front of you. If he went to Jing, it would be terrible. Don't talk about losing his position, he might even lose his head." Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, "General Yang is only suitable to lead troops in a local area. If he became an official at the foot of the emperor, he wouldn't be as good as those people who have already become shrewd. Even if General Yang became one of the 4 generals, he wouldn't be happy." Chapter 1593. Yang Shunxing sighed, "That's right. That's why Huchen volunteered to go back to Jizhou. I didn't stop him. I couldn't have stopped him anyway." Yang Huchen muttered in a daze, "Won? Really won?" Hsu Fengnian joked, "What? General Yang doesn't want Beiliang to win? Aren't you afraid that your father will come all the way to Beiliang only to find the road filled with Beimang cavalry?" Yang Huchen, who had finally returned to life with great difficulty, subconsciously reached out a hand to touch his empty sleeve. "Losing an arm is something that I, Yang Huchen, have never thought of as much. It is just that in the end, it is still a bit regretful that it was cut down by our own people on the battlefield, and not outside the Great Wall, lost under the blades of the northern Mang barbarians." Yang Huchen grinned and suddenly stood up, scaring the old man to the point that he trembled. Yang Shunxing was afraid that this guy would contradict Hsu Fengnian again. He raised his hand and pressed on his son's shoulder, "Sit down and talk." Yang Huchen shook his head and raised his teacup. He said to Hsu Fengnian in a serious tone, "Prince, there's no wine. Let Yang Huchen be so bold as to use tea instead of wine to toast you and all Beiliang soldiers." Northern Liang had achieved the biggest wish of Yang Huchen in this life. No matter what kind of bullshit situation Li Yang and Northern Liang would face in the future, I, Yang Huchen, would owe you a bowl of wine. If you were to die on the battlefield of Liang Mang one day, I would lead my troops to the battlefield where you died and offer you a toast. If HSU Fengnian dies at the hands of the Liang Imperial Court in the future, I will go to the execution ground alone to toast you with a bowl of wine. Yang Shunxing closed his eyes. Huchen, this child, really wanted to die. How could he say such rebellious and unlucky words? But unexpectedly, HSU Fengnian also raised his teacup and stood up. He smiled. I have to drink this bowl of tea instead of wine. Also, if you, Yang Huchen, have the opportunity to come to Beiliang in the future, regardless of whether I'm dead or alive, remember to bring me a jar of good wine. How can one bowl be enough? HSU Fengnian and Yang Huchen both drank their tea in one gulp. In the distance, the middle-aged woman who couldn't hear the conversation clearly turned around and glanced at the three guests. While she was tidying up, she grumbled, "These men are really something. Drinking tea that costs only a few copper coins, yet they still have lofty aspirations. You're so particular." After drinking the tea, the former number 1 general of Ji Province, Yang Huchen, took his leave and returned. Yang Shunxing, who still had lingering fear, laughed and scolded, "Get out of here." HSU Fengnian and Yang Shunxing sat back down on their stools. The woman hurriedly picked up the teapot and poured another bowl of tea for the two of them. HSU Fengnian smiled and said, "Lady boss, don't just add tea without adding tea leaves. That's not very kind. Earlier, a bowl of tea cost 2 copper coins. Now, these 2 bowls are only 1 copper coin per bowl." The woman pinched HSU Fengnian's arm lightly with 2 fingers and laughed angrily. "Fine, fine, fine. 1 copper coin it is. Just take it as Auntie taking advantage of you. It's not that Auntie wants to criticize you, but you're quite handsome. Judging from your accent, you're also from Beiliang. Why are you not straightforward at all? Auntie may think you're pleasing to the eye, but if I really have to choose a man to spend my days with, I'd still choose that rough man from my family." HSU Fengnian smiled evilly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. You have a strong body and strength." The woman blushed and glared at him and said, "Little guy, you have a glib tongue. You look like a scholar, and a dabbler who can't even pass the exams." In the end, the woman hesitated and asked, unwilling to give up, "You really don't want Auntie to be the matchmaker?" HSU Fengnian laughed loudly and shook his head. "I already have a wife." At this moment, Yang Shunxing sighed. Beiliang was indeed not the same as Liang. HSU Fengnian restrained his smile and said softly, "People in poor places have a hard life. But while many people suffer, they don't accept their fate." Yang Shunxing nodded and said, "The elite soldiers of the world are from Liaodong and Lianglong. The ancient saying is not without reason." HSU Fengnian asked, "Official Yang, there are 2 paths. One is to be a deputy provincial governor who has nothing to do and spend the rest of your life in Mount Qingliang." Without waiting for HSU Fengnian to say the second path, Yang Shunxing said lightly, "Prince, I'll choose this path. I'm old and can't afford to be tossed around. Moreover, even if I leave the capital, I'm still in Jeju." HSU Fengnian smiled and said, "Fine. Our Beiliang isn't big and the scenery can't be compared to the Central Plains. But in any case, Mount Wudong can avoid the summer heat. Outside the Great Wall, Lingju is also a good place to spend the winter. Whenever you feel bored in Mount Qingliang, you can walk around." Yang Shunxing wanted to say something but stopped. The old man didn't dare to believe that HSU Fengnian would be so magnanimous. To be able to tolerate Yang Huchen's offense and even allow Yang Shunxing to enjoy life in Beiliang. If it were someone else who came to Beiliang to be a deputy provincial governor, they wouldn't be able to enter Yuju. HSU Fengnian looked into the distance and said softly, "Yang Huchen has a father who makes him willing to be a driver." I, HSU Fengnian, didn't jump out of a stone. Of course, I have my own reasons. My father, Xu Xiao, has old debts in this life. Some of the debts he owes him have been repaid, some of them have not been repaid. There are also those he owes others, some of which he has repaid, some of which he is destined to never be able to repay. HSU Fengnian glanced at the old man who had clearly forgotten a certain part of the past and smiled. Back then, there was a Liang commandant who, after losing to the king of Dongyu in succession, had saved up some money, but no one was willing to sell him several hundred soldiers. At the time, there was only one general called Yang Shunxing. Although he was also unwilling to sell his men, he was the only one who didn't make sarcastic remarks. One time, on the way to the Ministry of War's Yamen, he even took the initiative to chat with him. Many years later, that old man, who was no longer a junior commandant, told his son that one should hold a grudge, but one should also remember the good of others. Among them, he mentioned a general called Yang Shunxing who led soldiers into battle. He wasn't good, but he was passable as a person. Yang Shunxing said sadly, "So there was such an old story. I've already forgotten about it. I didn't expect the great general to still remember and even tell your highness about it." Afterwards, the old man stroked his snow-white beard and chuckled. "I, Yang Shunxing, should be content to have the great general personally say that I'm passable. Of course, as a general, I, Yang Shunxing, am still somewhat unconvinced that I'm not good at war, even if it was the great general who said it." HSU Fengnian didn't comment on this. He smiled and said, "In a moment, there will be people escorting official Yang to Liangju. I won't be seeing you off." Yang Shunxing nodded and said, "As it should be. I wouldn't dare delay your highness's journey." HSU Fengnian paid the bill. Very quickly, dozens of horses galloped over from the post house. Among them, there was a large horse with no rider. Yang Shunxing mounted the horse and cupped his fist to HSU Fengnian. "Your Highness, farewell." HSU Fengnian made a sound of acknowledgement. "Let's meet again in Liangju." The woman from the tea stall, who had been shocked by the dozens of horses, opened her mouth wide. She carefully pricked up her ears when she heard the title of Your Highness. After the cavalry was far away, she moved closer to HSU Fengnian and asked curiously, "Young man, your name is quite strange. Your surname is Wang and your name is Yi. Your parents are really generous with their names. However, from the looks of it, your father is a general of Beiliang, right? How about you take the money for the tea back?" HSU Fengnian, who was actually going to Lingju and not the Helan Mountains, shook his head and said with a smile, "If in another 2 years, proprietress, you can still sell tea here peacefully and I happen to come here to drink tea, can you give me a discount? How about it?" The woman smiled and said, "Sure, it's just a few copper coins. At most, I'll just scold my husband for being a wastrel. Sigh, it's a pity that when the time comes, I won't dare to touch you anymore." HSU Fengnian said helplessly, "You're still the one with a big heart." Strands of sunlight shone through the shade of the trees and fell on the small table, benches, and teacups. It was quiet and peaceful. Yang Shunxing, who was on horseback, looked back and vaguely saw the scene. For some reason, the old man in Beiliang had a thought. It was the Central Plains. Chapter 1594. HSU Fengnian led a dark cavalry warhorse along the edge of the post house. Just like how Yang Shunxing had many reservations in his words, HSU Fengnian naturally would not reveal everything to Yang Shunxing. The place he was going to next was not the Helan Mountains, where the army was pressing down on the border, but Lingju, which supported more than half of Beiliang's tax revenue. Even more secretive was that HSU Fengnian had already met Wang Sui. At the time, HSU Fengnian had only brought 800 White Horse loyalists with him, while Wang Sui had led Beimang's winter imprisonment, Wang Jingchong, and several hundred personal soldiers to separate from the main army and meet in secret. HSU Fengnian was in no hurry to Lingju. He sank into deep thought. Even though he had met with the commander of Beimang's Eastern Front, he still did not understand what Wang Sui was planning. It was clearly Wang Sui who had asked for this secret meeting, but when they actually met, Wang Sui did not say anything serious. In their conversation, other than talking about old friends and old matters, it was more like an elder meeting a somewhat promising nephew. However, while implicitly praising the younger generation, the old man did not forget to boast about his past glory. This made HSU Fengnian feel very helpless, and he very easily thought of Xu Xiao, who had retired in Mount Qingliang. During this time, Wang Sui mocked the situation in Liang, saying that each crab was worse than the last. Whether it was the talents of the court officials or the knowledge of the scholars, they were declining with each generation. He even cursed the two emperors of Liang as cowards, saying that they could only beat domestic dogs if they couldn't beat a wild wolf. They didn't dare to fight to the death with Beimang, so they could only deal with the remnants of West Chu. Although Hsu Fengnian did not agree, it did feel rather good to hear. In the end, Wang Sui took advantage of his seniority to pat Hsu Fengnian on the shoulder. Without another word, he swaggered off. From the beginning to the end, Wang Sui had only said one thing that hit the nail on the head. Since Wang Sui hadn't been able to reap any benefits from his hunting trip to the west, no one on the Eastern Front would be willing to make things difficult for Beiliang. Hsu Fengnian understood what the old man was implying. It was not that Beimang had given up on the Eastern Front, because most of the troops garrisoned on the Eastern Front of Beimang that were confronting Jiyu Zhentang were conservative forces on the grassland. They had no intention of attacking Beiliang in the first place and were more inclined to break through the gap between the two Liao and Great Peace City. Therefore, Wang Sui's obstruction at the eastern gate of Beimang was very likely to give the peace order and Dongzhuo a fatal blow. It was precisely these words that dispelled Hsu Fengnian's thoughts of trying to kill someone. He only chatted with the old man and did not act in the end. Thus, this trip to Helan Mountain could not be said to be a pleasant surprise, but at the same time, it could not be said to be a disappointment. For Beiliang, who had been seriously injured in the Battle of Liangmang, as long as there was no bad news, it was already good news. Thus, as long as Yang Shunxing did not come to Beiliang to take up the post of deputy Jidushi, Hsu Fengnian did not mind giving Yang Shunxing a stable life. He could even take the initiative to help this old man accumulate some merits so that Yang Shunxing would not be in a difficult position. Beiliang and Hsu Fengnian did this to Yang Shunxing, and it was the same to Administrator Han Lin of Lianhuai. Of course, this kind of forbearance could not be said to be hearty, nor could it be said to be chivalrous. Hsu Fengnian finally flipped onto the horse. Before he whipped the horse forward, he looked to the east. The woman at the tea stall was bored to death as she sat on a bench. She raised her head to look at the back of the scholarly young man on his horse, going further and further away on the post road. She thought about the scene of this handsome young man bargaining with her and smiled. She thought to herself that this young man's background was definitely not bad, but he was even haggling over a few copper coins. He really knew how to live his life. The capital of Lingju was filled with celebration. This kind of celebration came from top to bottom like the spring wind and rain. The people did not know why the city suddenly became lively again. Naturally, they guessed that there was a great victory outside Liangju Pass and Yuju Calabash Pass. However, there was no news that spread out, so no one could be sure. However, during this period of time, one could often see high-ranking officials and nobles, especially the important people of the general family, getting drunk. What was strange was that it was different from the past where the general children of the same generation would drink and chat merrily. This time, it was mostly a family or a few families that were separated by generations celebrating together. Some of the local wealthy families that were usually at odds with each other, now that they met on the narrow road in a restaurant, there was no hostile atmosphere and they passed by with a smile. In the dusk, a number of riders coincidentally stepped on the gate and entered the city, heading straight for Song Yang's mansion in Lingju. The gatekeeper was a clever person. He saw that although the riders were not wearing armor, they did not look like ordinary retainers of a rich and powerful family. Instead, they were elite soldiers with cold blades hanging at their waists. Song Yang, who received the gatekeeper's report, quickly walked out. When he saw Hsu Fengnian standing on the street with a horse, he was stunned. Hsu Fengnian had someone free up a horse for this Lingju political elder who admired legalism. The two of them slowly rode toward the provincial governor's residence. Song Yang's expression was emotional as he asked softly, "My lord, did we really win?" It seemed like Yang Huchen was not the only one who found it unbelievable. Even Song Yang, a member of Beiliang, did not dare to believe the intelligence reports from the border. Due to Hsu Fengnian's considerations, he did not announce the victory at the border with great fanfare in Beiliang. Even Song Yang, a lower third-rank official with real power, could only learn about the final results of the 3 battlefields from the simple intelligence reports. HSU Fengnian nodded and said, "It was a Pyrrhic victory." Song Yang's face suddenly flushed red and his lips trembled. This stubborn scholar who could straighten his back when he first met His Royal Highness was speechless for a moment. HSU Fengnian sighed and said, "This battle can still be fought. However, there shouldn't be too big of a battle in the next half a year. The border army can take a breather for now, but your Lingju will be in a terrible fix. You will only be busier than before." Song Yang smiled and said, "Compared to the other 3 provinces, only Lingju is far away from the smoke of war. For us peace officials, being a bit busy is nothing. I have only heard of people dying on the battlefield, rarely have I heard of people dying from exhaustion in the officialdom." HSU Fengnian hesitated for a moment. He looked at the bustling streets that were bustling even at night and said softly, "Xu Beiji is going to step down from his position as Lingju provincial governor and take over from Tian Peifang as Liangju provincial governor. However, the position that Xu Beiji vacated, Sir Song, you." HSU Fengnian did not finish his words. Song Yang remained silent. He did not reveal an expression of resentment, nor did he say anything like a civil official who only cared about the well-being of the people and did not ask for a high position and generous salary. HSU Fengnian felt a bit helpless and said, "Thousands of scholars have gone to the cold. Just like how some scholars from other places have privately criticized them, up until now, they have all been minor officials. It is like a rich and powerful gentleman casually giving alms to beggars on the side of the road. It does not conform to the logic of 1,000 gold coins supporting a scholar." Although Song Dongming has become the deputy administrator of Beiliang and is a secondary second-rank official, he is not strictly a scholar who has gone to the cold. As the rumors say, Song Dongming is more like Xu Beiji, Huangfu Qiong, and the others. He is a trusted aide that I, HSU Fengnian, made an exception and promoted based on my personal preference. At this point, HSU Fengnian gave a self-deprecating laugh. Now that Beiliang has won the war, logically speaking, it should be time for officials to make wishes and give these scholars who are crying piteously for food something to look forward to. Beiliang only has 4 provinces, and there are only so many official titles. There are already many scholars from other places in the various yamens. I can't chase away the local officials of Beiliang to make room for them. It is not suitable, so I can only use the position of Lingju provincial governor as a gimmick. Originally, with Sir Song's ability in governing, of course, you would be the best choice for the position of Lingju provincial governor." Song Yang finally spoke. He did not hide anything. On the contrary, he was very direct. He asked, "Prince, if I cannot become the provincial governor in Lingju, can I go to another province?" HSU Fengnian also said honestly, "After Tian Peifang is promoted to deputy administrator, Xu Beiji will take over. This is set in stone. The current provincial governor of Liuju is Yang Guangdou, and if nothing goes wrong, the next one will be Chen Shiliang. It can only be Chen Shiliang. After experiencing a series of wars in Liuju, to put it bluntly, even if I am willing to let Sir Song move to Liuju, it will be hard for you to convince the masses. This has nothing to do with your ability in governing. As for Yuju, I can tell you the truth. Hu Kuei, who wants to make a name for himself on the battlefield, will return to the border army very soon. However, the next provincial governor has to be chosen carefully. Compared to Liangju, Yuju places more importance on Wu Qingwen. Otherwise, Tian Peifang would not have been so sullen a few years ago, complaining that he was just a pretty face provincial governor. Back then, he tried his best to get a position in Lingju. This was something that everyone in Beiliang knew about. During the Great Battle of Liangmang, Yuju contributed a lot and suffered the most casualties. It is not appropriate for you to go to Yuju. Chapter 1595. Song Yang grimaced and said, "If you say so, then I will give up. It's good that we've talked about it so I don't have to keep thinking about it." Song Yang knew that he could not go to Liangju, Liuju, or Yuju. Not only would he not be promoted in Lingju this time, after setting the precedent of buying a horse with 1,000 taels of gold, there might not be a position suitable for Song Yang in the future because Lingju would become the best place for scholars to go to Liangju. The Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall that did not hear war drums and smoke was naturally suited for scholars. Beiliang might be able to form a stable situation of North Minister and South Minister. Thus, Song Yang was particularly worried. He was not a pedantic scholar. Although he was not the kind of official who was overly obsessed with fame and fortune, he was not blindly loyal to anyone. After all, one's ambition was directly linked to the size of the official's hat on one's head. Think about it, if Zhong Julu was a low-ranking official in a yamen, how could he have single-handedly created the power of Liang today? Hsu Fengnian gently exhaled. He did not turn his head to look at Song Yang. 3 years. If you can last 3 years, I can only do what I promised you in the beginning. If you feel wronged, I can let you leave Beiliang's officialdom and head to Great Peace City while Yangshan's apricot has cooled down. Hsu Fengnian said calmly, this is not me testing you. Ever since Xu Xiao, Beiliang has not had the habit of playing with the schemes of the court. On this land, there are not many scholars. How can they withstand the torment? If one can come out, it is one. Even if there are flowers blooming in the wall, there is fragrance outside the wall, I will not stop them, much less cut them down with a cold knife. Song Yang's body leaned back slightly, his shoulders rising and falling with the horse. He said lazily, if I, Song Yang, go to Great Peace City, can the son of the Zhao family keep pace with me? No way, right? Will he come personally to explain because I can't be promoted? No way, right? Song Yang's knees are not that hard, but at least in Beiliang, I don't have to go to court every day to kneel. Day after day, year after year, there is no end to it. A scholar standing as an official is more comfortable than kneeling as an official. Besides, my current position is not small. Of course, if one day the son of the Zhao family sends someone to find me and say, Song Yang, the 6 ministries of the imperial court lack a minister, why don't you make do with it for now? Later on, I'll let you go to the Secretariat and Menxia provinces to be the chief official. I guarantee that when you enter the coffin, you'll have the posthumous title of Wen Zhen or something. I guarantee that when the time comes, even if the prince stops me, I'll cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang myself. Hsu Fengnian laughed heartily. Lord Song, oh Lord Song, don't even think about it. Miss Song's appearance is not bad, but it's not to the point of bringing disaster to the country and its people. Not to mention her knowledge and ability, Secretary Yang is better than you when it comes to giving birth to a daughter. Song Yang very rudely snorted coldly. When they arrived at the provincial governor's residence, Xu Beiji was still as haughty as ever. After learning that the Prince of Northern Liang had come in person, he didn't even bother to show his face, let alone mustering a large force to open the Yi Gate. Xu Fengnian could only head to the study with Song Yang. The frightened steward carefully pushed open the door to the study, only to see the provincial governor, who had yet to take off his official robes, sitting on a chair and handling government affairs. The study was in a mess and books were scattered all over the floor. Xu Fengnian bent down to pick up the books. Song Yang smiled as he walked to the window and opened it for some fresh air. When Hsu Fengnian was almost done tidying up the study, only then did Xu Beiji put down his brush. Rubbing his wrist, he raised his head to glance at Hsu Fengnian. The latter smiled and said, right now, Song Dongming and Bai Yuxian are fighting on Mount Qingliang. Although they are both cultured scholars with status, so they won't cause too much trouble, I still don't feel at ease. Isn't that why I want you to go to Liangju to be a peacemaker, using your identity as provincial governor of Liangju to help me keep an eye on them? Xu Beiji said calmly, let's not talk about whether or not those two will have a knot in their hearts. Let's talk about the mess in Lingju. You don't let Song Biejia, who is familiar with the area, be the provincial governor just to appease the scholars going to Liangju. Do you really think there won't be any mistakes when the time comes? Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, then what do you think we should do? Xu Beiji went straight to the point and said, did Li Gongda say that he wanted to resign as administrator and have Song Dongming take his place? Hsu Fengnian nodded and said, he did say that. What he meant was that he didn't want to be the administrator and only wanted to keep the empty title of governor of the construction of the new city outside Liangju. However, I didn't agree to that. Xu Beiji smiled coldly and said, what, are you afraid that people will say that you are getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? That it will chill the hearts of the old officials of Beiliang? Or are you worried that Li Hanlin's side won't be able to justify it? HSU Fengnian smiled but didn't say anything. Xu Beiji was faintly angry and said in a low voice, "It's just Lingju. That's not small at all." HSU Fengnian shook his head and said, "It's not small, but it's not big enough either." Xu Beiji said, "Then let Sir Song be the provincial governor of Liangju. I'll just take up an idle position in Mount Qingliang. I can still help you keep things in check." HSU Fengnian still shook his head and threw a glance at Song Yang, who was watching the fire from the other side. Song Yang rejoiced in Xu Beiji's misfortune and said, "Your Highness, who in the world would be unwilling to be the provincial governor and only be an official of another person? Isn't this making things difficult for Song Yang? Besides, the provincial governor of Liangju is much more precious than our provincial governor of Lingju. I can't say such words that go against my heart. Besides, Provincial Governor Xu clearly wants to rise up. If I get involved, I'll lose the provincial governor and go to Liangju to sit on the cold bench. My position will become lower and lower. When Provincial Governor Xu comes to his senses one day, then the relationship that I've worked so hard to build up over the past few days will be gone. Whether it's for public or private reasons, I won't help your Highness persuade Provincial Governor." After Song Yang's interruption, the atmosphere in the study room was no longer as tense as before. Xu Beiji had probably vented all the resentment that had been building up for a long time. He quickly regained his composure and said, "Do you not trust Song Dongming or Bai Yu? Or do you not trust both of them?" HSU Fengnian moved a chair and sat down. "It's not that I'm suspicious of anyone, but with Zhu Zi at Mount Qingliang, I'll feel more at ease outside Beiliang Pass." Seeing Xu Beiji stare at him without blinking, HSU Fengnian felt a little guilty. Chen Shiliang won't leave Liangju no matter what. It's clear that he wants to take root there. I really can't do anything about it. Xu Beiji smiled slightly. Your Highness really knows how to take advantage of soft persimmons. HSU Fengnian resentfully did not reply. Song Yang's expression was strange. The relationship between His Highness and Xu Beiji and Chen Shiliang was really worth pondering. Otherwise, why would Provincial Governor Xu's tone sound like a woman fighting for the position of head wife? Xu Beiji's expression suddenly warmed up. Liangju is not easy. In that great battle where victory and defeat were on the line, both sides brought out their trump cards. This was especially true for Beiliang, who was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. Not only did the 30,000 Longxiong army enter the battlefield, but the two towns in Liangju, other than Qingcang, and the Liangju cavalry that had rushed over as reinforcements, even the 4,000 Western Region private soldiers that Liu Wenbao and Chai Dongdi of the Sima clan had temporarily gathered, as well as the 20,000 monk soldiers of Mount Lantuor that the Six-Pearl Bodhisattva had urgently mobilized. Even Cao Wei's 10,000 hidden elite cavalry had no choice but to turn around and reinforce Liangju. Only then did they manage to win this bloody battle by a hair's breadth. It could be said that the loss of any troop would have led to the fall of Liangju. Not to mention the fact that they were able to send a few thousand cavalry to the central battlefield after the battle to coordinate with the cavalry outside Beiliang's pass. In the end, they successfully forced Dong Zhuo to give up on his plan to destroy the jade and common stone. If it was just Beiliang's army that was wiped out at the mouth of the gorge, Dong Zhuo, who had already pulled out the nail in Hutu City, could completely ignore it and continue to advance south. Thus, it could be said that Liangju, which originally did not have much to do with the overall situation, was the true decisive factor in the Battle of Liangmang in the second year of Xiangfu. Xu Beiji stood up and stared at HSU Fengnian. "You should know that even if I stored up grain on a large scale before the battle and used various methods to borrow grain from the surrounding areas of Beiliang, even Western Shu, if we want to win the next battle, let alone the imperial court restricting the transport of grain, as long as the transport of grain from Liang does not fully support Beiliang, then the result is that it is not impossible to fight the war, but many of our people will die in Beiliang. Perhaps 30,000, perhaps 50,000, perhaps even more. Beiliang, what should we do?" HSU Fengnian sat quietly on the chair. After a long silence, he finally opened his mouth and said, "After I leave this study, I will make a trip to Great Peace City." Song Yang's expression changed dramatically. Xu Beiji suddenly slammed his fist on the table and said angrily, You, HSU Fengnian, can afford to lose this face, but my Beiliang cannot. Liu Jianyu of Hutu City, Wang Lingbao of Liuju, Tian Heng of Yuju. My Beiliang cannot afford to lose the tens of thousands of heroic souls that died in battle. HSU Fengnian silently stood up and silently walked out of the study. Song Yang wanted to speak but stopped. In the end, he only sighed. Xu Beiji roared angrily at that figure. The Beiliang cavalry can even stop 1,000,000 soldiers of Beimang. Is it very difficult to take down the 2 rivers of Liang? He did not stop walking. In the dark corridor, that figure that was not old was slightly hunched. Chapter 1596. This was an army of 800 cavalry that had left the vassal territories without the permission of the Bureau of Military Personnel. They had traveled from Beiliang to Yuju, through Hezhou, and were slowly making their way to the western part of the capital. Along the way, the garrisons of the various provinces that were supposed to stop this army of light cavalry kept quiet out of fear, not even making a token appearance to question them. As a result, the 800 cavalry moved through the northern border of Liang as if they were unstoppable. The elite cavalry of Beimang on the eastern front had done the same at the northern defense line of Jihe and Hezhou, but the problem was that Wang Sui had tens of thousands of soldiers under his command at the time, while this army of cavalry only numbered 800. According to normal reasoning, with just 800 people, forget about Liaodong where northern Mang and Liyang were both heavily garrisoned. Even if they were thrown into Guangling Road where the flames of war were swirling about, they still wouldn't be able to make a single ripple. Along with the 800 riders, who were far from being as fast as the wind and lightning, one by one, intelligence reports from Huaijidushi Cai Nan, Military Administrator Han Lin, King of Han Jiaoxiong, Deputy General Yang Huchen of Ji Province, and other important ministers, were delivered to the capital at the speed of 800 li. Finally, on the westernmost border of the capital, an elite force responsible for the safety of the capital appeared. This was the Jifu garrisoned army, with the western fortress camp as its main force. The 3 main camps of the Western Army had mobilized in full force, numbering 7,000 men, half on horseback and half on foot. This Western Army should have been led by Yuan Tingshan, who was conferred the title of Western Pacifying General. However, this Ji province general could not even keep his position, let alone have any control over the Western Army, which was second only to the Jingji Northern Army. The 7,000 soldiers of the Western Army today were led by Anshi General Zhao Gui, a member of the Zhao clan's imperial clan. Above his head was one of the 4 commandants of the capital with the title of General Fen Wu, the Huqi commandant, and Yuqi Changgong as his deputy. 7,000 well-rested soldiers were facing off against 800 travel-worn light cavalry, and the former were acting like they were facing a powerful foe. Yuqi Changgong, who was as famous as Yang Huchen and Song Li, was still able to maintain his composure. But Anshi General Zhao Gui was sweating profusely. He sat timidly on his horse, his stomach full of complaints as he softly cursed those old bastards from the imperial clan court. How could he be lying when he said that he was ill? Even Tang Taizhuang of the Ministry of War had turned a blind eye to it, but in the end, it was his own family that had harmed his own. He had even threatened that if he didn't want to lead the army, he would use the name of the imperial clan court to impeach his majesty for cowering at the last minute. Under the scorching sun, Zhao Gui felt like dying. If it had been 10 years ago, he would have led 7,000 soldiers to intercept a few hundred Beiliang barbarians in his own territory. Forget about the Ministry of War and the imperial clan court using both hard and soft tactics, they wouldn't have been able to stop him from reaping the rewards. However, as the cavalry left Beiliang, a few rumors spread from the northwest to the center of the capital, and then drifted out through the cracks of the Yaman's doors or the beaded curtains of the palace. After hearing these shocking news, Zhao Gui, who was far better at killing in bed than on the battlefield, was completely dumbfounded. Had these Beiliang barbarians really defeated a 1,000,000-strong army of Beimang? It was said that even the famous Beimang general, Yang Yuanzhan, had his head chopped off in that damned place called Gourdmouth. There were even people who swore that the Jingguan temples in Yuju were as numerous as the snowmen in the capital during winter. Zhao Gui's mouth twitched violently. He turned to Yuqi Changgong and asked in a trembling voice, "General Yuqi, if that little barbarian Shu, oh, no, it's the king of Beiliang. If the king of Beiliang refuses to stop, Are we really going to have to fight with them? Yuchi Changgong, who had been ousted from the position of General of Anshi by this noble of the imperial clan, said expressionlessly, "General Zhao, this is the order from above. We can't disobey it." In the past, whenever Zhao Gui met Captain Yuchi Changgong, he would purposely call him Sir Captain. Now, he squeezed out a smile and said, "Don't the military books say that subduing the enemy without fighting is the best of the best? If that king of Beiliang doesn't see the big picture, I have a good relationship with the Southern Army. Why don't we inform them and call a few thousand men over? It'll also teach the king of Beiliang the illustrious might of our garrisons in the capital." Yuchi Changgong calmly said, "General Zhao, if this general remembers correctly, no matter who it is, anyone who dares to privately transfer the capital's troops out of their garrisons will be beheaded. Let alone you and me, even Assistant Minister Tang of the Ministry of War doesn't have this right." Zhao Gui laughed dryly. "I'm just worried that the young vassal king, who spends most of his time in the northwest, doesn't know the severity of the situation." Yuchi Changgong narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance. He had no interest in chatting with this Anshi general, only patiently waiting for the next batch of scouts to bring back military intelligence. Compared to Zhao Gui, who was a so-called great general who had risen from the ranks of the dwarfs in the imperial family, Yuchi Changgong had gone to the front lines of the Liaodong border after he had reached the age of 20. He had worked hard to become a military officer at the border, and only then had he returned to the capital after his family had opened up some connections. He had risen step by step to his current position. Yuchi Changgong was naturally not an idiot like Zhao Gui, who had relied on his family name to reach his position. The number of people in the capital who truly knew the details of the battle in Beiliang could be counted on two hands. Even in the Ministry of War, the position of minister was currently vacant. Assistant Minister Xu Gong was patrolling the border. Perhaps only Assistant Minister Tang Taizhuang, who controlled the Ministry of War in the capital, knew the inside story. Because Yuchi Changgong had once trained in Liaodong, he had a valuable personal relationship with Assistant Minister Tang. As a result, he knew more about the truth of the Northwest than Zhao Gui. Not only did he know that Beiliang had repelled Beimang's million-man army on 3 fronts, he even had a rough estimate of the losses on Liang Mang's side. Yuchi Changgong had personally experienced the astonishing strength of the Beimang cavalry on the border. The more this was the case, the more shocked Yuchi Changgong felt. Although he appeared to be more composed than Zhao Gui, Yuchi Changgong's right hand had never left the saber at his waist. His knuckles had already turned white. Perhaps Zhao Gui was just afraid of the young man's status as a vassal king and the 300,000 Beiliang cavalry. At most, he might have added on the terrifying title of the new Prince Liang as a martial grandmaster. But Yuchi Changgong truly had no confidence that the 7,000 people who had been away from war for many years could withstand the charge of 800 cavalry. One charge could stabilize the formation, but after 2 or 3 times. On the battlefield of official history, regular soldiers faced rebels, top elites faced ordinary regular soldiers. The advantage of military strength on the surface had always been meaningless. Not to mention the distant past, just the spring and autumn war 20 to 30 years ago, when tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of bandits like locusts were killed by a few thousand imperial soldiers until rivers of blood flowed. When had this ever been a small number? And on a large-scale battlefield, it was not rare for one side to use thousands or even hundreds of elites to break through the enemy's formation. In the past, Yuchi Changgong did not look down on the Beiliang frontier army that was known as the best cavalry in the world like the scholars of Liang, but he did not take it too seriously. He always felt that the southern Ji infantry of the old General Yang Shunxing might not be able to compete with the Yuju infantry, but there was not much difference. He also felt that the Liao defense line, like the Duoyang elite cavalry and the Blackwater cavalry, were the top fighting force even in the Beiliang frontier army. But now, Yuchi Changgong was not so optimistic. Yuchi Changgong unconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt of his saber. His emotions were complicated. If the Beiliang cavalry was not 100,000, but a true 300,000, then would they be able to directly attack the Norland in the heart of Beimang and help the Central Plains completely conquer the desert and grassland for the first time? But if the Beiliang really had such a force, since they could take down Beimang, then even if it was more difficult to take down the Greaton city behind him, How difficult could it be? When the scout galloped over to report that the 800 cavalry were only 10 li away, Zhao Gui forced a smile and asked, "General Yuqi, I don't think the king of Beiliang will really start a war right under the emperor's feet, right?" Yuqi Changgong did not have the mood to hit Zhao Gui when he was down. He frowned and said, "Wait for them to advance another 5 li. If the Beiliang sends scouts to come into contact with our army, then it means that the vassal king will follow the rules." Unknowingly, Zhao Gui's helmet was a bit crooked. He reached out to support it with trembling hands and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He asked in a small voice, "If we don't see the Beiliang vanguard scouts, what do we do?" Yuqi Changgong said in a low voice, "Just go into formation and meet the enemy." Zhao Gui trembled and almost fell off his horse. He laughed to hide his embarrassment and comforted himself. It shouldn't be. Last time, the king of Beiliang came to the capital to meet the previous emperor. No matter if it was at the Maui embassy or in the court, he still followed the rules. It was clear that the Anshi general had automatically ignored the actions of the crown prince outside the imperial college and the disturbance at the Jojo embassy. He had even tossed to the back of his mind his bold words and lofty aspirations that he had once declared that if he ran into that little barbarian, he would exchange blows with him. The two armies had faced each other for less than 5 li, but there was still not a single Beiliang cavalry to appear. Zhao Gui slapped himself in the face and said angrily, "You jinx." Yuqi Changgong did not need to look at the cavalry behind him to feel that suffocating pressure. Thinking back to that year, when the Hu cavalry captain Yuqi Changgong went into battle as a sergeant in Liaodong for the first time, it was as if he could clearly hear his own heavy breathing. Chapter 1597. Because they were overly nervous, before the new soldiers charged, the entire world would become silent, so much so that people couldn't even hear the drums. Less than 3 li away, no Beiliang cavalry had left their ranks. Zhao Giru was dejected and no longer had the energy to talk to Yuqi Changgong. His eyes were dull as he muttered to himself on horseback, "King of Beiliang, can't we talk nicely? In the end, Beiliang and Liang are still one family. It's not good to fight with your own family. You Beiliang have killed hundreds of thousands of Beimang barbarians, haven't you killed enough yet? What kind of hero are you if you kill your own people? Besides, you're an expert on the same level as NG Tai. Fighting and killing with people like me is degrading." Yuqi Changgong raised a hand high. Without turning around, he roared with all his might, "Set up the formation." The 4,000 infantry were in the center, forming layers upon layers of defense. The shields were like walls, and the archers were ready to draw their bows. The 3,000 cavalry on the left and right wings began to raise their spears. According to the intelligence reports from Lianghuai and Zhaogo, the 800 Beiliang light cavalry didn't carry any spears, only crossbows and sabers. Yuqi Changgong, who had already urged his horse to the front of the left wing's west base camp, sadly discovered that he seemed to have become that fledgling of the Liaodong border army again. West Base Camp was the first camp of the Jingji Western Army. It had always been arrogant and believed that it alone could defeat the other two camps. The camp's name came from the West Wall. However, after 20 years, everyone, including Yuqi Changgong himself, had forgotten who had taken down the West Wall. It seemed that only now, when they stood opposite Beiliang and had to face the Shu family's cavalry head-on, did they realize this forgotten truth. The pale-faced Anshi General Zhao Giru led a group of his own cavalry and retainers to the right wing of the cavalry, constantly glancing in Yuqi Changgong's direction. This was the first time in his life that he regretted becoming enemies with Yuqi Changgong. Every time there was a war, there had to be a high-ranking officer leading the charge. Originally, this was the military law of Liang. However, other than the two Liao provinces, and at most Nanjiang, the military forces of the vast majority of other places were more or less not so rigid and rigid. Right now, the main general Zhao Gui was continuously retreating backwards, causing the entire right-wing cavalry to become slightly restless, their formation starting to become lax. Although the ordinary soldiers in the Jingji Western Army did not know the shocking news that Beiliang had defeated Beimang, who had not heard that the new Prince Liang was a martial arts grandmaster who had defeated Wang Xianji of the Wulin city. This was an immortal who could fly around. Even if they felt that the young prince would not be able to kill all 7,000 soldiers, It should be possible for him to kill 700 or 800 people, right? As one of the two wings of the cavalry, wouldn't they be the first to die if they charged at the front? If that was the case, 1 out of 3 or 4 cavalry would die. If they were unlucky, wouldn't they be slaughtered like chickens? Even if they were lucky enough to survive, the young vassal king led by 300,000 Bailiang cavalry had died in this place, causing the Bailiang army to attack Great Peace City. Who would be responsible for this? It would be them, the little pawns. Would the powerful leaders of the 6 ministries be loyal to you? Under the sun, on the ground. In everyone's sight, the light cavalry dressed in white armor shone brightly. The 800 cavalry slowly advanced and did not start a charge. Just as everyone thought that the Bailiang cavalry would stop in front of the formation and then send someone to negotiate with the Archie General and Lieutenant Hu Chi. Strange things happened. The 800 cavalry formed a charging formation in the blink of an eye. There were no spears. But the 800 white-armored cavalry all gripped the Bailiang sabers at their waists. It was clear that this Bailiang cavalry, who were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers, could still pull out their sabers at any moment and start a charge at any moment against the 7,000 soldiers of the imperial court waiting for them to tire out. The Archie General Zhao Gui started to gallop his horse, but he did not charge in to kill the enemy. Instead, he displayed astounding riding skills and circled to the back of the right-wing cavalry. Lieutenant Hu Chi Changgong knew that as long as the Bailiang cavalry started to charge, whether they won or lost, it would be a small matter. Once the imperial court and Bailiang had a falling out, Yuchi Changgong and the entire Yuchi family would not be able to bear the blame. But at the same time, he could not retreat, not even a step. If he were to retire today, then his official career in this lifetime would be completely over. Not only would he, Yuchi Changgong, suffer a calamity, but his entire family could forget about having a comfortable day in Li Yang's officialdom. So Yuchi Changgong suddenly squeezed his horse's belly and rode out alone. He came to less than 100 paces from the front line of the Bailiang cavalry. He bowed, cupped his fists, and said loudly, "This general, Yuchi Changgong, greets the king of Bailiang." Each of the Bailiang cavalry lines had no more than 200 men, and in the center was a single, eye-catching ordinary carriage. There were only 4 or 5 escorting horses nearby. The curtains of the carriage were still and lowered. Receiving no response, the lieutenant continued to lower his head and said loudly, reporting to the king of Bailiang, "The vassal kings have entered the capital." According to the laws of Li Yang, the retainers of the Bailiang and Huainan kings need to stop at the capital's western army camp. Yuchi Changgong cupped his fists. Each day felt like a year. This officer with real power gritted his teeth and slowly raised his head. When he saw a Bailiang cavalry officer who looked like a lieutenant, he did not show any signs of wanting to speak, but his hand had changed from gripping his saber to pulling it out. Yuchi Changgong swallowed and braced himself to say hoarsely, "This general earnestly requests the king of Bailiang to act according to the laws." At this moment, an uproar came from the western army. Yuchi Changgong, who had already lost all hope, turned his head in shock and saw 3 riders galloping over. One of them was an old eunuch from the palace, wearing an eye-catching red embroidered robe. He held up a yellow handkerchief and shouted in a shrill voice, "The imperial edict has arrived." In addition, there was a rather young official among the 2 riders. Looking at his official patch, he should be an outstanding figure from the Ministry of War. Yuchi Changgong immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. It was as if he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell, and he almost collapsed on the back of his horse. The lieutenant of the Hu cavalry, who was listening to the announcement beside the eunuch, did not hear what the imperial edict said in detail. He only understood the general meaning. It said that the emperor had specially authorized 800 vassal kings to enter the capital with the king of Bailiang and set up camp near the Xiaomawei post station. When the old eunuch in the embroidered robe shouted the words "accept the edict," everyone was silent. Especially that young official from the Ministry of War. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful smile. The official from the Ministry of Rights who had been unlucky and had been captured to be an evil person was much more shrewd. He kept his head down. If the imperial edict had not just ended, he would have pretended to doze off on the back of his horse. The curtain of the carriage did not move at all. The old eunuch who held the position of eunuch in the Bureau of Rights had a face as stiff as the bark of a tree. It did not move at all. Even Yuchi Changong could feel the dark presence of the old eunuch. As the second-in-command of the Bureau of Rights, one of the most important people among the eunuchs of Great Peace City, he was able to wear the red embroidered robe. At this moment, even in the face of such a rebellious official, the old man still suppressed his anger and did not show any other expression. He did not speak as he held the imperial edict. A voice rang out, "Are you done?" The old eunuch stilled and then finally lowered his head. He slowly said, "Finished." The voice in the carriage did not change in tone. "Then make way for this king." Yuchi Changong was tongue-tied. The young official from the Ministry of War was about to reprimand when the old eunuch turned his head and glared darkly at the latter. Then this eunuch from the Bureau of Rights that even the ministers had to treat with respect said softly to Yuchi Changong, "Captain Yuchi, why are you not protecting the king of Beiliang?" When Yuchi Changong turned his horse around to command the army to spread out, Jiao Tingshu, who was currently in the limelight in the capital and had risen to fame in the Ministry of War, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. The old eunuch lowered his head and said in a soft voice, "King of Beiliang, this old servant has to return to the capital and cannot accompany your highness." There was no response from the carriage. The old eunuch led the two officials from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights back. The imperial edict was still there. Since Li Yang unified the world, from the first year of Yonghui to the second year of Shangfu, only 2 imperial edicts had been rejected. And the person who had rejected the imperial edict was the same person. It was that king of Beiliang who didn't even bother to lift the curtain of the carriage. The official from the Ministry of Rights carefully glanced at the eunuch from the Bureau of Rights. There was no change in the old man's expression. Jiao Tingshu turned his head to look at the 800 cavalry passing through the center of the infantry formation of the Western Army. He sneered, "Such arrogance." The official from the Ministry of Rights clearly did not see how the eunuch opened his mouth, but he could hear a soft laugh coming from his throat. This made his hairs stand on end. Jiao Tingshu's lips curled up again. Previously, he had intentionally or unintentionally slowed down, and the eunuch had not raised any objections. Jiao Tingshu knew that a good show was about to begin. Because this was Great Peace City, not Beiliang. When the walls of Great Peace City slowly entered the sight of the Beiliang cavalry, they appeared even taller and more majestic. Hsu Fengnian finally lifted a corner of the curtain and looked over. He wore the embroidered robe that had been sewn by the Beiliang Bureau of Gold Thread Weaving. He smiled at the carriage driver and said, "The last time I came here, I felt that the walls were very tall. Looking at it now, it does not seem as tall as the Jing temples at the mouth of our gorge." Xu Yanbing, who was acting as the carriage driver, jerked his lips but did not speak. In the second year of Shangfu, late autumn, the king of Beiliang entered the capital. Chapter 1598. It was said that there was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. Although the city walls of Grayton were high, the wind was also strong, and there were countless whispers. Therefore, gossip could always spread to every corner at an astonishing speed. Not long after the new Prince Liang stayed at the Mawei post house, the conflict between Beiliang's cavalry and the Jingji Western Army spread like wildfire. As a result, the minister of the Ministry of Rights personally welcoming the prince into the city gave people an unusual feeling. Most people, while praising the emperor's magnanimity, spared no effort in cursing the young prince's rudeness and unreasonableness. They thought that the court should have left this northwest barbarian outside the city until he suddenly came to his senses and learned to submit a memorial to the emperor to ask for forgiveness. Only then would he be allowed to enter the city. Compared to the common people who didn't know the depth of the water, the civil and military officials of Grayton City, especially those who were qualified to participate in the morning court and had entered the Liang officialdom, should have been the most confident group of people who could order Beiliang around. This time, for the first time, they were all silent. It was rare to see a grand occasion where one dog barked and hundreds of dogs barked. For example, the censorate censor and the 6 branches censors, who were not high officials but had noble statuses, after privately communicating with each other, they all gave up the idea of impeaching the young prince. The reason was simple. As the carriage entered Grayton City, In addition to the confrontation between Beiliang's light cavalry and the two generals, Zhao Guiwei and Kai Changgong, the shocking news of Beiliang defeating Beimang was also brought to the capital. At this sensitive time, it was useless to impeach the number one warrior of the new dynasty, no matter how many reasons you came up with. On the other hand, how many enemies had the Liang border army, which was built with half the country's taxes, killed in 20 years? Was it 100,000? According to the military law of Liang, seizing 80 heads of northern Mang was enough for a low-level soldier to be promoted to a military officer of the border army. It was said that this time, not only did northern Liang kill countless enemies, they even took the head of northern Mang's great general Yang Yuanzhan. If they were to be rewarded based on merit, how great of a military merit would this be? Since Xu Xiaoman was already a prince, then the title of marquis that the scholars of Liang dreamed of was meaningless. Could it be that the previous emperor had just taken away the old Prince Liang's title, and in the blink of an eye, he was going to take it back from the hands of the current emperor? At the same time, the low-ranking officials of the capital naturally began to silently criticize the Beimang barbarians. Previously, the army on the eastern front had aggressively advanced all the way to Gord, Xiaoguang city. Beiliang's 300,000 border army could drive Beimang's million-strong army back to their homeland, and the Liang border army was not small either. Don't talk about loud thunder but small raindrops. Your Liang border army hadn't even had a decent thunder in 20 years. HSU Fengnian only took Xu Yanbing to the Mawei post house. The 800 White Horse Guards were all arranged by the Ministry of War's Ministry of Rights to appropriate accommodations near the post house. After HSU Fengnian got off the carriage, he found that the many officials of the post house were different from the last time he came to the capital. They were all younger and unfamiliar faces. When they saw the king of Beiliang in his black and gold embroidered robe, their eyes were filled with deep fear. HSU Fengnian raised his head to look at the dragon claw locust tree outside the post house. It was still there, but the people had changed. The Mawei post house had always been a post house that belonged exclusively to the Beiliang Road. It was also one of the few post houses that could be built in the capital. Because the old prince of Liang, Xu Xiao, rarely came to the capital to meet the emperor after he was made king, it had always been a gloomy scene. The officials of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue had suggested countless times that the post house should be dismantled. As a result, when the officials of the two ministries joined the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue a few years ago, repeating the same old tune became a custom. It was like a pledge of allegiance. If anyone dared to not submit a memorial to the emperor regarding this matter, it was inevitable that they would be ostracized and pinched by their senior colleagues. However, the late emperor and the current son of heaven both had a subtle attitude toward this matter, so much so that there were old foxes in the officialdom who joked that if one day the Demawei Yi hostel was really demolished, it would be very boring. HSU Fengnian was very familiar with the post house. He asked for a room in the back courtyard from the post house officer Hong. After the trembling post house officer slowly left with his body bowed, HSU Fengnian moved 2 rattan chairs under the eaves. He and Xu Yanbing each sat down. In the eyes of Mount Qingliang, this was HSU Fengnian's last-minute decision to rush into the capital. It was not that there were no objections. However, HSU Fengnian's control over the Beiliang cavalry and the entire Beiliang road officialdom could be said to have reached its peak. Other than Xu Beiji, who had flown into a rage when they met in Lingju, only Song Dongming had sent a spy from the Fu Shuifang to deliver a secret letter. The wording of the letter was implicit. It was probably not in favor of HSU Fengnian taking the risk. It probably also expressed the thoughts of a group of old generals like Yang Wenwan. Only Bai Yu, who had arrived late from Wutonggan, sent a letter. His words were supportive. Xu Yanbing said softly, Second Commandery Princess said to let Huyen Daguan follow into the capital. Prince should have agreed to it. A centipede dies but does not fall down. Moreover, the Zhao clan in Liang is far from the point of decline. Even without Han Shengxian, Liu Haoshe, and Qi Jiajie, there are not many qi cultivators left after 2 twists and turns. However, it is still the most virtuous city in the world. It should not be underestimated. HSU Fengnian smiled and said, I did not ask Huyen Daguan to come out of the mountain. The Zhao clan's emperor also did not ask Jiyu Jiantang to rush into the capital. Let's call it even. Xu Yanbing sighed and said, if the imperial edict had come a little later, Beiliang would have parted ways with the Zhao clan. Hsu Fengnian shook his head and said, there won't be a fight. Zhao Zhuan's original intention was to let the Jingji Western Army test my bottom line. If we were easy to negotiate with, then he would have the confidence to demand an exorbitant price. If I did not guess wrongly, the eunuch from the ceremony directorate who was in charge of writing the imperial edict must have been instructed by the emperor to show up at the right time. Therefore, no matter what, they would not start a fight in the capital region. If they really fought, a total of 7,000 elites would be scared witless by 800 cavalry. Where would the emperor and the imperial court put their faces? Moreover, even if the Western army was lucky enough to win, it would still be a terrible mess to clean up. Hearing Hsu Fengnian deliberately emphasize the word elites, Xu Yanbing smiled knowingly. Beiliang's local garrison. Not to mention Liangju and Yuju, perhaps even Lingju is tougher than them. Hsu Fengnian did not mock him at all. Actually, the foundation of the Liang army is still there. Unfortunately, after 20 years of peace, the annual military exercises cannot compare to the real fighting of the border army. Therefore, they have lost their edge. After all, there is a world of difference between a sharpened blade and a sharpened blade. However, if they are given a few years to hone themselves in the flames of war, they may not be too bad. For example, if Beiliang wanted to establish a country, it would only be a small Beimang at most and would not be able to outlast Liang, whose national strength was growing day by day. However, if Beiliang staked everything on one throw and under the precondition that Beimang did not take advantage of the situation to intervene in the Central Plains, they could charge thousands of li to attack Greaton City. I believe they could take down the Huai River. At this point, Hsu Fengnian smiled. 1 month, at most 1 month, the Beiliang cavalry would be able to wipe out the entire northern front of Liang, including Jiju. Also, their losses would not exceed 20,000. They would directly reach Greaton City. Hsu Fengnian put his hands under his head and gazed at the sky above Jingdo. However, it would be too difficult to break into Jingdo. In the area around Jingdo, other than the south, which is good for cavalry, the other places are not. When the time comes, not to mention Jiyu Jiantang's 2 Liao border armies, the king of Jiaodong Zhao Sui, and the king of Jing and Zhao Zun, perhaps even the Nanjiang army would take advantage of the situation to head north. However, the former all want to contribute to the rescue of the king, while the latter have more thoughts and want to benefit from the battle. Don't forget that there is also the ambitious Chen Zhibao. As for Lu Shengxiang and Tang Taizhuang, they are not mediocre people. One battle of Guangling could allow Ku Jianghuai of the western frontier to quickly rise to the ranks of famous generals. After a long battle, it would be easy for Liang to have a few kings of the western frontier or Ma Jianghuai. If Beiliang and West Chu are allies, their chances of winning are higher. On the other hand, can't a desperate Liang go and borrow troops from Beimang? Chapter 1599. Hsu Fengnian said quietly, even if all the Beiliang cavalry are willing to follow Hsu Fengnian as rebels, how many people will die in battle in foreign lands? How many people will die in the world? If the Beiliang cavalry takes this opportunity to invade the Central Plains, not to mention being a sinner for all eternity, just Xu Xiao will not be able to sleep well. Xu Yanbing said sincerely, being an official is harder than practicing martial arts. People who practice martial arts may be able to become grandmasters if they are stubborn. If an official is stubborn, there is no future. If being an official is already like this, there is no need to mention being a vassal king or an emperor. Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, it is difficult to follow one's heart. There is no harm in settling for the second best and having a clear conscience. There was silence for a moment. Xu Yanbing suddenly asked, what are you going to say next? Hsu Fengnian said quietly, when the capital is established and the heat is enough, I will attend another court conference. After that, will Huan Wen or Qi Yanglong see me? Will they use emotion to move me, or will they use force to lure me? I am actually very curious. The Jiangnan Lu family had 2 ministers. The former Minister of Rights, Lu Daolin, and the former Minister of War, Lu Baijie, had both left the capital one after the other. One had retired and returned to his hometown, while the other had transferred to Guangling. At present, it seemed that their situation was much better than the Song family. However, under the surging undercurrents, as long as one did not die and had not received the final posthumous title, no one knew whether the final outcome would be good or bad. Kong Zhenrong of the Ministry of War, Yang Chiji of the Hanlin Academy, Chen Wang, Sun Yin, Lu Shu. The scholar Yang Jieshi, Assistant Minister of Rites Jin Lanting. There were also two groups of nobles led by Yin Changeng and Wang Yuanran. It seemed that HSU Fengnian knew more people than expected. Xu Yanbing's expression was worried. But what if the court refuses to let go of the transport? HSU Fengnian's answer shocked even Xu Yanbing. Liang Mang won't have any war for a short period of time. You, Li Yang, have the best Beiliang cavalry in the world, but you don't use them. You just watch as West Chu wins one battle after another. Isn't that too outrageous? I, HSU Fengnian, am still willing to help the Imperial Court solve their problems. The bottom line is that the Imperial Court is stingy and doesn't want to give Beiliang food. But that's fine, Beiliang is still willing to send troop. Not only do we have to dispatch troops, we have to have the Great Snow Dragon cavalry rush to Guangling Road. Xu Yanbing rubbed his chin. If I were sitting on the dragon throne, I would have a headache. HSU Fengnian sat up and squinted his eyes as he smiled. Not only do I have a headache, but even Li Yang's crotch hurts. At this moment, Xu Yanbing glanced at the courtyard wall, a cold smile on his lips. HSU Fengnian sighed. It reminds me of Qi Jiajie from Escape Summer Town. His entrance posture is carved from the same mold. He wants nothing more than to be closer to the sword than to Huang Qing. The post-house officer surnamed Hong walked into the courtyard with a sullen face. He said carefully, "Your Highness, there is a guest outside the post-house." HSU Fengnian nodded. "I know. Go back and tell him that I told him to get lost." The post-house officer's face visibly twitched, but he still respectfully left the courtyard. Not long after, someone spoke in a clear voice that could be heard even from 2 streets away. "I am Qi Jiajie's first disciple, Li Haoran. I invite the King of Beiliang to a battle to the death." HSU Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xu Yanbing was the same. He clicked his tongue and said, "Is this guy's brain flooded with water? A battle to the death?" Coincidentally, right after the famous swordsman of the capital, Li Haoran's challenge, another loud voice anxiously shouted, "Mother f***ka. I don't care whose disciple you are. I came to the Mawei post house first. If I didn't go to the latrine just now, you wouldn't have had a chance. If I want to fight with the King of Beiliang, I'll be the first one. King of Beiliang, don't listen to the nonsense of this guy next to me. I'll go first. I am Wu Laifu, a hero from Jinju in Liaodong. Today, I would like to challenge your highness to a battle. I would like to challenge your highness." Soon, the hero from the post house, who had almost been intercepted by Li Haoran, added, "Your highness, we're actually from the same hometown." HSU Fengnian, who was sitting on a rattan chair, held his forehead. Xu Yanbing asked, "Should I just send him away?" HSU Fengnian stood up and joked, "It's fine. I'm going to see my fellow countrymen." But when HSU Fengnian walked out of the post house, he saw that the street was deserted. There was only a handsome young swordsman standing there, and countless heads poking out of the windows of the restaurants and tea houses on both sides of the street. HSU Fengnian was somewhat puzzled. He turned to the post-house officer and asked, "That guy from Jinju in Liaodong?" The post-house officer had a strange expression on his face as he whispered, "Reporting to your highness. For some reason, that person didn't even see your highness figure when he yelled killing intent, and then he ran away like a wisp of smoke." HSU Fengnian was speechless. This guy was a talent. He had the style of a certain person back in the day. Li Haoran, who had lost all of his momentum because of that guy's antics, had a gloomy expression. But when he saw the King of Beiliang in his embroidered robe appear, he felt an inexplicable surge of emotions. His sword heart was instantly covered in dust, and it was no longer as bright and clear as when he first appeared. What was even more frustrating was that the bastard surnamed Wu from Liaodong had returned. He trotted all the way to Li Haoran's side, with a rusty iron saber in a black scabbard at his waist. He grinned foolishly and said, "King of Beiliang, as usual, I'll go first. I had something to do just now, so I went to the neighboring street. Today, I, Wu Laifu, don't dare to disturb your highness too much. As long as your highness can take one saber strike from me, just one saber strike, I'll leave without another word. How about it?" Hsu Fengnian smiled playfully and nodded, "Okay." Countless onlookers behind the windows on both sides of the street saw that guy step out and shout angrily. He suddenly pulled out his saber, but didn't move forward. Then. There was no then. Li Haoran took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. The street was dead silent. After a long wait, the saberman put his saber back into its scabbard, stood still, and cupped his fists. He said, "King of Beiliang, you've reached the mysterious realm of having a saber in your heart even without a saber in your hand. This time, we've exchanged blows at the peak, and I've lost. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. We'll meet again someday." The swordsman turned around, shook his head, and strode away. He fully displayed the demeanor of a master. "Son of a bitch, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You should at least give me a saber strike. Bastard, you still want to exchange blows at the peak? Peek your ass. You're called Wu Laifu, right? I'll remember you. I'll find someone to beat you to death later." Countless curses were hurled on the street. Some extremely angry onlookers not only threw teacups and wine bowls out of the window, but the hot-tempered ones even smashed chairs on the street. There were even a few groups of people who couldn't bear it anymore. They had already rushed to the street, wanting to teach that guy a lesson. Unfortunately, that guy quickly disappeared. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. Not to mention how good his martial arts were, he ran very fast. The green-robed swordsman, Li Haoran, who had finally recovered his calm state of mind, said in a deep voice, "King of Beiliang, can we fight now?" The crowd thought that the good show had finally begun. As the first disciple of Mr. Qi, Li Haoran was also one of the top swordsmen in the capital. Even if he couldn't win against the young king of Jianghu, it shouldn't be a problem for him to exchange 30 or 40 blows, right? Then, the feng shui treasured land that they had spent a lot of money to fight for would be worth it. Hsu Fengnian didn't pay attention to Li Haoran. Instead, he looked at the end of the street. 3 figures, tall and short, old and young, stood side by side without making a sound. Further behind the 3, there was a man with a green-robed child sitting on his neck. There was also a young Taoist who appeared from the corner. He had a peachwood sword on his waist, and his Taoist robe fluttered as he walked. He was an immortal. At some unknown time, Xu Yanbing had come to Hsu Fengnian's side. Hsu Fengnian did not pay attention to these people who were receiving guests for Great Peace City. He raised his head to look at the roof of a restaurant and suppressed his laughter. There was a strange little girl wearing a cheap mink hat sitting there, munching on a large flatbread. She was leisurely. Hsu Fengnian's mood immediately became good. His smile was bright. There were many brave young women who had spent a lot of money to buy seats on the street. When they saw this scene, they were stunned. The little girl on the roof snorted. Chapter 1600. The street leading to Xiaomawei Post House was not wide, not long, and there were not many people. But when those people scattered on the street, facing the post house from a distance, even the short-sighted layman realized that something was wrong. In other words, the situation of the young king was not very good. Xu Yanbing smiled. "It's quite a big scene." Hsu Fengnian said, "The 3 people standing side by side seem to be old friends of the Fu Shui room. Other than Yuan Bengxi who created the Jiao Go, there are 5 other people who really work. Among them, the one from the Guangling sect died in front of Yuan Bengxi and was killed by Cao Chongqing. The crippled old man in front of us is the 2nd minister of the Ministry of Justice who should have a copper fish embroidered bag on his waist. I only know that his surname is Yao. Like Master Liu Hao, he is a gatekeeper of Taiyan City. He can be considered as the leader of the Jiao Go. He looks like a young man who is good at retaining his youth. In his early years, he deliberately fought a few times, but it turned out to be a trick. This person has never appeared in the Imperial Astronomer, So he was mistaken as a small fry in the Fu Shui room's secret files. No one expected him to be the leader of the Jiao Go who was in charge of all the qi cultivators in the north. But since he dared to show up this time, he can be sure that he is one of the leaders of the Jiao Go. The young man with the short knife on his back should be similar to the Jiao Xuansu from the Dragon Tiger Mountain who was killed by Ng Tai's flying sword. He used a secret technique to regain his youth. No wonder the Fu Shui room could not find any trace of him. Who would have thought that a person would become younger as he lived? He did not even need to disguise himself. But since he is a young man and has not become a child, it means that his cultivation is not very good. Compared to the three people, Hsu Fengnian paid more attention to the man who was riding the girl in green. He was an outstanding young Taoist. Yu Groom, Qi Xianxia, these two are unexpected people. Xu Yanbing asked, "What do you mean?" Hsu Fengnian blinked his eyes and said in a low voice, "I'm a dignified vassal king. Isn't it unreasonable for me to fight and kill with a large group of people who carry the banner of Jianghu? If I win, I'll still be one of the 4 great grandmasters, and I won't be the strongest person in the world above the other 3. If it's a draw, even if I challenge a group of them, I'll still lose face." Xu Yanbing looked a little helpless. "Your Highness, just admit to me honestly that it's inconvenient for you to fight with your internal injuries, and that it's very likely that you'll lose if you're surrounded. Isn't that enough?" Hsu Fengnian suddenly said seriously, "The problem is, I intend to fight them." Xu Yanbing's face was full of surprise. He looked at Xu Fengnian solemnly, waiting for the answer. Hsu Fengnian nodded. Xu Yanbing smiled as he turned around and walked back to the post house without any hesitation. At the end of the street, the girl in green sitting on Yu Groom's neck asked softly, Xiao Yu, why did the uncle who was the world's #1 spear master leave? He doesn't care about that guy's life or death. Didn't you just say that there was something wrong with that guy, and that the qi in his body was quite chaotic? It's like a flood dragon overturning the river. Did the sea cause a flood? Yu Groom said softly, I'm not too sure, but don't you think that at this time, he suddenly became very similar to 2 people? The girl stared with wide eyes and said in distress, like who? I don't recognize him. Yu Groom's expression was complicated. There was bitterness, fascination, and a rare trace of confusion. The invincible Li Chungang 60 years ago, and the invincible Wang Shenji 60 years ago. Yu Groom sighed. Let's go, let's see if there's any sugar-coated whores nearby. The girl in green grunted in agreement. Yu Groom walked to Qi Xianxia, the young celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain who had been in Jianghu for many years. He looked at the peachwood sword on the young Taoist's waist and asked, Taoist Master Qi, how many swords do you want to ask the king of Beiliang? Qi Xianxia, who was once known for his cold temperament, smiled at the girl in green first, and then calmly said to Yu Groom, no swords, just Dao. Yu Groom continued to ask, I heard that Taoist Master Qi and Master Li of Wudang walked together for thousands of miles along the Guangling River. May I ask what Taoist Master Qi wants to ask today? Is it the Tao of Reason or the Tao of Heaven? Is it going up the mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Or is it going down the mountain of Wudang Mountain? The little girl sighed like an old man and said sadly, Xiao Yu, I don't understand. Qi Xianxia looked as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned pale, and then he closed his eyes and his lips moved slightly, constantly whispering, Tao is not immortal, Tao is not immortal. Yu Groom turned his head and looked at the king of vassals standing at the entrance of the post house, and then looked at the Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain who was close at hand. The little girl knocked on Yu Groom's head with her chin and asked in confusion, Xiao Yu, you said that he is a Taoist. If he doesn't cultivate for immortality, what does he want? Yu Groom and Qi Xianxia brushed past each other. After they were far away, Yu Groom said, it's hard to say, but I think this Taoist from Taoist Master Mansion is going down the mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain and up the mountain of Wudong Mountain. Chapter 1601. What the world did not know was that on this day, the purple gold lotus shrouded in celestial qi on Dragon Tiger Mountain grew and bloomed 6 purple gold lotuses. Qi Xianxia, who was half a step away from attaining immortality, lost all his cultivation in an instant. When he left Great Peace City, he only looked down at the road, filled with joy, and said softly, The great Tao is here. There was one less celestial in the heavens and one more in the human world. Almost at the same time, Li Yufu, the master and disciple who had reached the spring god lake along the Guangling River, bowed solemnly in the direction of Great Peace City. The first to notice the signs was not Xu Yanbing, who was at the peak of the martial way, but Hsu Fengnian, who still had sword qi in his body. However, he chose not to do anything. The boorish-looking Grandmaster Qi refinement warrior from the north also sensed something strange. He turned around and stared at the Taoist from Dragon Tiger Mountain, as if he was in a dilemma. He was hesitating whether he should stop Qi Shenxia's rebellious behavior. But in the end, he sighed deeply and gave up the idea of stopping Qi Shenxia. Regardless of whether Qi Shenxia had attained Tao or not, from this moment on, Zhao Go, who followed his heart and chose to support the dragon instead of mending the hole in the heavenly way, knew that he had no hope of attaining the unity of heaven and man in this life. Regret flashed across his face and he laughed. Earth Celestial. What a Earth Celestial! In an instant, the middle-aged Qi refinement warrior turned into an old man past his prime. However, as he aged at a visible rate, the martial way of the number one Qi cultivator in the north advanced rapidly. He climbed from the mysterious celestial realm to the great celestial realm before stabilizing. However, most of the people on the streets weren't even at master realm, much less grade 1. They couldn't sense the aura at all and just felt like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Apart from being shocked, they exchanged glances with one another and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. The crippled old man said in a low voice, "What happened?" The Qi cultivator smiled. "It's half good and half bad. In the future, he might be able to become an Earth Celestial." The young man with the saber behind him was both gratified and jealous. He said in a bad mood, "Does our previous plan not work anymore? Let's take a big gamble." The crippled old man shook his head. They had come here today because the palace's intentions were clear. They were not going to kill anyone. It would be best if they could injure someone, but if they couldn't, they shouldn't lose too badly either. He just needed to let Great Peace City know that one of the so-called 4 great grandmasters was just SOSO, and could easily challenge a few nameless people. Of course, the 3 of them were well aware that even if they really wanted to kill someone, it would be no different from a fool's dream. Hsu Fengnian and Xu Yanbing, how could they kill them? However, the situation was very different now because there was a great celestial stage master who was only one step away from becoming an Earth Immortal. That was why the youth with the saber had made such a suggestion. The crippled old man lowered his voice and said, "Sir is dead, but don't forget that his child is still alive." The youth's eyes darkened. "We're really useless." The Qi refinement warrior, whose cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds, frowned. "Something is not right. Qi Shenxia and Groom you have left, but I am currently," the youth mocked, "isn't it obvious?" In Xu Yanbing's eyes, the current you cannot compare to Groom Qi Shenxia. The Qi refinement warrior was not angry at his colleague's sarcasm. He said with a heavy heart, "I'm afraid it is not so simple." Li Haoran, who was standing between the 3 of them and Hsu Fengnian, was extremely furious. The absent-mindedness of the young king hurt Li Haoran the most. Hsu Fengnian frowned. However, he quickly relaxed and finally took a step forward. In a restaurant near the end of the street, the window was already extremely crowded. They all wanted to take a quick look. For some reason, a green-robed scholar with white hair did not go to this rare event. He asked for a pot of wine from the waiter and sat alone in a corner, drinking by himself. In the restaurant opposite, there was also a man in white who was drinking alone. If it was not because of the King of Beiliang's reputation and the disturbance on the street, many people would probably take a few more glances at this handsome man with a cold expression. The man in white asked for a pot of green ant wine. He did not raise his cup many times, but every time he raised his cup, he would definitely drink all the wine in the cup. In a building near the green-robed scholar, Li Yibai of the Dongyu sword pool was recognized and could only return to his seat. There was also an old man and a young girl at the same table. They were Chai Qingshan, Song Tinglu, and Shan Yi. In the side room of the inn adjacent to the man in white, an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life was standing by the window. At the gate of Great Peace City, a handsome young master walked in with a vigorous heroic spirit. Beside him was a woman wearing a red robe and wearing a hat. As soon as the two of them stepped into the city, a middle-aged man who was leading a donkey followed them into the city. On one of the city walls, there was a woman in purple whose skirt was tied up. She stood alone in the wind. In the second year of Xiangfu, in this late autumn when the cicadas were dying, after the king of Beiliang, Hsu Fengnian, entered the city. In a great peace city. Shu Yanbing, Yu Gongfu, Qi Xianxia, Jiu Jiajia. Cao Changqing, Chen Zhibao, Wu Jian, Chai Qingshan, Luo Yang, Shu Ying, Enji Tai, Shenyuan Qingfeng. They all arrived. Chapter 1602. The autumn wind in the northwest ruffled the water of the capital's officialdom. The wind passed through the water without a trace, but under the surface, the undercurrent was surging. After Lu Daolin and Yuan Guo, Sima Puhua became the Minister of Rights. After welcoming the extremely domineering young vassal king, he returned to the yamen adjacent to the Ministry of War in Zhaojiawan. The 70-year-old man appeared particularly weak. In the Liang dynasty, the 6 yamens were set up side by side. In the Liang dynasty, the left was superior and the right was inferior. The main official, known as the heavenly official, was naturally at the extreme left. At the time, Jiyu Zhentang, as the Minister of War, unexpectedly chose the yamen at the extreme right. Thus, from east to west, it was officials, workers, and soldiers. From this, it could be seen how disliked the Ministry of Rights was during the Yonghui years. At the beginning, there was a saying in the capital that the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was as lowly as the assistant minister of other ministries. Following the two ministers, Lu Daolin and Yuan Guo, taking charge of the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Rights' days gradually improved. Now, needless to say, it was an unwritten rule that scholars of the Ministry of Rights left the Ministry of Rights. Since the second year of Xiangfu, Sima Puhua's back was straighter than the young officials at every court meeting. Even though it was late autumn, he still gave people the feeling of spring. But today, when the old minister returned to the yamen, in the eyes of the monk-alike officials of the Ministry of Rights, it was as if he had lost his soul. After the old man entered the room and sat down, he began to moan and groan. Even when left assistant minister Jin Lanting and the new right assistant minister Jiang Yongla arrived together, the old minister did not notice. He was still sighing and groaning. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yongla's heart immediately chilled. The local officials only knew that he, who had originally been in charge of the department for purging officials of the Ministry of Rights, had been promoted to assistant minister because Yin Maochun and Chen Wang, the two big shots, had received excellent comments in the Capital Review. This was how he had stood out from a group of colleagues of similar rank in the Ministry of Rights. However, the officials of the capital all knew that the reason Jiang Yongla had been able to obtain this position of right assistant minister was because of the posthumous title after Lame Shu's death. Jiang Yongla, with great luck, had bet on the previous emperor's intentions and proposed the posthumous title of Wu Li to pass. The so-called excellent performance in the Capital Review was nothing more than a fig leaf for the court. Some of the high-ranking officials in the capital who looked down on Jiang Yongla directly called him Dogsh*T assistant minister. Previously, Jiang Yongla was too lazy to make a fuss about anything. He had been an official in the capital for many years and did not have a deep foundation. Otherwise, he would not have been involved in the disaster of the posthumous title. In Jiang Yongla's view, the position of assistant minister was the real deal. If they were not convinced, they could also step on Dogsh*T. Could it make their official posts become embroidered peacocks? However, when the assistant minister suddenly heard that the son of the posthumous title of Wu Li, the new prince of Liang, Hsu Fengnian, had charged into the capital without warning, Jiang Yongla was scared silly. Originally, he had some thoughts of secretly competing with Jin Lanting, hoping that if he accidentally stepped on Dogsh*T again, he might actually become the minister of the Ministry of Rights. Now, how could he dare to be so arrogant? The position of Minister of Rights was coveted, but his little life was more important. Thus, on this trip, Jiang Yongla's attitude was even lower than that of a sixth-rank official. He thought that today, he had to ask the left assistant minister for advice on how to compete with Beiliang and still be successful in his official career. The old minister finally came back to his senses and gestured for his two assistants to take a seat. Looking at these two assistant ministers, Sima Puhua was not very comfortable in the past. One was old enough to be his son, and the other was even more outrageous, old enough to be his grandson. However, there was only a difference of one rank between their official ranks. Once he retired and returned to his hometown, one of them would have his official post changed to a second-rank golden pheasant. However, the old man did not have such thoughts today. Instead, he felt that they were in the same boat. The old minister glanced at the door and coughed. After moistening his throat, he slowly said, "Today, I suddenly received an imperial edict to welcome Prince Liang into the capital. I believe that both of you know about this." Jiang Yongla nodded furiously like a chick pecking at rice. Jin Lanting, who had become a legend in Great Peace City because of the incident of growing a beard to show his ambition, did not change his expression. No wonder he was the third junior Jin who was praised as a great beauty. Next, Sima Puhua said some ordinary words of officialdom. With such an official tone, if it was a normal Yamen meeting, this old man could talk for 2 to 4 hours without panting. This was the cultivation of an official. However, today, the old minister did not chatter endlessly. He stopped talking and reached out to stroke a yellow paperweight bestowed by the emperor. After a moment of silence, he seemed to use a great deal of effort to say, "Before we parted, that vassal king told me that he would come visit our Ministry of Rights when he had time." Jin Lanting was unperturbed. Jiang Yongla gaped. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that after the minister finished speaking, he looked at him with pity, as though he was looking at a pitiful creature about to be executed. Sima Puhua's eyelids drooped and he calmly added, "That person also said that he wanted to talk about the past." Jin Lanting narrowed his eyes and stroked his well-maintained beard. He said with a slight smile, "Oh?" Jiang Yongla was sweating profusely. To talk about the past, was he looking for Jin Lanting? Or was he looking for himself? Or was he looking for all the officials of the Ministry of Rights? The old minister's 2 dry fingers subconsciously rubbed the warm and moist Tianhuang Ruishi lion paperweight. No one knew if it was because it was similar to the skin of the new concubine or because he was feeling the great kindness of the emperor. It was true that the young king said that he wanted to come to the Ministry of Rights to sit down and talk about the past. However, Sima Puhua missed a part. In fact, other than this, the new Prince Liang had exchanged many pleasantries with him, a second-level official. Now, Gao Tingshu, Fan Changhu, and the other auspicious new officials probably did not know. Only the more experienced old officials of Yonghui knew that there was a big joke in the officialdom of Taiyan City in the early years. It was that Beiliang had offered a group of war horses from the Shenli Ranch as a tribute. Sima Puhua was the vice director of the Ministry of Rights at the time. When he saw the memorial that said that the Beiliang war horses were nearly 6 feet tall, he could not help but laugh. He immediately shared this anecdote with a large group of colleagues in the Ministry of Rights. Sima Puhua did not forget to comment, "Beiliang's war horses are really big. They are comparable to our Taiyan city's mules. The world is so big, there really are all kinds of strange things, and this Beiliang is the strangest." In the end, when the cold horses entered the capital, Sima Puhua, who had never held a blade in his life, finally understood that the height of a war horse was not measured by the head of the horse, but only up to the back of the horse. Such a big joke caused Sima Puhua to be unable to raise his head for many years. However, as Sima Daren's official rank became higher and higher, he was rarely mentioned. He didn't expect that today, the young vassal king would open this scar again. He smiled and said to Minister Shangshu, "Minister Shangshu, I don't know if there is a 6-foot-tall dung mule in the capital. This king must see it, then this trip will not be in vain, right?" At the time, how could Sima Puhua reply? He could only lower his head and laugh dryly without speaking. Was he supposed to nod and say yes? The more the minister thought about it, the more sullen he felt. The old man, who had always thought of himself as good at maintaining his composure, unconsciously tightened his grip on the paperweight. Jiang Yongla had already started to consider whether or not he should ask for a leave of absence. If it really did not work, he would grit his teeth and fall down until his face was bruised and swollen. Jin Lanting finally spoke, but his words confused Jiang Yongla. Minister Daran, this official's manor has just received a few cages of autumn crabs from the spring god lake. They are at their most plump and delicious. No matter if it is steamed or the locust tree salt, they are all good. When Daran is free, would you like to have a taste with this official? The old minister made a sound of acknowledgement, and a smile appeared on his face. I've heard that the high-ranking scholar, who is known as a genius in poetry, has recently composed a masterpiece of crab tasting that has spread throughout the capital. It can be called a masterpiece. There's wine, crab, and poetry. 3 or 2 good friends, how beautiful. Jiang Yongla became the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites due to luck. However, he had been in the Ministry of Rites Yamen for a long time, where everyone beat around the bush and spoke in riddles. His cultivation was actually not bad. He was only slightly slower than the minister when he heard the hidden meaning behind Jin Lanting's words. In the poem that the old minister had mentioned about the new second-ranking scholar, Gao Tingshu, there was a line, "But I will coldly watch the crab, and see how long you can rampage." However, Jiang Yongla immediately became worried again. This was the truth, but the urgent matter at hand was that the arrogant Northwest Big Crab was about to charge into the Ministry of Rites Yamen. Sima Puhua, you have deep roots in Great Peace City, and you have the status of a minister. Jin Lanting was a favorite that the previous emperor had given to the current son of heaven. With the support of the emperor, the 2 of you can survive. But I, Jiang Yongla, am just a mediocre right assistant minister. If that vassal king really wants to fight, who else will they find if not me? I don't know how long that shoe person can rampage, but I know that I will very likely have to leave the Ministry of Rites Yamen horizontally. Jin Lanting was the first to bid farewell and leave. Jiang Yongla wanted to speak but stopped. The old minister had already waved his hand at the right assistant minister to send him away. The dazed Jiang Yongla didn't even know how he left the room. He was in a daze in the corridor of the courtyard. It was different from the piercing sound of cicadas that filled the city in the summer. As autumn entered, the sound of cicadas gradually faded. According to the law, the Zhao family Yamen did not plant tall trees. At this time, it was late autumn, and not a single cicada sound could be heard in this courtyard. Jiang Yongla dejectedly leaned against the pillar. For some reason, he felt the cicadas were mournful. Chapter 1603. Although the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of War were neighbors, they were not that close. To the officials of the Ministry of Rites, this was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, if a dispute arose and a scholar met a soldier, one would use his mouth to reason and the other would use his fists to reason. Naturally, the latter would be more reasonable. As for the Ministry of War, these officials of the Ministry of Rites, who were of different ranks but were all scholars, were a bunch of embroidered pillows who were tired of looking at and could not even be beaten up to show their ability. Thus, the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rites had always been the 2 yamens that did not have anything to do with each other. However, with the decline of the 2 ministries and the rise of the other, the uncouth officials of the Ministry of War, who were used to only looking at the Ministry of Appointments, could not help but feel depressed. Similarly, in a few short years, 3 ministers had left. The Ministry of War had Jiyu Jiantang, Chen Zhibao, and Lu Baijie. The Ministry of Rites had Li Gubai, Lu Daolin, and Yuan Guo. However, the trend in the next few years was obvious. Even the position of minister in the Ministry of War was empty. Try the Ministry of Rites. If Sima Puhua suddenly died one day, wouldn't there be a powerful official to propose a candidate in the court the next day? What made the Ministry of War even more depressed was that the left assistant minister Xu Gong was not even in the capital. He had been directly sent to Liaodong by the emperor. Only the right assistant minister, Tang Taizhuang, who had been transferred from a local area, was left. He was an outsider who had never been an official in the capital. How could he make ends meet in the capital, where the roots were intertwined? In addition, even the people of the capital knew that Tang Taizhuang was old Minister Gu's trusted subordinate. The previous minister, Lu Baijie, did not have the emperor's wishes. Although it was said to be a transfer, it was clearly a demotion to the Guangling circuit. It was not even the common promotion of an official outside the capital. Without a leader, the Ministry of War already had difficulty raising its head in the court. For the time being, the leader could not even protect himself. How could he obtain any benefits for his subordinates? The unfavorable situation of the Guangling circuit added fuel to the fire. The officials of the Ministry of War had become cowards overnight. These days were really King torturous. In this dangerous situation, Gao Tingshu and Kong Zhenrong, the two juniors who had gone against the current, were the center of attention. Of these two young people who had risen to fame, Gao Tingshu was even more unrestrained and unrestrained. He was a scholar who had been born in the first grade. With the help of Jin Lanting and the others, his reputation for poetry gradually spread throughout the court. Previously, when the great pillar of the country, Jiyu Gentang, returned to the capital and came to visit the Ministry of War Yamen, the scene of Gao Tingshu talking and laughing in front of the two ministers, Jiyu Gentang and Lu Zhenrong, was still vivid in people's minds. Gao Tingshu's meteoric rise was without a doubt. Now, it all depended on how many years he needed to accumulate his reputation and which new pavilion he would use as the next step to jump over the Dragon's Gate. Compared to Gao Tingshu, the taciturn Kong Zhenrong was much more low-key. However, it was said that this young man from Beiliang was close to a certain prince in his early years. Even if he was not a hidden dragon, he was still a young dragon that should not be underestimated. Furthermore, Kong Zhenrong and Yang Chiji were known to have an iron relationship. Huang Menlang was the emperor's brother-in-law. Unlike the other 5 ministries where the left and right assistant ministers did not live in the same room, the 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of War had always lived in the same room. Even during Jiyu Lu's time, Minister Jiyu himself was no exception. Later on, when Chen Zhibao became the minister of Shangshu, he had his own courtyard. Xu Gong and Tang Tieshuang's 2 desks were on the left and right of the Ministry of War's main hall, facing each other. Right Assistant Minister Tang Taihuang was sitting behind the desk on the west side, dealing with government affairs. Occasionally, he would look up at the sky, ignoring the whispers of the many officials in the hall. The mobilization of the 7,000 soldiers of the 3 battalions of the Jingji Western Army was personally decided by Tang Taihuang. Now that the young king had swaggered into the capital, Anshi General Zhao Gui and Hu Qi officer Kai Changgong's men had become comical figures escorting the king. Not only would Tang Taihuang quickly become the laughingstock of the officialdom, but the entire Ministry of War would also become a disgrace. One could completely imagine the strange looks of the officials in the morning court tomorrow. As for the actual situation of the war in Liangmang, if Right Assistant Minister Tang Taihuang did not open his mouth, no one dared to talk about it. When it came to important matters of the military, in public, it was better to obediently practice silent meditation. Under the lead of a manager of the Department of Martial Selection, a few unfamiliar faces appeared in the main hall of the Ministry of War. Each of them walked like dragons and tigers. Even if they set foot on the Ministry of War's important grounds, they did not feel uncomfortable. Tang Taihuang, who had the nickname of Cold-Face King of Hell, smiled for the first time. He got up and strode toward those people. Without the need for introductions, he punched a burly man in the chest and laughed. "Old Dong, you guys, if you don't want to come, then don't come at all. If you want to come, then just come in a group. Did you guys make an appointment?" Those people were not wearing official robes. The middle-aged man called Old Dong by the Right Assistant Minister curled his lips. "I know you are a poor ghost. If we came one by one to find you, can you afford to treat us to wine?" A burly man next to the man surnamed Dong joked, "Assistant Minister, your Ministry of War's Yamen is really hard to enter. It's like guarding against thieves." Tang Taihuang glared at the man who spoke without thinking, and then smiled. "Let's talk outside. I'll take you guys around." The officials in the room were all confused. They had never heard of the Ministry of War's transfer order to promote people from the Liao border army to become officials in the capital. The Assistant Minister of the Department of Carriage, Kong Zhenrong, was not working in the main hall of the Ministry of War. He just happened to be looking for a doctor to report on a military matter. After seeing this scene, he was only a little surprised, but he did not think too much about it. He waited for Assistant Minister Tang to take his people away before walking out of the hall. Suddenly being called, Kong Zhenrong stopped and turned his head to look. It was Gao Tingshu, who had just been promoted from manager of the Department of Martial Selection to assistant minister. The two of them had never interacted before. Kong Zhenrong did not know what this person of the same age who was more famous than many assistant ministers in the capital wanted. He asked calmly, "Sir Gao, is something the matter?" The imposing Gao Tingshu smiled and said, "I heard that Brother Kong likes to collect military books. Not long ago, I happened to pick up a copy of the Tiger Seal Classic. Frankly speaking, if I had to part with it and give it to Brother Kong, I would be very reluctant. However, if Brother Kong could borrow it for a year or so, I would still be very happy." If it had been when he had just left Beiliang and entered the capital, Kong Zhenrong would have punched him without a word. If it had been 1 or 2 years ago, Kong Zhenrong would not have let the second-place scholar finish speaking and immediately turned around. But now, Kong Zhenrong calmly waited for Gao Tingshu to finish speaking. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I am a coarse and boorish man, but I have been in the capital for a long time. I have heard that between scholars, borrowing a book is like giving a wife, giving a book is like giving a concubine. Therefore, books can be given, but books cannot be borrowed. What, does Brother Gao want to break the rules?" Gao Tingshu was stunned for a moment and then laughed heartily. "Brother Kong is really a wonderful person. Fine, fine. If you want to give me a book, then I will give you a book. I will also puff myself up at my own cost. Tomorrow, I will personally bring the book to Brother Kong's house. I hope Brother Kong will reward me with a few cups of wine for the sake of my sacrifice." Kong Zhenrong grinned and said, "Reciting poems and couplets is killing me. As for drinking wine, I am good at it. I am only afraid that Brother Gao's alcohol tolerance is average and it will not be enough for you to enjoy yourself." Gao Tingshu laughed loudly. Gao Tingshu had no intention of leaving immediately. Instead, he walked with Kong Zhenrong and said in a low voice, "Brother Kong, do you know the identities of those 3 people?" Kong Zhenrong shook his head. Gao Tingshu moved closer and his voice was also lower. "I know a little and have guessed a little." Kong Zhenrong said softly, "I would like to hear the details." Chapter 1604. Gao Tingshu did not pretend to be profound and kept him in suspense. He slowly said, "Yongju Provincial Governor Tian Zong, Yangju Deputy General Donggong Huang, and Qingju Navy Governor Wei Dong. It seems that the court has the intention of adding an assistant minister to our Ministry of War to deal with military affairs in the capital. Simply put, it is to take back some military power from some of the generals of the 4 towns and 4 levels. If nothing goes wrong, Donggong Huang will take up this position. Although it is only a promotion from the lower 3rd rank, it is still a promotion from the second-in-command of the local army to the assistant minister of the Ministry of War who is in charge of the military in the capital. As for Provincial Governor Tian Zong, he will most likely be transferred to the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice that Han Lin left behind. However, we all know the situation of Minister Liu of the Ministry of Justice. Tian Zong's future is great, not inferior to official Dong, and may even be better. As for Wei Dong, who was supposed to stay in the Qingju Navy and assist Chen Zhibao, suddenly left Guangling, and what position he will take, after all, there is no seat in Tian City suitable for a Navy general to sit in. I cannot understand. Kong Zhenrong thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps he came to the Ministry of War and the court. He will definitely be promoted, but he will quickly return to Guangling Road and become the governor of the Guangling Navy. At the same time, he may take on his old position." Gao Tingshu thought seriously and then nodded. He smiled and said, "That is indeed the case. Brother Kong is wise." This assistant minister of the department for purging officials did not let Kong Zhenrong see that his hand instantly clenched and unclenched. The two chatted about some unimportant matters of the Ministry of War. Gao Tingshu, who rarely had time to rest, said that he needed to return to his room to deal with government affairs. In the corridor, 2 young men of similar age and rank walked with their backs to each other. After Gao Tingshu had walked for a while, he turned his head to look at the tall figure. When he turned his head again, he said to himself, "Oh, so he is not really stupid." Kong Zhenrong did not turn around, his face expressionless. This young man, who had been sternly reprimanded by his father last night and was not allowed to go to the Demaway post station, the assistant minister of the Department of Transportation with a bright future, rubbed his face hard. "Brother Nyan, The four brothers of the past. Yang had become the uncle of the emperor. Just as he had wished when he was young, he had peacefully started to study. I, Kong Wuchi, will also be an official. He and I are still brothers. Li Hanlin, who used to be the most afraid of death, was now the commandant of the crossbowmen outside the Liangju Pass. I'll follow you into battle to kill the enemy. You're still brothers. I just want to know, are we still brothers with you? Brother Nyan, I've collected more than 60 sets of military books for you in Great Peace City. Are you still willing to take them? Just as Jiao Tingshu and Kong Zhenrong had said and thought, Tianzong, Wei Dong, Donggong, and Huang Rong had bypassed the Ministry of War's review and quietly entered the capital. Their path of promotion in the officialdom was just like that. Tang Taizhuang took the three of them for a stroll. He didn't talk about any national affairs or military affairs. He only talked about some trivial local customs. He didn't even mention their mutual benefactor, the great pillar of the country, Jiyu Gentang. The Yongju provincial governor, Tianzong. Back then, when the old southern Tang was destroyed, he took the first credit for crossing the river. The deputy general of Yang province, Donggong Huang, was the same as Tianzong. He did not follow the general into the capital, but stayed in the local area. When he took office, he beat the third young master of the Gumu Shu family to death and married the daughter of the Jiangnan Yu family. Wei Dong, who had become in-laws with the current Qingju provincial governor, had a close relationship with the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Wen Tai-yi, and the Qingju general, Hong Lingshu, who had entered the capital earlier than them. If one added on Cai Nan, who was already the Huai provincial governor, and the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Taizhuang, who stood beside the three of them. It was enough to make the officials of the capital, who saw this scene and thought of this, feel a thick chill. Jiyu Lu was gone, but Jiyu Gentang still controlled the largest Liang border army in the Liang dynasty. Unlike Xu Xiao, Jiyu Gentang had entered the Ministry of War alone. His old subordinates had been scattered long ago. But other than these four people with high authority, there were many other trusted subordinates who had not surfaced. Tang Taizhuang suddenly fell silent. The previous emperor of Liang had scattered the Jiyu generals. The current emperor had gathered the old Jiyu generals and brought them into the capital. It could not be said which of the two emperors was more skillful. It just depended on the time. Solving the problem of Beiliang was equivalent to completing half of the great cause of removing the vassals. Then, after cleaning up the forces left behind by the Jiyu generals, wouldn't it also complete half of the task of suppressing the local generals? What really made Tang Taizhuang sad but would not reveal anything was not that the emperor wanted to use them to control the old civil officials of Zhonglu, nor was it the emperor's intention to use them to intimidate and, to a certain extent, cut off the old officials of Yonghui and the new officials of Xiangfu. It was that in the early years, they could exchange lives on the battlefield. Among the old brothers, perhaps other than old Dong, Tianzong and Wei Dong were all pleasantly surprised by this promotion. They were far more worried about the general's situation. Tang Taizhuang quickly returned to normal and smiled. This was the imperial court. This was the human heart. They knew that it was lonely at the top, but people still walked to the top. The many generals on the territory of Liang, from Yang Shunxing and Yang Zhenchuan, to him, Tang Taizhuang, had become chess pieces casually played by someone. The civil officials did not have it easy either. Zhong Julu's departure and Qi Yanglong's arrival was a complete change. Following Lu Baijie, who had vaguely become the leader of the Gangnam-do scholars, went south, Xu Gong was also hidden at the border. The northern scholars, led by the Peng family of Liaodong, began to rise. Now, the Green Party, which had fallen apart, showed signs of recovery. The incomparably high arrogance of the Jiangnan tycoons in the past 2 years was immediately extinguished. There was also Yarrow Bai. The likes of Feng firmly occupied a place in the center. The chessboard, which was originally divided into different camps, was completely messed up. The only thing that was not messed up was the chess player behind the scenes. There was order in the chaos. Tang Taizhuang did not know about this chess game. Among the previous emperor, the current emperor, Zhong Julu, and Yuan Bengxi, Tang Taizhuang could not tell who contributed more and who put in more effort. But, among the few chess players, except for the one surnamed Zhao, what happened to them? Then, Tang Taizhuang thought of a young man and smiled happily. A chess piece that was placed in a tight position could actually disgust the chess player one day. Strange, strange. How delightful. The lobby of the Ministry of War, where Tang Taizhuang was temporarily absent, was completely in an uproar after hearing a piece of news. There was a confrontation at the Demaway post house. Gao Tingshu muttered, "It's a pity that we can't kill people." But, a king who relied on his strength accidentally drowned in Jianghu. It's reasonable, right? As time went by, the Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Appointments, and Zhao Jiawan were all boiling with excitement. Then, there were the two provinces under the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the Imperial College, the Hanlin Academy, and the 6 post houses. Among them, Huan Wen and Zhao Yuling coincidentally gave the word nonsense. However, Tantanan said that the young king's behavior did not match his status, while Master Zhao was annoyed that his youngest son, Zhao Wenwei, went to the Demaway post to watch the show. Only the head of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, Qi Yanglong, was indifferent and turned a deaf ear to it. The old man held the poetry book that was listed as a forbidden book by the imperial court in one hand, and read it with great interest. From time to time, he grabbed a few peanuts from the small plate on the table and ate them with great interest. In the unsigned poetry book, the scholar surnamed Zhong, who had never entered Jianghu in his life, could write such wanton poems as "I have a 3-foot sword in the box, where there is a flood dragon, I slay the flood dragon." He could also write such graceful poems as "I hope to see a white head in old age." The plate was empty. As for the person who wrote the poem, he was already dead. The old man was disappointed. In a majestic hall in the imperial palace, there was no court meeting at this time, and there were no accompanying eunuchs, but a young man in a dragon robe was sitting on the dragon throne. In the empty and quiet hall, the emperor sat in the north and faced the south. He said in a voice that only he could hear, "Do you know, as long as Dongzhuo and 200,000 people die in Beimang, and 100,000 more people die in Beiliang, then the world will be peaceful and prosperous." Chapter 1605. When Hsu Fengnian leisurely took a step forward, the sleeves of his black and gold embroidered robe swayed lightly. Not far away, Li Haoran, the first disciple of Qi Jiajie, who carried the famed sword 8 Sweet Dew, and was said to be a northern sword expert with 8 swords of the finger-profound realm, did not move at all. The spectators on the 2 sides of the Demaway courier station couldn't help but praise Li Haoran inside. No wonder he was a young grandmaster that could establish himself in Great Peace City. Even when facing one of the 4 great grandmasters, Hsu Fengnian, he could still be so calm. No wonder in the mysterious Jianghu of Jing, many elders said that Li Haoran could reach Mr. Qi's level in martial arts in less than 10 years. He might have a chance to reach the top of the sword forest in his lifetime and see the scenery of the sword in the eyes of Li Chungang, Ng Tai, and the others. The layman watched the spectacle, the expert watched the skill. The youth holding the blade who had regained his youth couldn't help but snort. This Li brat was not confident, he was scared silly. More accurately, he was not scared silly, but did not dare to move. Hsu Fengnian's step seemed ordinary, but it was an invitation to battle. His spirit had spread to the entire street. The targets of the invitation included the 3 of them, Zhao Go, and some of the hidden people in the buildings on the 2 sides of the street. So the meaning of this step was very simple. Since they had come to the Demaway courier station, then they were all guests. The king of Beiliang was wealthy and could afford to entertain them. Unfortunately, Li Haoran was not among them. Li Haoran, who was the closest to Hsu Fengnian, knew his own difficulties. He was not a master in the Xian finger realm, but he could use many types of Xian finger sword. His perception of qi was quite keen. Logically speaking, when encountering a strong enemy, the 8 sweet nectar in the scabbard, which was connected to its master, should be eager to give it a try. However, not only did the long sword in the scabbard not show off its power, it was like a tortoise hiding in its shell, lifeless. It was to the extent that the man and the sword were separated from each other, as if they were separated by yin and yang. Li Haoran was extremely talented and had practiced the sword for many years. His path of martial arts cultivation had been smooth sailing. Whether it was the annual exchange of pointers with his master, Qi Jiajie, or when the Tongxi sword with Lu Baijie was sent to the capital to become an official, he had never encountered such a thing when he went outside the city to greet her with his sword under Qi Jiajie's instructions. At this moment, Li Haoran finally understood something. Whether it was his master, who had high hopes for him, or the Tongxi sword fairy, Lu Baijie, who had an extraordinary bearing, they both took pity on the junior swordsman, so they never did their best. The crippled old man's face was solemn. He asked the Qi refinement grandmaster, other than Chai Qingshan of the Dongyu sword pool, are there other experts nearby? The Qi refinement grandmaster, whose strength had skyrocketed to the level of great celestial phenomenon, said bitterly, other than the three of us, I only sensed 6 other auras from the king of Beiliang. 4 of them were in this inn, while the other 2 were not here. It's similar to you. Other than Chai Qingshan, I don't know the identities of the other 5 people. If not for the HSU Fengnian's invitation to battle in such a manner, I wouldn't have discovered their existence earlier. The crippled old man frowned and said, all the master and senior grandmasters in the capital have already approached the palace and the imperial astronomer. It's still reasonable that the old master of the Wu family's sword tomb came to watch the battle today because he's living in seclusion in the city. But who are those 5 people? At this point, the crippled old man couldn't help but look around. His face was full of disbelief. He sighed and said, a total of 5 people. 5 great grandmasters who are difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. If 1 or 2 of them were to fight, wouldn't the capital be in a mess? Suddenly, the crippled old man and the number 1 Qi refinement grandmaster in the north looked at each other. They could see the intense fear in each other's eyes. At the same time, they thought of a terrifying possibility. What if one of the 5 people was Cao Changqing, and what if the arrival of the Great Guanzi was a tacit agreement between the Beiliang and West Chu, and the other 3 chose to watch from the sidelines? Originally, with the strong foundation of Great Peace City, in these 20 years, other than the martial emperor city, Wang Xianji might not have been able to stop it. Even Cao Changqing would not have been able to do as he wished. Although Han Shengxian, Master Liu Hao, and Qi Jiajie were no longer here, this meant that the palace city, the imperial city, the inner city, and the outer city of the 4 cities of Great Peace City, except for the crippled old man who was responsible for guarding the outer city as usual, had all lost their most important people guarding the city. However, the great grandmaster of the Wu family's sword tomb, Wu Jian, could be said to have replaced Master Liu Hao. Together with the concealment talisman matrix strengthened by generations of Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain, and the Saint Zhong of the Yangshen Gongfu carefully created with the help of the 2 scholars Yuan Bengxi and Xie Guaniying, Zhao Go dared to guarantee the emperor that if the new martial emperor HSU Fengnian entered the palace alone, he would only be able to enter and not leave. However, at that time, how many people would be affected, whether it would be 1,000, 2,000, or more? Zhao Go didn't dare to pat his chest. However, when HSU Fengnian had an additional great grandmaster of the same realm beside him, and the northern Qi cultivators in Great Peace City were all dead or injured, the 2 matrices were weakened a lot. If Wu Jian of the Wu family's sword tomb was not willing to fight to the death to stop them, the consequences would be unimaginable. The young man with the saber stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the short saber on his back and sneered, "What can you do?" "Whatever. This time, I will take the lead." When the crippled old man was about to say something, the young man with the appearance of Zhao Go had already started to rush forward. He was not in a hurry to unsheath his saber. He leaned his body forward and ran forward. Every step was like a dragonfly skimming the water, extremely light and agile. Nobody knew when the young lord in the eye-catching python robe had already stood beside Li Haoran, who had been as still as a mountain. They stood side by side. One of them faced the street, the other faced the gate of the Mawei post house. In the blink of an eye, everyone only felt a forced daze. They found that the nameless young man with the saber seemed to be stupidly standing in front of the young lord. He still maintained the posture of holding the saber, and the blade was only half unsheathed. The spectators, who were looking forward to a genuine peak battle, were completely baffled. Chapter 1606. Not long ago, that bastard called Wu Laifu managed to pull out a whole saber from the king of Beiliang. When it was your turn, You rushed forward like a dog. Why did you suddenly stop in front of the king of Beiliang? You're not one of those Jianghu women who yearn for the prince of northern Liang. Why are you standing there like a wooden chicken? Why are you standing there dumbstruck? Both sides of the street suddenly booed and jeered. Outside the Demaway post house, except for the crippled old man and the chi cultivator guru, those who could see the depth of the situation did not go to the window to join in the fun. As for those brave women who snatched the feng shui treasure and wanted to take a look, what they wanted to see was the kind of exciting fight that could turn the world upside down. Almost no one noticed that the hand of the handsome young man holding the saber was already badly mutilated. Especially the palm that was close to the hilt, the white bones could be seen. The sleeve of the arm holding the saber was also torn to pieces. Zhao Go, who was facing the young king, had blood oozing out of the corner of his mouth. His face was ferocious and showed disbelief and unwillingness. Li Haoran, who said if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I won't move, was sweating profusely. He only heard the king of Beiliang laughing and saying to that person, I know you have a trump card, but the reason why you're still alive now, this Zhao Go, who said you can't judge a book by its cover, instantly removed all his disguises. At this moment, he looked down in a daze. Half of a slightly slender arm pierced through his chest. The arm was slowly pulled back. Zhao Go, who was numb to killing, turned his head with difficulty. He only saw an old mink hat, a delicate face, and the girl was still eating half of a scallion pancake. Killing people and eating pancakes. He knew her. Zhao Go had a vague record in a top-secret file. Outside Xiangfan City, Qingju, she killed the assassin of Wang Mingyan, the world's 11th. She was a lunatic who had blocked Wang Xianji from entering the cold several times alone. A killer died because of a killer. HSU Fengnian casually reached out and pushed the corpse away. Seeing the large mink hat that covered her eyes, he helped her lift it up and then gently pressed it down. HSU Fengnian smiled and said, if you're really worried, you can just stand behind me. You don't have to do anything. Yes, just a little further away. She didn't say anything. She walked 10 steps behind HSU Fengnian with a straight face. HSU Fengnian turned to look at the girl helplessly. She reluctantly flew toward the dragon claw scholar outside the post house and sat on a branch, rubbing her arm against the branch. HSU Fengnian exhaled softly, looked into the distance, and said in a clear voice, Cao Chongqing, Chen Zhibao, Nji Tai, Shenyuan Qingfeng, which one of you wants to go first? Half of the city could hear it. Li Haoran swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, Your Highness, should I move aside? HSU Fengnian smiled and said, It's fine. You just have to stand behind me. The crippled old man said in a low voice, We can go now. The Qi Refinement Grandmaster nodded with some regret. The two of them disappeared in a flash. They couldn't afford to get involved in this mess. There were only a handful of people in the world who could. The fact that Zhao Go's colleague didn't draw his saber was equivalent to HSU Fengnian telling them a cruel truth. Below heavenly phenomenon, one move was all it took. The Qi Refinement Grandmaster didn't want to use his life to prove that below land immortals, one move was all it took. In a certain restaurant, a green-robed Confucian smiled and poured himself a cup of wine. The white-robed man across the street frowned. The white-robed man sitting at the table next to him wanted to say something but stopped. The purple-robed woman on the city wall of Great Peace City hesitated for a moment. Then, she flew on the roof as if she was walking on flat ground. From the south of the city to the Xiamaway post house, there was a sudden clap of thunder. The youth from the Dongyu sword pool, Song Tinglu, blushed and said angrily, Master, this guy is too arrogant. Why didn't he include you? The young girl with many swords on her back covered her mouth and laughed. She was siding with the outsiders. Chai Qingshan said with melancholy, Since Master didn't draw his sword in Wudong town, then he doesn't have the right to draw his sword in this lifetime. There's nothing to be angry about. Tinglu, if you feel that it's not worth it for Master, then practice the sword diligently. Don't slack off. On the path of martial arts, talent alone won't last forever. The young girl made a face, adding insult to injury. The youth snorted coldly. At the window of the inn, the old head of the Wu family sword tomb scolded jokingly, This kid, An old man in the room reminded with a sharp voice, "Don't forget your duty." This person was the eunuch from the ceremony directorate who had announced the edict to the king of Bailiang. Wu Jian didn't turn around. He retracted his smile. "Oh." The eunuch who didn't wear the red python robe subconsciously took a step back. Wu Jian's tone was indifferent. "The king of Shu and I are here to watch the battle to ensure that Cao Changqing won't take the opportunity to go to the palace. Don't push your luck." The north-south Imperial Street had a strict hierarchy. A man who was leading a donkey could only obediently walk on the outermost Imperial Road. When he saw a young swordsman jogging quickly, he shouted, "Young man, can I borrow your sword?" The young man who was rushing to the Demaway post house to watch the battle said impatiently, "Why?" The middle-aged man bargained, "Because I'm NG Tai." The young swordsman was stunned at first, then laughed and said, "Get lost. You're NG Tai? Do you really think you're the peach blossom sword god just because you're leading the donkey? I'm the king of Bailiang. Brother, why don't we exchange blows here?" The man with the donkey sighed, "Young people nowadays." The young man stared and said, "What? You don't agree?" The man patted the back of the old donkey. "Old friend, wait a moment, I'll be back soon. I'll use this sword to greet Cao Changqing. Take it as me saying goodbye to him." In a flash, all the swordsmen who carried swords from the south gate of Great Peace City to the Demaway post house, no matter if they were male or female, old or young, whether they carried a sword or carried a sword, whether it was long or short. Thousands of people, there was an unremarkable middle-aged man standing next to them, holding a sword that they didn't know when they had unsheathed. Cao Changqing finally put down his wine cup and stood. A purple streak of light shot straight towards Xiaomawei post house, crashing towards Shu Fengnian. It seemed like it would not stop until one of them was dead. Chapter 1607. In front of the Imperial College, a dozen new steles had been erected not long ago. The steles were engraved with the Confucian classics that had been hand-copied by the Hanlin Academy recently. They were for the scholars and scholars of the world to study and proofread. The capital was in an uproar. Not to mention the civil officials, even the old noble members of the imperial family who were not literate came one after another to show their respect for literature. Two middle-aged Confucians rode a carriage to the Imperial College's memorial arch probably because the sun was high in the sky. There were not many students who came to copy the classics. However, when the two squeezed in front of a stone stele, they still had to wait for almost an hour. They looked at each other and smiled. A young man squatted under the stele with a small table in front of him. His clothes were shabby. It was unknown whether he was a scholar from outside the city or a scholar who had failed the imperial examinations and stayed in the capital to wait for the next spring examination of the Ministry of Rites. The set of 4 treasures of the study on the table must have cost him a lot of traveling expenses. One of the middle-aged Confucian scholars bent down to look at the young scholar with great interest, admiring the young scholar who was bending over the table and writing at a rapid speed. The young man dipped a little in the ink each time and wrote very quickly, presumably to save money. However, his strokes were still meticulous and beautiful. The bent Confucian nodded slightly. His companion did not look at the stele or the person. He reached out to cover his forehead and looked at the distant sky. The young scholar was not distracted. Occasionally, he would put down his brush and rub his wrist. He never raised his head, so he did not notice the 2 senior scholars beside him. However, even if the young man looked carefully, he would not be able to recognize them. After lowering his head and staring for a long time, the Confucian with a mutton-fat jade pendant at his waist finally straightened his back. He moved lightly and walked behind the young man. Intentionally or unintentionally, he blocked the poor scholar's white clothes from the scorching sun. Then he asked softly, "Mr. Xie, are they all here?" The man called Mr. Xie did not stop until he was shocked to death. He nodded and said, "They are all here. However, there are not many who truly stand on Hsu Fengnian's side. Other than Xu Yanbing, there are only the white-clothed Luo Yang and the red-robed woman. NG Tai only wanted to take advantage of the fact that Cao Changqing was courting his own death. Both sides would definitely not overdo it. As for Cao Changqing's trip to the capital this time, it was probably to say a few last words to Hsu Fengnian. Otherwise, Given Cao Changqing's temper in the past, he would not have quietly entered the capital. Therefore, the emperor had respectfully invited the sage duke to come. With Wu Jian and Chai Qingshan's interference, as well as Yarou Jin, Han, and Zhao Go, even if Hsu Fengnian was determined to rebel, it would be very difficult. Also, Hsu Fengnian came to the capital without permission this time because he wanted to lift the ban on the transport of grain. Actually, there is no need to make a fuss in Great City. This is something that can be discussed at a table and 2 stools. The Confucian scholar standing behind the young scholar said calmly, "It seems that Mr. Xie has neglected to mention His Highness King of Shu." Mr. Xie smiled slightly and said, "Compared to the sage duke, I am too lazy to play dumb." The present sage duke's brows were filled with haze and seemed to be angry. He steadied his emotions and said in a low voice, "Does Mr. Xie want Beiliang and the imperial court to be destroyed so that the king of Shu, whom Mr. Xie is assisting, can take advantage of the situation?" Xie Guanying, who was at the top of the chart on the land, dismissed it with a smile. He put away his hand and turned to look at the sage duke who was worried about the country and the people. There is the loyal Jiyu Gentang who has hundreds of thousands of Liao elites and Zhao Bing's Nanjiang army watching. How can the king of Shu take advantage of the situation? As though he knew that it was not a good thing to completely anger the sage duke, Xie Guanying did not provoke him. He sighed and said, "To be honest, I did not agree to the king of Shu going north to the capital from Guangling Circuit. Once he enters the capital, if Hsu Fengnian goes crazy and wants to kill, will you, Chen Zhibao, protect him or not? If you stand by and do nothing, the world will be disappointed. If you stop him, there is no benefit. You have already been the Minister of War. Now you are the King of Shu. Even if you get the title of Pillar of the State, which will not increase the number of soldiers, there is no benefit. At this time, people like Lu Shengxiang and Tang Taizuang can stand out. Chen Zhibao, Jiyu Gentang, and the King of Yang are the cicada, the mantis, or the oriole. There is only a fine line between them. It is obvious who is more patient will benefit more." The sage duke frowned. Xie Guanying laughed softly and said, "Since the fall of the Qin dynasty, there are only 2 kinds of people who do not care who the world follows. The first is the people who can only resign themselves to fate. The second is the people in the sage duke's mansion with the surname Zhong. Even if the world is turned upside down, the sage duke is still the sage duke. Did you not see the end of Dragon Tiger Mountain? There are only a few purple and gold lotuses left of the banishing immortal lotus bestowed by the celestial." The sage duke said with emotion, "The change of prosperity and decline is the general trend. But in between, I hope fewer people will die, especially fewer scholars." Xie Guanying said with slight sarcasm, "So you went to Guangling River to see Cao Changqing? So what? Did Cao Guanzi listen to you? Duke Yangsheng, oh Duke Yangsheng, a scholar is a scholar, but don't forget that there is also the word human. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even the immortals in the Daoist classics can't achieve true immortality. A scholar can't always be a scholar." Zun Ping and Zhong Julu put down their books and walked into the temple. One died young, the other could not keep his integrity. There was a scholar called Shenyuan Jingcheng who was trapped by love and did not walk out of Mount Hui until his death. Cao Changqing was not much better. He never really walked out of the palace of West Chu in his life. What sage duke, what Cao Guanzi, he was just a chess piece waiting for the imperial order. The sage duke shook his head and said, "Mr. Cao is not as bad as you say." Xie Guanying, who was called by his name for the first time, was indifferent. He sneered, "He can't even let go of a woman who died so many years ago. How can he be invincible? Playing chess, playing chess, playing chess." In the end, he played himself as a pitiful piece on the chessboard. What a joke. The sage of the Zhong family looked at this bowl-bearer and shook his head at him. Xie Guanying laughed and left. The sage duke stood in place and murmured, Mister, you can predict the future of the world. You saved the people from fire and water. When the country is in danger, you might as well die first. You, Xie Guanying, are just a scholar who wants to write history with your own hands. Just a scholar." The sage of the Zhong family turned around and looked at the Steelies. He was speechless for a long time. The scrivener breathed heavily. His wrist finally could not bear the soreness. Then he realized the shadow and turned to look at the strange scholar standing behind him. The sage duke smiled at him and asked, "If you don't mind, can I copy a paragraph for you?" The scrivener hesitated for a moment as if he had made a very difficult choice. Finally, he nodded. The sage duke rolled up his sleeves and took the pen from the young man who stood up shakily. He sat down cross-legged and began to write. Hansha squatted down again and tilted his head to look at it. He felt relieved. At first glance, this senior's handwriting didn't show any elegance. It was well behaved. Although it didn't make people feel that it was a work of art, it didn't make people's eyes light up either. But over time, it made the young man feel a sense of justice and peace. Chapter 1608. But seeing this senior sitting upright and still write 100 characters at a moderate pace, the young man was a bit anxious. He reminded in a small voice, "Sir, can you write a bit faster?" Duke Yangsheng nodded and smiled, "Okay." Seeing that he really did speed up, the young man who was worried that the ink stick would not be enough to finish copying the inscriptions let out a sigh of relief. But after that person wrote another 200 characters, the young man could only thicken his skin and say, "Sir," Duke Yangsheng said apologetically, "I know, faster." As time went on, the young man started to get anxious again. But it did not happen more than 3 times. He really did not have the face to nag this kind senior scholar. But today, he had finally managed to get a place to copy the inscriptions. He might not be so lucky tomorrow. The capital had a night ban. Only those who were close to the water pavilion could do it. Only those who were from the Imperial College could make the government turn a blind eye and let them copy the inscriptions in the night. And even if he was lucky enough to study at the Imperial College, he really did not want to spend money on lamp oil. So, he could only get a place under the hot sun. Although he did not raise his head, he seemed to have sensed the young man's anxiety. The scholar wrote as he said, "It really cannot be faster." The young man probably had nothing left to lose. He gritted his teeth and smiled, "Sir, there is no rush." That middle-aged Confucian scholar seemed to have taken advantage of the situation and said in a serious tone, "Writing and writing, reading and studying, these are all things that take a lifetime to do. Slow down and be more solid, then you will be able to see results." The young man whose legs were numb sat on the ground. After hearing the somewhat sour scholar's words, he could not help but laugh. "Sir is right." Duke Yangsheng did not take his eyes off the inscriptions. As he wrote, he smiled and asked, "Listening to your accent, you are from Beiliang?" The young man made a sound of acknowledgement and said softly, "I come from Yanji County in Yuju. I failed the examination." Duke Yangsheng continued to ask, "What, you did not find Sir Chen or Sir Yang of Dongyuan Pavilion? Or you can find the Imperial College's left chancellor, Sir Yao. These are all important figures from Beiliang. It is said that they have taken great care of the scholars of Beiliang." The young man said frankly, "It's not that I haven't thought about it. It's just that I can't enter the Imperial College. As for the Grand Secretary's mansion and Chen Xiaobao's home, it would probably be even more difficult. Everyone in the capital said that the Prime Minister's concierge was a 7th-ranked official. I was a thin-skinned person. I was afraid that I wouldn't even dare to knock on the door after walking for more than a dozen li. Besides, if I have the time to go back and forth, I might as well copy more scriptures." Duke Yangsheng smiled and said, "From what you said, he doesn't seem to be an impatient person." "Why?" The young man said awkwardly, "I'm always thinking that I can write faster so that I can use less ink. We are not like you scholars in the capital who pay attention to thick ink, thin ink, withered brush and thirsty brush. Like my fellow countrymen who study hard in Beiliang, they dip their fingers in the water by the stream and write on the limestone. To the ground with a reed pole to write. In the winter, in the snow, holding a broom can also be used to write. Hey, in the capital, even if it is snowing, at my place, there is still some snow in front of the door. Early in the morning, every house has to clean it up." Duke Yangsheng smiled knowingly and half-jokingly said, "You said that the people in the capital pay attention to a lot of things. Then I really have to tell you something. No matter if it is the Metropolitan Examination or the Palace Examination, writing requires a lot of knowledge. For example, When the Song father and son presided over the imperial examination in the early years, there was a difference in the rankings between articles written in the Song style or not. As for the next imperial examination in the spring, if nothing goes wrong, the Minister of Rights, Sima Pihua, and the left assistant minister, Jin Lanting, will be in charge. Among them, Sima Pihua's writing was previously ignored. After he became the Minister of Rights, naturally it became more widespread. Although it is not easy to copy, it is not too difficult either. Remember, there is no big mistake in using regular script. As to that Jin Third Lang, he is proud and arrogant. He is not interested in writing at all. Even a hawker selling tang hulu in the capital dared to say that he had seen 7 or 8 of them. The young man was not surprised by the kind words of a Confucian scholar. He gratefully said, "This student will remember." Duke Yangsheng nodded and said, "It is very good that you are not pedantic. You cannot be a scholar." The young person couldn't help but laugh again. Duke Yangsheng suddenly asked, "In the last palace examination, there seemed to be no scholars from Beiliang?" The young person made a sound of acknowledgement and did not speak. Great Peace City was well aware of the inside story. One reason was that the Liang Imperial Court had limited the number of scholars from Beiliang in the imperial examination. The other reason was that in the last imperial examination, the new king of Liang had succeeded in inheriting the throne. The refusal to accept the imperial edict had made things difficult for the imperial court. If the scholars of Beiliang wanted to stand out, they did not have the right time, place, and people. The young person thought and grimaced. Of the 5 people who came to Jing together, 4 of them went back at the beginning of this spring. The Lower Moji Post Station will give travel expenses for the scholars of Beiliang who have fallen behind. So the 4 of them gave the rest of their money to me. In reality, their morals are not any worse than mine. Duke Yangsheng was puzzled. Why did they go back? You will have a much smoother time in the next imperial examination. Even if you did not know this, the 5 of you came thousands of li to Jing, why didn't you try? Also, wasn't Beiliang going to war at the time? The young person grinned and said, "That is why we went back." Duke Yangsheng stopped writing and was deep in thought. He turned and asked, "If I may ask, how is your king of Beiliang?" The young person said self-mockingly, "I am a poor scholar. In Beiliang, other than 2 county magistrates, I have never seen any high officials. I do not dare to comment on the good or bad of the king." Duke Yangsheng returned the brush to the scholar of Beiliang. The 2 switched places. This time, the young person was not in a hurry to write. He looked at the stone steely close to him and then turned to the scholar whose identity he could not guess. "Teacher, do you know how many stone steelies we have in Beiliang? Maybe one day, there will be more than all the stone steelies in the Imperial College. I am staying here not because I am afraid of death, but because I am afraid that there will only be Beiliang people like Jin Lanting in the Imperial Court. I am afraid that all of Liang will think that we Beiliang scholars are all as bad as Jin Lanting. I have been weak and sickly since I was young. If I go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, I am afraid that I will only become a Beimang barbarian. But if I stay here, maybe I can only say this to you today, but maybe one day, even if Beiliang is gone, I can still say this to 100 or 1,000 teachers." Duke Yangsheng did not say anything else. He stood up and walked a few steps. He turned to look at the thin back of the young Beiliang scholar. This young person who had urged the scholar twice to write faster would never have thought that there could be a few or even a dozen emperors in the world at the same time. But for 800 years, or even 1,000 years later, there was only one saint of the Zhong family, Duke Yangsheng, from generation to generation. At this time, the young person who was focused on copying the book did not notice that there were thousands of students gathered at the gate of the Imperial College. They were all staring dumbfoundedly at him chatting with the unknown scholar. Under the restrictions of the officials of the Imperial College, no one dared to cross the gate and disturb Duke Yangsheng. On this day, the current Duke Yangsheng left the capital. Chapter 1609. Thank you for your monthly tickets. Let's end this together. Thank you again for chasing me all the way to this day, because you have it even harder than me. Shenyuan Qingfeng came so quickly that when she crashed into HSU Fengnian, Many of the Jianghu people watching from the rooftops seemed to see a purple line stretching from the south of the city to the street of Xiaomawei Post Station. The purple line started out faintly and then deepened until it was a thick purple. This female leader of the Jianghu world also caused a great commotion when she flew past a small part of Great Peace City. She flew so quickly that she created a long string of thunder on the rooftops of the tall buildings. Everyone first saw the purple, then heard the thunder. Huishan Zi on the large planes quickly fell from the roof of a restaurant into the street, heading straight for the black gold embroidered robe with 9 pythons and 5 claws. There was a loud bang on the street. With the embroidered robe and Zi as the center, the fallen leaves that had not been swept clean in time did not drift to the sides of the street as everyone expected. Instead, they went against common sense and first spun on the ground. Then they were suddenly pulled up and flew towards the 2 people who had crashed into each other. Then, they instantly turned to dust when they were 30 to 40 feet away from the center of the circle. On the street, there was a withered yellow parasol leaf that had just fallen from a high branch that was particularly eye-catching. For some reason, it was not torn apart by the 2 powerful energies. Instead, it circled around the 2 people like a yellow butterfly, spinning rapidly and dazzling everyone's eyes. The leaf's spinning was untraceable, but every time it drew a thin arc and gently brushed against the stone pavement on the street, there was the sound of metal clanging. Inside the restaurant, Li Yibai of the Dongyu Sword Pool had already brought his junior brother and sister to the window. Li Yibai had traveled the Jianghu for many years with a sword and was extremely famous. He was not inferior to the first disciple of Qi Jiajie in the capital. Busybodies even gave them a saying that there were 2 Lis in the north and south sword forests. However, Li Yibai knew the depths of the Jianghu better than the narrow-minded Li Haoran, so Li Haoran could not compare to him. Li Yibai had asked for 3 excellent seats to watch the battle from the window, and the people in the restaurant were willing to give him face. After all, it was clear which was more important, to take a few more glances at the Demaway post house or to do Li Yibai a favor. The girl in white, Shan Yi, pulled on Li Yibai's sleeve and whispered, "Why is the battle so intense? Even if that Shenyuan woman is slightly better than Qi Jiajie, she can't fight with the king of Beiliang for so long, right?" Li Yibai had seen the horrifying scene of the young king killing Qi Jiajie in an instant. He knew better than most of the martial arts grandmasters of the Central Plains the terrifying power of Hsu Fengnian. On the way back to Tian City from Liushu town, he and Chai Qingshan had speculated about Hsu Fengnian several times. Both of them thought that even if you reached the Xian finger state and had been in this state for 10 or 20 years, you might not be able to block one attack from Hsu Fengnian, let alone a second-level master. Hsu Fengnian's martial arts were not only complex but also exquisite. Especially his killing method, it was quite similar to that of Cat Man Han Shengxian. They were all in a life-and-death battle. If you were 1 level lower than me, you would definitely die, and you would die very quickly. It was a matter of life and death in the blink of an eye. However, Li Yibai and Chai Qingshan had different opinions about the result of a Celestial State Grandmaster fighting against Hsu Fengnian. Li Yibai didn't believe that there was a Celestial State Grandmaster below the Earth Immortal. He didn't believe that such a small group of people would have no power to fight back against Hsu Fengnian. Li Yibai couldn't see the truth, and he wasn't a person who liked to speak without thinking. He deliberately ignored the dissatisfaction in his junior sister's words towards the Alliance Master of Liang Wulin. He shook his head and said, "Alliance Master Shenyuan is after all a Jianghu prideful person blessed by the heavens. Looking at the whole world, even with Beimang, only she can compete with the king of Beiliang in the speed of martial arts. In the early years, she had already done the magnificent feat of intercepting Wang Xianji on the Guangling River. Now that her cultivation has deepened, it's not too strange that she can be in a stalemate with the king of Beiliang." After saying these words, Li Yibai's eyes were a little absent-minded. On the street, the purple robe and the python robe were like flood dragons circling around the hill. It was really pleasing to the eye. Li Yibai clearly remembered that the first time he saw Shenyuan Qingfeng was at the Quicksnow Villa by the Spring God Lake. This purple robe was invincible and looked down on the heroes with an irresistible force. Even Li Yibai felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. This woman stood alone on the peak of Mount Huishan. Almost all the young talents in Liang Lake, including Li Yibai, could only look up to her from afar. In the past 2 years, the young girl, Shan Yi, was tired of hearing nonsensical Jianghu rumors about the king of Beiliang and Mount Huishan Purple Robe secretly flirting with each other. Although it was a fact that HSU Fengnian had given most of the secret manuals in the Tide Listening Pavilion's arsenal to the Moonless House on the Great Snow Plateau, in the heart of a young girl like Shan Yi, she did not believe that the king of Beiliang would have any unclear relationship with Shenyuan Qingfeng. A woman who was always gloomy, even if her martial arts were a little better, her face was a little prettier, and her figure was a little more graceful, she was still not likable. The young girl in white asked with a smile, "Senior Marshal Brother Li, do you think that the king of Beiliang purposely went easy on that woman to prevent her from losing too badly? If she loses all her face in Great Peace City, how can she still be the Wulin Alliance leader? Isn't that reasonable?" Song Tinglu rolled her eyes and said, "Master said it himself that Shenyuan Qingfeng is a true great celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. His cultivation is not inferior to Shenyuan Great Pan's, who proved his Tao through strength. This kind of martial artist, whether in terms of physique or state of mind, is not something that ordinary martial arts grandmasters can compare to. Junior martial sister, do you really think that Shu is invincible? Our Li Yang still has 2 grandmasters, Cao Guanzi and the Peach Blossom Sword God. It's one thing to show off in Beiliang, but it's another thing to leave Beiliang. Just wait and see. When Cao Guanzi and Deng Xiaoping make their move, Shu will be beaten back to his original state." Chai Qingshan did not stand with the 3 juniors from the sword pool, but he was not as relaxed as Cao Changqing, Chen Zhibao, Wu Jian, and the others. The old man had been closing his eyes and concentrating, carefully capturing the flow of qi on the street. Chai Qingshan sighed. In an instant, the Grandmaster Swordsman's figure disappeared from where he stood. A gust of cool autumn wind seemed to pass by the window. In the next moment, Chai Qingshan was standing on the steps in front of the restaurant. Behind a window in the inn across the street, the old patriarch of the Wu family's sword tomb, Wu Jian, quickly stretched out a hand from his sleeve. 2 of his fingers lightly tapped on the windowsill. On the side of the street in front of Wu Jian, a blurry curtain of sword qi had been erected from the top of the building to the end of the street, from the Xiama Wei into the ground. It rippled. The spectators on this side suddenly felt a chill in their faces, as if they were in a deep lake on a hot summer day. On the other side of the street, Chai Qingshan lightly stomped his foot. The entire street seemed to tremble violently. Chapter 1610. After the Wu family's sword mound and Dongyu sword pool's swordmasters knocked their fingers and stomped their feet respectively, everyone noticed that thousands of cracks as thick as wrists and as thin as earthworms had appeared on the bluestone street outside the center of the purple robe. They crazily spread to both sides of the street like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing toward the hundreds of onlookers in the buildings on both sides of the street. Many people were so scared that their guts were about to explode. They only wanted to see the king of Beiliang's glory, but they never thought that they would lose their lives. Fortunately, the snake-like cracks slowed down slightly before they hit Wu Jian's sword energy wall. Although the cracks quickly climbed up the wall, their momentum finally weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye when they reached a height that was about the same as the doors of restaurants and inns. All of this happened silently. When the dense cracks rapidly spread toward Chai Qingshan's side, the stairs under the Dongyu sword pool's sect master's feet exploded at the same time, sending dust and dirt flying. Li Yibai said regretfully, "Shenyuan Qingfeng lost to the king of Beiliang in the first 2 matches, and our sect master also lost to the Wu family's sword mound's master." Song Tinglu said indignantly, "Master and the Wu family's ancestor both used their swordplay techniques to block Shenyuan Qingfeng's energy. Master met force with force, and that's why there was such a commotion. The Wu family's ancestor was much more cunning. Not only did he use fancy moves, but he also seemed to have won against Master. In fact, Master only needed to use one of the 7 swords of our sect's secret technique, high mountains, deep waters, longsword energy, and he won. The girl didn't have such a strong sense of honor for her sect. She curled her lips and said, Master used his trump card, and the Wu family's ancestor only used a casual move. Didn't Master still lose? Besides, Master lost even his magnanimity." The young man said gloomily, "Junior sister, Because of Shenyuanzi's appearance, the girl, who was already in a bad mood, glared at him and said, "What? Are you unhappy?" The young man said resentfully in a low voice, "The autumn air is refreshing, the autumn air is refreshing." Li Yibai suddenly reminded, "Pay attention to the king of Beiliang." Hsu Fengnian and Shenyuan Qingfeng stood facing each other. The two of them were merely 2 zhong apart. Hsu Fengnian clasped his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Shenyuan Qingfeng also didn't show any signs of fatigue after a battle of life and death. However, the knot on her dress had already been loosened. "The knot has been untied." However, the withered leaf appeared in Shenyuan Qingfeng's hand. He said indifferently, 3 years later, I will become an earth immortal. We will fight to the death in the great snowfield." Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, "If I'm not dead by then, regardless of whether you become an earth immortal or not, I will go to Mount Hui to take a look." Shenyuan Qingfeng twirled the wutong leaf with his fingers. He narrowed his eyes and looked gloomy. Hsu Fengnian's lips moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. However, Shenyuan Qingfeng knew what he was talking about. Hsu Fengnian's meaning was very simple. It was too early to use him as a whetstone and defeat him to reach the peak of martial arts. Currently, in Great Peace City, Cao Changqing, Nji Tai, Xu Yanbing, Chen Zhibao, and Luo Yang, these great grandmasters were all watching this place. It wasn't Shenyuan Qingfeng's turn to take the lead. Shenyuan Qingfeng didn't say anything. On the Dragon Claw Pagoda tree, Lady Hehe frowned. The branches under her but trembled slightly. However, she hesitated for a moment and still chose to sit quietly where she was. The corpse that was supposed to be dead on the street suddenly stood up, and this time, it finally made a complete strike. The corpse was like a tornado. The blade emitted a dazzling snow-white light. It was like a ball of light, tearing a trench in the ground. Shattered limestone flew everywhere. The momentum of the rolling blade was somewhat similar to when Shenyuan Qingfeng appeared. Moreover, unlike Shenyuan Qingfeng who appeared in the open, this person's sudden attack was especially treacherous and ferocious. Li Yibai and the other people of Jianghu who were able to notice the abnormality at the first moment all thought that it would be a bloody close combat. However, the next moment, they felt that the scene was extremely absurd. The seemingly desperate swordsman suddenly changed direction when he was about 5 steps away from the young king. Then, with a tap of his foot, he was about to leap over the tall building. Was he planning to escape? Hsu Fengnian didn't even look at the leader Zhao Go. Instead, he looked at the entrance of a restaurant. That person who was moving with shocking momentum suddenly quietly hovered in the air. He didn't rise or fall. He just hung there. Li Haoran suddenly realized that this youth was like a piece of porcelain that had been hit thousands of times with a small hammer. The porcelain itself was actually already shattered, but it just didn't break apart. Leader Zhao Go, who used a secret technique to return to his youth and successfully played dead, was really dead this time. Shenyuan Qingfeng rose from the ground and flew away in a purple streak. While almost everyone was looking at the still youth or Shenyuan Qingfeng's departing figure, a middle-aged Confucian with white hair on his temples stepped over the threshold and slowly walked down the stairs. Under the sunlight, the Confucian in green robes didn't turn around to face the young king. Hsu Fengnian had a smile on his face. His hands were hanging by his side as he lightly shook his sleeves. At the end of the street, an ordinary-looking middle-aged swordsman first came into view, followed by a second and a third. Everyone's appearance and aura were exactly the same. However, no one was holding a sword, so it was slightly different. The leading swordsman was the famous inverted Tai Yi of the Peach Blossom Sword God. He, or rather, they, kept stepping on the bluestone road that led to the Xiaomawei post house. The same person, different swords. At the same time, the Confucian in green robes pinched a chess piece between 2 fingers. He gently released it and let it slowly fall to the ground. After the chess piece fell more than half a foot, he began to turn his back to the group of swordsmen and strode toward Hsu Fengnian. After the chess piece fell to the ground, the dozens of swordsmen who had already appeared on the street all began to bend their swords, regardless of their holding posture. The tip of the sword didn't move, but the body of the sword without exception began to bend downward. However, this was not the end of the strange phenomenon. The young king in the embroidered robe stood motionless in the same place. However, on both sides of him, there were two ethereal old men wearing sheepskin coats. They looked up at the sky with their hands behind their backs, as if they didn't care about the world at all. A short old man with a sword case on his back grinned, missing his front teeth. A tall and barefoot old man with white hair in linen clothes crossed his arms in an imposing manner. A tall old man in a Wudang Taoist robe slowly raised his hand and made a gesture of one finger cutting the river. A black-robed monk touched his head with a straight face. A eunuch in a red embroidered robe crossed his fingers on his abdomen. Chai Qingshan sat directly on the threshold of the restaurant without the demeanor of a grandmaster, looking at the old man wearing a pair of straw sandals beside the young king. Chai Qingshan's eyes were in a trance. The ancestor of the Wu family's sword tomb rested his elbows on the windowsill and smiled. The old eunuch in charge of the ceremony directorate saw this scene and his lips turned white. Chen Zhibao finally came near the window, followed by the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu. The latter looked at the senior in the red embroidered robe on the street with a complicated expression. The girl in the mink hat on the old locust tree stopped eating the pancake. No one knew if she was full or if she wanted to leave some for that person. The battle was imminent. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths. There was no more noise, and even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. 3 of the 4 grandmasters in the world, the 3 earth immortals of Li Yang, the new martial emperor Hsu Fengnian, Cao Changqing, and the peach blossom sword god Ng Tai. They gathered in the capital and stood in a tripartite balance of power. Each of them fought against 2 people. Chapter 1611. The specific process of the battle between the 3 will not be recorded in the chapters of Silent as a cicada in winter. See that peak battle in a few chapters. Today's morning court session in Great Peace City was unprecedentedly grand. Yonghui was the most auspicious. The court session, especially the morning court session, was, to a large extent, a direct reflection of the political situation of the Liang dynasty. The number of people participating in the court session was often an invisible evaluation of some important officials. For example, Chen Zhibao and Liu Baijie had gone to the capital to become Minister of War, Shangyin Academy Grand Chancellor Qi Yanglong had left the mountain, Great General Jiyu Zhentang had left the capital to take charge of the 2 liaos, this old man's son of the Song family, Yang Zhenchuan's posthumous title decision, Lu Shengxiang's, Tang Tieshuang's, and Xu Gong's first entry into the capital, junior guardian Chen Wangsheng's appointment as left scattered cavalry, the former minister of Revenue Wang Xiongui and the former minister of Rights Yuan Guo's exile, the assistant minister of Justice Han Lin's promotion, Liu Baijie's sad departure from the capital, and so on. Other than the civil and military officials who had to attend the morning court session every day, there were 3 types of people who had the right to attend the court session but did not need to. They were members of the imperial family who had the same surname as the country, members of the noble families who had earned a hereditary title due to their contributions to Liang, and old officials who had been granted special permission by the emperor to not attend the morning court session. The more people there were in the morning court session, the more prominent the position of an official would be. If there were fewer officials in the court session, such as Wang Xiongui and Yuan Guo's departure, or the old general Yang Shunxing, who had gone to Beiliang Road not long ago to become Jidushi, there were no waves. There were almost no members of the imperial family or the old officials. Although the weather had suddenly turned gloomy and rainy last night, this morning's court session could be said to be full of virtuous people. The autumn rain continued, and many of the roads in the capital were muddy. For some of the officials who had to travel through a small part of the capital to attend the morning court session, if this was in the past, they would probably be cursing on horseback or in the carriage. However, today, almost everyone was in high spirits and showed no signs of fatigue. Some of the officials who had the habit of reading in their carriages before morning court were absent-mindedly flipping through the pages of their books. From time to time, they would lift the curtains to check the address, or directly ask the coachman how long it would take to arrive. On the street where Chen Wang's house was located, his neighbors were all first-class nobles of the Liang dynasty. Apart from his father-in-law, there were also big shots like Jiao Sheji, the Duke of Yang, and Song Downing, the Marquis of Huaiyang, who had retired behind the scenes for many years. Their silence did not mean that they had lost the right to influence the direction of the court. Before dawn, the mansion was ablaze with lights. The servants had already prepared the carriages. The nobles and officials dressed in purple and yellow entered the carriages one after another. In this heavy traffic, Chen Wang's ordinary carriage was inevitably a little shabby. However, at a corner, a marquis in the front carriage, who was supposed to turn into the main street first, took the initiative to slow down and make way for Lord Chen's carriage. Chen Wang gently lifted the curtains. The marquis, who was almost 50 but still did not look old, saw Lord Chen nod to him in greeting. The old marquis smiled and returned the greeting. After putting down the curtains, he stroked his beard. He was both pleased with himself for having some dealings with the left-scattered cavalry, but he also sighed with regret. Back then, the former emperor had chosen a girl from the Zhao family and nobles to marry to Chen Wang. He had a granddaughter, and there was hope. However, at that time, he only wanted to establish a relationship with a powerful duke. Looking back now, although he had fulfilled his wish and sent his granddaughter to the duke's mansion, it was a great loss compared to Chen Wang, who was a real dragon son-in-law. The Duke of Yang, Gao Shiji, and the Marquis of Huaiyang, Song Downing, were best friends. Strangely, the two families, who were well matched in social status, did not have any marriage alliance. Speaking of which, Gao Shulian and Gao Shijing, who were born to the Duke of Yang in his later years, were quite outstanding young children in Taiyan City. The Marquis of Huaiyang had many children, and they were all eating sugar cane. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that even if they were not the children of the first wife, if the men and women of the Song family who were of the same age as the Gao siblings married, it would not count as climbing up the Duke of Yang's mansion. Today, the Duke of Yang and the Marquis of Huaiyang not only had to attend the morning court, but also shared a carriage. The carriage was spacious. Before winter, the Duke, Gao Shiji, had people add a small delicate stove to burn incense for warmth. This was to take care of his friend, Song Downing, who had caught a cold in his early years. Song Downing narrowed his eyes and dozed off. Gao Shiji gently bent down and gently stirred the fire. Song Downing was a light sleeper and quickly opened his eyes. Gao Shiji saw Song Downing's gaze and asked, "Do you have something to say?" Song Downing remained silent. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the thick curtain between them and the coachman. Gao Shiji asked again, "Has your old coachman finally resigned on his own?" Song Downing, who was afraid of the cold in autumn, reached out his hand to close his collar and softly grunted. Gao Shiji smiled, "Since that's the case, why don't you dare to speak freely?" Song Downing's face was indifferent. "After so many years, I'm used to it." As a brother who had gone through thick and thin, Gao Shiji's heart was filled with sorrow. He sighed softly, "In that case, we have to thank the young king who was unwilling to stop for a moment. Otherwise, even if His Majesty wanted to withdraw Zhao Go, it would not have been so fast." Song Downing said with a hoarse voice, "At first, I had complaints about the previous emperor's actions. After so many years, I feel at ease. To be honest, when I occasionally went out in the past, I knew that there was a spy from the previous emperor watching me. In fact, there was nothing uncomfortable about it. Now that His Majesty has withdrawn the spy, Brother Gao, what do you think?" Gao Shiji smiled coldly and said, "Brother Song, I, Gao Shiji, am not an inexperienced official. Of course, I feel the same as you, uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. It would be better for both sides to know that as long as they do not break the window paper, there will be no problems. Now, the coachman has left on the surface, but will there be more servants and maids in the Fu in secret?" Song Downing, who had always been known in Great Peace City for being wooden and taciturn, smiled meaningfully. "Brother Gao, do you feel that His Majesty is not as generous as the previous emperor because of this?" Gao Shiji frowned and said, "You don't think so?" Song Downing shook his head and said, "In my view, His Majesty's actions are not to make us feel grateful. His Majesty is not so shallow. He just gave you and me a secret edict that does not need eunuchs to do. If you do not understand the deeper meaning, there will be no seat for you in the upcoming banquet." The Duke's expression instantly became serious. He asked, "What do you mean?" Song Downing slowly said, "Ever since the first year of the auspicious talisman, Jingdo's officialdom has changed, too much for the eyes to take in. There have been many ups and downs, and it is not as simple as a few people rising up in the officialdom. In terms of civil officials, the nobles led by the Peng family of the north started to rise quickly. The Jiangnan nobles led by the Lu and Yu families suddenly rose and then suddenly fell silent. The Green Party rose from the ashes, the Hanlin Academy became independent from the Zhao family, and completely cut off all ties with the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. The new Hanlin Academy scholar is a true disciple of the emperor, and comes from a normal noble family. He does not have much connection with Zhonglu and the 2 Liao families of Jiangnan. The establishment of the 6 pavilions is also an act of splitting power from the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. As for the generals, let's not talk about the old kings for now. Let's talk about the people who have been in and out of Jingdou in recent years. The former assistant minister of the Ministry of War Xu Gong, Tang Taihuang, the deputy general of Jizhou, Yang Huchen, and Han Fang, the one who returned to Guangling, Song Li, who held great power in Jingdou, and the general Li Chang'en, who was promoted, and the workers Huang Tianzong and Wei Yidong, who just entered Jingdou. Song Laodi, Gao Sheji mocked himself. Why don't you open the window and speak frankly? I already know what you are talking about. His Majesty's general meaning can also be considered to have a rough understanding. I am a rough man, and I am not good at beating around the bush. Song Downing sighed softly and said, forget it, it is better to save some energy than to play the lute to a cow. After all, I have not attended the morning court for so many years. If I accidentally stand and faint, it will be embarrassing. Gao Sheji waved his hand and scolded jokingly, you surnamed Song, don't think that just because you are a marquis, I don't dare to beat you. Song Downing suddenly digressed, tell Shilian and Shijing not to get too close to Yin Chang'eng. Oh right, and if that girl Shijing is not too opposed, why don't you set her up with Zhao Yuling's youngest son? There is a difference of a few years in age, but don't they all say that a woman 3 years older than her husband is a golden brick? These are all small matters. Gao Sheji said bluntly, brother, how come you are the same as those short-sighted guys? Even if Yin Maro-chun is a little slower than Zhao Yuling, he has 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Not to mention the minister's decree, there are also the 2 provinces under the secretariat. Yin Maro-chun and Zhao Yuling each have a latrine pit. There is no need to fight over anything. At this point, Gao Shiji suddenly stopped talking. Song Downing sneered, what, have you finally thought it through? You know that one of the 2 is destined to lose miserably, and it is this Yin Maro-chun who has been the #1 prime minister for many years. Gao Sheji scratched his head in confusion and asked in a low voice, then why the hell are the 2 children getting married? Chapter 1612. Song Downing said indifferently, don't forget, Yin Chang'eng and Zhao Chuanyuan's marriage was the late emperor's idea. Yin and Zhao pushed the boat along with the current, each leaving a way out for the other's descendants. The Duke clicked his tongue and said, this bunch of scholars, they really have a lot of cunning guts. Song Downing sighed softly and said, scholars have a lot of cunning minds, while martial artists refuse to be controlled. Since His Majesty ascended the throne, it has actually been quite difficult. What's not easy is that His Majesty has done very well. Gao Sheji stared at this good friend of his, who had nothing to hide from him, and asked in a deep voice, have you decided? Are you really going to help His Majesty keep the various civil officials and military forces in check? Song Downing didn't answer the question and took a deep breath. Although our neighbors of various surnames have been suppressed by Yang for so many years, we can't deny that there's a world of difference between the imperial court with and without Yang in charge. Since Yang is gone, then even if we don't consider the country, we still have to be worthy of those ancestral tablets that we have to pay respects to every year. Gao Shiji stretched. In any case, I'll do what you do. It's that simple, I won't waste my energy. Song Downing suddenly laughed. Do you still remember the things when you were young? Gao Shiji was stunned. What things? The 2 of us did a lot of magnificent things when we were young. What are you asking? Hey, Wang Yuanran, that bunch of good-for-nothing brats, compared to us in the past, they're worlds apart. Song Downing subconsciously rubbed his chest, and then pointed at the face of this illustrious duke in front of him. The latter's face instantly flushed red. Gao Shiji cursed, and his entire arrogance disappeared. Song Downing laughed out loud for the first time. At that time, many years ago, his young Marquis Song Downing and his good brother Jiao Sheji were riding on the outskirts of the capital with their retainers. In the end, they met a woman. That woman was truly devastatingly beautiful. Even the arrogant Song Downing was shocked by her beauty. Song Downing and Jiao Sheji were not able to defeat him. They suffered some punches and kicks. However, the two rich men had the advantage in numbers. Soon, they chased after the bastard and beat him up. Their faces were covered in dirt. The key was that this guy was good at fighting, but his mouth was so good that he could curse people 100 times without repeating a word. Song Downing and Jiao Sheji were not able to defeat him. Song Downing and Jiao Sheji were punched and kicked by him. However, the two rich men had the advantage in numbers. Soon, they chased after the bastard and beat him up. The point was that this guy was good at fighting, but his mouth was really good at cursing people without repeating 100 times. How was this a hero saving a damsel in distress? This was clearly a disgrace. It had nothing to do with heroic spirit. It was clearly an internal conflict between two groups of lechers. Neither of them was a good person. Then Song Downing was kicked 7 or 8 jong by the woman with the sword on her back. Jiao Sheji was slapped and spun 7 or 8 times in the air. Then the young man from Liaodong charged in front of the woman with a face full of gratefulness. He grabbed her hand and said some words of gratitude. He was not willing to let go. Jiao Sheji and Song Downing only found out much later about that bastard surnamed Shu. His fate was not much better than theirs. His entire body was sent flying far away. After he fell heavily on the ground, he still gritted his teeth and squeezed out an ugly smile. He shouted with all his might, "You are my, Shu Xiao's wife. Either you kill me, or you marry me." In the past, as long as Shu Xiao was in Great Peace City, there would be no lack of excitement. Now, his son had come to Great Peace City. It seemed to be very lively. The Duke of Yang and the Marquis of Huayang were very disappointed. Because in the morning court session, the young vassal king who had caused a great disturbance did not appear. In comparison, the other news only slightly lifted the spirits of the officials. Wu Zhongshuan, the top general of the south under Zhao Bing of Yang, had secretly left Guangling Road and went north. He suddenly appeared in the court of the capital and was promoted to the Minister of War of Liang. At the same time, he was ordered to immediately return to Guangling Road to supervise the war. He would lead the Ministry of War as the great general of the south. When the rebellion was successfully quelled, he would officially go to the capital. Early in the morning, a carriage slowly stopped at the old site of the Ministry of War of Liang. This place was only 1 li away from the Zhao family. Before the change of location, the Liang dynasty, which was called the Barbarians of the North by the 8 countries of the South, had the position of the Ministry of War in the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. It was beyond the imagination of the people of Liang. At that time, not to mention the Ministry of Personnel, as long as you were not a general of a local town, even if you were the head of the Secretariat of the Hall of Secretaries or the left servant of the Manxia province, you would have to obediently make way for the assistant minister of the Ministry of War's carriage. As to those arrogant imperial censors, their only use at that time was to be the punching bag for the officials of the Ministry of War. It was not strange for them to be whipped half to death for no reason. 2 emperors, in a short 40 years, had made the Central Plains recognize the orthodox position of Liang. Countless scholars took root and sprouted in Great Peace City, a former border city. They grew into trees that reached the sky, and formed a place where scholars did not lose to West Chu. The young person who walked down from the carriage stood at the bottom of the steps. He looked dazedly at the vermilion lacquered door that almost no one entered. Right now, this was just the place where the low-level officials of the armory of the Ministry of War handled government affairs. A sleepy-eyed minor official of the armory stepped over the threshold. When he saw the black and gold embroidered robe that he had never heard of or seen before, he rubbed his eyes hard, his expression blank. Great Peace City, the foot of the Son of Heaven. Who dared to overstep on the matter of official robes? Much less at the level of an embroidered robe. The person who was just a minor official of the armory froze. He did not dare to take a step forward, nor did he dare to turn around and pretend he did not see anything. A rough voice sounded behind the minor official. Huang Qianshan, why aren't you going to the Ministry of War Yamen to report to Manager Hong? Did your boots get stuck in dog shit? The minor official swallowed, turned his head and said, Official Yang, someone has come. The tall man behind the minor official, who had also not left the ranks of the corrupt, walked around the person surnamed Huang. When he saw the young person, he gave him a few glances and then silently turned around. He then ran through the door with lightning speed and disappeared completely. Done in one go. This was probably the reason why Huang Qianshan had called him Official Yang. Official Yang's run had completely blocked off Huang Qianshan's path of retreat. If he ran again, even Huang Qianshan felt that it was not right. This minor official forced himself to run down the stone steps. He bent down and asked, Do you? When he said this, he suddenly choked. Just now, in his panic, he did not dare to carefully identify the number of the black and gold embroidered robe, the number of toes, and the water feet. How could he know whether to call the young person in front of him Duke, Marquis, or His Royal Highness? There were too many ways to be an official in Great Peace City. Just the residences of the officials were divided into the rich and powerful. When they went to each place, they had to burn different incense. Otherwise, if they went to the wrong temple and burned the wrong incense, breaking the rules and taboo, it would be a minor matter to sit on the bench in the Yamen for a few years. Hsu Fengnian laughed softly and said, This king is just here to take a look. You do not have to report anything to the Yamen. This king. Hearing this shocking title, the minor official's legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. In the large Liyang dynasty, there were not many people who could call themselves this king. Now, a few of them had died. And the so-called king on the same level who were given the title of king after the emperor ascended the throne, according to the laws of the Zhao dynasty, were still not allowed to enter the capital. Then, since this king in front of him was so young, his identity was clear. The officials in the capital all knew what kind of person the king of Jing and Zhao Zun was. Don't talk about him wearing an embroidered robe and strolling around. He would rather stay in his residence and not see anyone. The minor official's teeth chattered and said, Bei. King of Beiliang, is there anything you need me to do? Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, Didn't Official Yang just ask you to go to the Ministry of War? The minor official with sweat on his forehead said, It's okay. It's the first time King has come. Our Yamen is so honored. Hsu Fengnian waved his hand and said, Go. Just when the minor official was about to bow and run away, he heard the notorious Northwest King said softly, Huang Qianshan, remember to say loudly before you leave, Yamen is an important place. Without the permission of the Ministry of War, no one is allowed to enter. The obedient Huang Qianshan's mind went blank. It wasn't until Huang Qianshan had obediently shouted out and walked far away that the belated Armory Division petty official finally woke up with a start. He was so scared that he could only walk shakily with his hands on the wall. He thought to himself, Am I looking for death? But when he walked for a long distance, he seemed to suddenly think of something. He looked back and saw the young king who was still standing in the same place, the young man who he often scolded and ridiculed together with his colleagues a few years ago. Huang Qianshan's eyes were complicated. He sighed and turned away. The minor official, who was afraid that he would not be qualified to participate in the court meeting in his life, gradually lost his fear and suspicion. But for some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable.